Book 2, Chapter 1 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In order to explain more clearly what had happened in Rozloga, we must go back to the night when Skshetuski sent Jendzian from Kudak with letters to the old princess. These letters contained the earnest entreaty that the princess would go to Lubni as soon as possible and place Helena under the care of Prince Yeremi, as war might begin at any moment. Jendzian embarked on the skiff which Grodzitski was sending out from Kudak to bring back gunpowder and began his journey. They progressed slowly, for they were sailing against the stream. At Kremenchuk they came upon the detachment which was under the command of Kshechovski and Barabash, who had been sent by the hetman to encounter Hmyelnitski. Jendzian spoke with Barabash, and told him at the same time of the dangers which threatened Skshetuski on his journey to Sich. He therefore begged the old colonel when he should encounter Hmyelnitski, not to forget to insist upon the return of the ambassador. He then continued his journey. They reached Chigrin at daybreak. Here they were soon surrounded by the Semenovs' watch, who asked who they were. They answered that they had come from Kudak and had letters from Colonel Grodzitski to the hetmans. In spite of this, they called Jendzian and the others from the boat to give an account of themselves to the colonel. "To what colonel?" asked the captain of the boat. "To Colonel Loboda," answered the sergeant of the post, who had received orders from the chief hetman to stop and search all persons who came from Sich to Chigrin. They landed. Jendzian stepped forward boldly, as he feared no harm, for he saw that the power of the hetman reached even as far as here. They were conducted by the bell ringer Węgla to the house of Pan Jalinski, where were the quarters of Colonel Loboda. Here they were told that the colonel had ridden early in the morning to Cherkass and that the lieutenant colonel represented him. They waited some time until the door opened, and the expected lieutenant colonel appeared in the room. At sight of him, Jendzian's knees trembled. It was Bohun. The power of the hetman extended in truth still over Chigrin, but because Loboda and Bohun had not yet gone over to Hmyelnitski, but rather openly attached themselves to the Commonwealth, the chief hetman had stationed them in Chigrin and commanded them to be watchful. Bohun sat down at the table and began to question the new arrivals. The older man who carried with him Grodzitski's letters spoke for himself and for Jendzian. After the young lieutenant colonel had looked at the letter he began to inquire particularly what was going on in Kudak. He had evidently a great desire to find out why Grodzitski was sending men and a boat to the chief hetman, but the captain could give him no answer and the letters were sealed with Grodzitski's signet. Bohun had finished questioning them and was going to send them away, and was looking in his pocket for something to give them when the door opened, and Zagloba burst into the room. "Listen, Bohun," he cried, "that traitor Dopula has hidden away the best mead. I went with him into the cellar, and what did I see? Nothing but piles of hay in the corner. 'What is that?' I asked dryly. 'Dry,' he said. I looked closer, and what did I see but the neck of the bottle sticking out like a Tartar out of the grass. 'Ho, ho, that's what you're up to, sonny,' I said. 'Let us divide the labor. You eat the hay, for you are an ox, and I will drink the mead, for I am a man. And here's the big bottle I brought with me. Give it a fair trial. Give me a cup.'" Then Zagloba placed one hand on his side, with the other he raised the bottle above his head and began to sing: "Hey, Yakush, hey! Kundush, give me the bowl! And give a kiss also, and care for naught else." Suddenly Zagloba stopped singing. He had caught sight of Jendzian, and placing the bottle on the table, he said: "Hey, by God, that is Pan Skshetuski's boy!" "Whose?" asked Bohun sharply. "Skshetuski's, the lieutenant who went to Kudak and before his journey treated me to such excellent mead that he brought from Lubni, that all the rest may hide itself away so far as I am concerned. What's happening to your master? What's he doing? Is he well?" "Well, and greets you," said Jendzian in confusion. "Oh, that is a splendid cavalier! And you, how did you get to Chigrin? Why did your master send you away from Kudak?" "My master had so much business in Lubni and it was on account of that he commanded me to return. I had nothing to do in Kudak." All this time Bohun was observing Jendzian keenly. Suddenly he said: "I know your master also. I saw him in Rozloga." Jendzian turned his head and listened as though he had not heard distinctly, and asked: "Where?" "In Rozloga." "That belongs to the Kurtseviches," said Zagloba. To whom?" asked Jendzian. "I see you're a little hard of hearing," remarked Bohun dryly. "Because I have not had enough sleep." "You can have your sleep out. So you say your master has sent you to Lubni?" "Yes." "No doubt he has a sweetheart there," said Zagloba, "to whom he is sending his love through you." "What do I know, worthy sir, perhaps so and perhaps not," said Jendzian. He then bowed to Bohun and Zagloba. "Praise be," he said as he turned to leave the room. "Forevermore," answered Bohun. "Wait a minute, my boy, do not hurry. Why did you conceal from me that you were Colonel Skshetuski's servant?" "Because, worthy sir, you did not ask me, and I thought to myself, why should I talk unnecessarily? Praise be." "Wait, I say, you have letters from your master?" "It is my master's business to write them, and mine as his servant to deliver them, but only to the one to whom they are addressed. Therefore allow me, sir, to take my leave of you gentlemen." Bohun knitted his heavy eyebrows and clapped his hands. Immediately two Semenovs sprang into the room. "Search him," he cried, pointing to Jendzian. "As I live, murder!" cried Jendzian. "I am a nobleman, even if I am in service, and you will answer for this act before the tribunal." "Bohun, let him alone," said Zagloba. But meanwhile one of the men had already found two letters in Jendzian's breast pocket and handed them to the lieutenant colonel. Bohun at once commanded the servants to retire, for he could not read and did not want to acknowledge it before them. Then turning to Zagloba, he said: "Read this, I will watch the boy." Zagloba closed his left eye which had a speck on it, and read the address. "To my worthy lady and mistress, her Excellency the Princess Kurtsevich in Rozloga." "So, little falcon, you are travelling to Lubni and do not know where Rozloga is," said Bohun looking at Jendzian with a frightful glance. "I am travelling where I am ordered to go," answered the boy. "Shall I open it? A nobleman's seal is sacred," remarked Zagloba. "The chief hetman has given me the right to inspect all letters here. Open and read." Zagloba opened the letter and read: "Most gracious Lady, etc. You will be pleased to know that I have already reached Kudak, whence, with God's help, I hope to leave safely tomorrow morning for Sich, and I am writing at night, as I cannot sleep for anxiety lest any harm should happen to you, through that villain Bohun or his colleagues. As Colonel Christopher Grodzitski told me yesterday that a great war would soon break out, in which the entire ^blacks' would take part, I conjure and entreat you, even if the steppes are not dry and you are obliged to travel on horseback, to set out at once with the young princess for Lubni and not to delay on any account, as I cannot return as soon as I expected. Let me implore your grace to grant my request that I may be able to count on my promised bliss and be happy on my return. And why should your grace trifle with Bohun and throw dust in his eyes, after having promised the girl to me? It would be far better to place her under the protection of my lord the prince, who will not delay to send a garrison to Rozloga, by which means your property will be saved." "Ha, Sir Bohun," said Zagloba, "the knight is trying to put horns on you. So you've been toasting the same girl. Why did you say nothing about it? But take comfort, the same thing has also happened to me." Zagloba brought his anecdote to an end. The words suddenly died on his lips. Bohun sat immovable at the table, but his face was pale and looked as if drawn by convulsion. His eyes were closed, his forehead wrinkled, he was undergoing a frightful struggle. "What ails you?" asked Zagloba. The Cossack beat the air with his hand feverishly, and from his lips came in weak, hoarse tones: "Read, read the second writing." The second writing is to Princess Helena. "Read, read!" Zagloba began. "Sweetest, dearest Hashka, my heart's mistress and queen, as I am obliged to remain here some time longer in the prince's service, I am writing to your aunt to say that you both ought to go to Lubni as soon as possible, where no danger from Bohun can threaten your innocence, and where nothing can stand in the way of our love." "Enough!" screamed Bohun. Suddenly he jumped like a madman from the table and sprang towards Jendzian. The axe he held in his hand whirled through the air and the unlucky boy whom the axe had hit in the breast groaned and fell to the ground. Bohun was perfectly mad with rage. He sprang towards Zagloba, and snatched the letter from him. Zagloba seized the bottle of mead, retreated behind the stove, and cried: "In the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost! Man, are you mad? Are you raving? Be quiet, calm yourself, stick your head in a bucket of water! 1,000 devils, do you hear me?" "Blood! Blood!" howled Bohun. "Have you lost your reason? Stick your head in a bucket of water, I say. You have already got blood, you have spilled it, spilled innocent blood. This unlucky boy breathes no longer. The devil has taken possession of you, or the devil himself. Come to yourself. If not, then go to the devil, you son of a pagan!" Then Zagloba glided from the other side of the table toward Jendzian, bent over him, felt his breast and laid his hand on his mouth from which the blood was flowing freely. Bohun meanwhile had clutched his head with both hands, whining like a wounded wolf; then he fell on the bench and continued to whimper unceasingly, for his heart was breaking with rage and pain. Suddenly he sprang up, hastened to the door, kicked it open and sprang into the hall. "Go and break your neck," murmured Zagloba to himself. "Go and dash your head against the stable, or against the barn, if you can butt like the cattle with your head. I call that raging madness. I have never seen anything like it in my life. His teeth snapped like a rabid dog. But the poor boy yet lives. Truly, if this mead does not help him, he must have told a lie when he said he belonged to the nobility." Zagloba rested Jendzian's head against his knee and slowly poured a few drops of mead between his blue lips. "We will see if you have noble blood in you," he continued to the fainting boy, "for Jewish blood boils when you pour in mead or wine. Peasants' blood is lazy and heavy and sinks to the ground. Only noble blood becomes animated and forms an excellent liquid which gives the body courage and energy. The Lord gave each nation a different drink, in order that each one might have its comfort." Jendzian groaned feebly. "Aha! Aha! He wants some more. No, little brother, let me have one draught. Ah, that's good. And now, as you have shown some signs of life, I will take you out into the stable and lay you in a corner, that this Cossack dragon may not tear you to pieces when he returns. He is a dangerous fiend, devil take him. I see that his hand is more ready than his understanding." Zagloba lifted Jendzian from the ground with an ease which his enormous strength made easy, and carried him into the halls and through the yard where several Semenovs were throwing dice on a cloth spread on the ground. When they saw him, they saluted him, but he said: "Boys, take this fellow and lay him on the hay and one of you run and get me the barber surgeon." The command was at once carried out, for as Bohun's friend, Zagloba was treated with great respect by the Cossacks. "And where is the colonel?" he asked. "He called for his horse and rode into the camp. He told us to hold ourselves in readiness and to saddle the horses." "Is mine ready then?" "Yes, sir." "Bring it here. So I shall find the colonel with the regiment?" "There he comes." In the dark arched doorway of the house, Bohun appeared. He came riding over from the market place; behind him in the distance were seen the lances of 100 or more Cossacks, who were evidently ready to march. "To horse!" cried Bohun across the yard, to the men who had remained behind. Presently all were moving. Zagloba stepped out of the gate and scanned the young Cossack leader carefully with his eyes. "You're going to set out?" he asked. "I am." "And whither is the devil leading you?" "To a wedding." Zagloba drew closer to him. "Fear God, my son! The hetman commanded you to guard the town, and you are going away yourself and also taking the Semenovs with you. You are breaking his command. The black mob are only waiting for a suitable opportunity to attack the nobility. You are abandoning the town to destruction and exposing yourself to the hetman's anger." "May they both go to destruction, the town and the hetman." "Your head is at stake." "May my head also go to destruction." Zagloba saw that talking to him would do no good. He had set his mind upon this and whether he destroyed himself, as well as others, he would abide by his resolve. Zagloba also surmised whither he was going, but did not himself know what to do; whether he should ride with Bohun or remain here. It would be dangerous to accompany him; it meant adventures and risk of life in these warlike and rough times; but if he remained here? The people were, in fact, only waiting for news from Sich, for the moment when the signal shall be given for slaughter. Indeed they might not even have awaited that signal if Bohun's 1,000 men and his powerful influence had not been in the Ukraine. Zagloba might, indeed, seek shelter in the camp of the hetmans, but whether it was on account of some murder or some error in his accounts he himself only knew. Certain it was that he did not wish to be seen. He was sorry to leave Chigrin for he felt at his ease here. One asked him no questions. He was on good terms with the nobility, with the landed proprietors, and with the Cossack chiefs. These latter were now indeed distributed in all directions, and the nobility sat quietly in their corners from dread of the storm. But Bohun was a most excellent companion, a drinker among drinkers. Zagloba and Bohun had made each other's acquaintance over their cups, and had at once struck up a friendship. From that time one never saw one without the other. The Cossack threw away enough gold pieces for two, the nobleman told lies, and both these restless spirits were very happy in each other's company. Now that he had to decide whether he would remain in Chigrin and give himself up to the knives of the "blacks," or set out with Bohun, he decided on the latter course. "If you are so determined," he said, "I will go with you. Perhaps I may be of some assistance to you or may be able to restrain you if necessary. We suit each other as well as the hook fits the eye, but I did not expect this." Bohun answered nothing. Half an hour later 200 Semenovs stood in marching order. Bohun rode to their head, and beside him, Zagloba. They moved forward. The peasants standing in groups, here and there, in the marketplace, looked at them with fear and whispered to one another. They asked one another whither they were going and if they would soon return or not. Bohun rode silent, reticent, full of mystery, and gloomy as night. The Semenovs did not ask whither he was leading them. They were ready to follow him to the end of the world. After they had crossed the Dnieper, they came to the highway of Lubni. The horses trotted along and threw up clouds of dust, although, as the day was dry and close, they were soon covered with foam. They slackened their pace and moved like a straggling band along the highway. Presently Zagloba endeavored to begin a conversation with Bohun. The face of the young knight was more calm, but a mortal sorrow was depicted in his features. It seemed as though the distance in which his glance lost itself towards the north, beyond the Kahamlik, the tramp of the horses and the air of the steppes had quieted the inward storm that had been aroused in him by Jendzian's letters. "Fire is falling from heaven," said Zagloba. "The straw in my boots is burning and my linen smock is too warm, for there is not a breath of air. Listen, Bohun! Bohun!" The Cossack leader looked at him with his deep set, black eyes as though he had just awakened from sleep. "Look out for yourself, little son," said Zagloba, "lest melancholy devour you, for when it rises from the liver, which is its proper place, to the head, it is capable of disturbing one's reason. I did not know that you were such an amorous gentleman. You must have been born in May and that is the month of Venus, in which the air is so full of love that one splinter is in love with another. Men who are born in this month have in their bones a stronger desire for the opposite sex than other men, but those win who know how to control themselves. Therefore I advise you to give in. You may be right in your rage against the Kurtseviches, but is there only one girl in the world?" Bohun, not as if he were speaking to Zagloba, but as if in answer to his own sorrow, said in a voice that was more like crying than talking: "Only this one Zazula (cuckoo), only this one in the world." "But if that were so, and she now loves another, what good will it do you? It is well said that the heart is a volunteer that serves under what flag it chooses. Consider also, the girl is of great blood, for the Kurtseviches belong, I hear, to a princely stock. That's a high threshold to step over." "To the devil with your thresholds, your parchments, your families, and," here the chief struck his sword hilt with all his might, "this is my high birth and my parchment, this is my kin and my parchment. Oh, ye traitors! Cursed blood of the enemy! Was not the Cossack good enough for you? Was he not your friend and brother when he went into the Crimea, when you said bring back some Turkish spoils, divide the booty? Ah, they did that, sure enough, called me little son, promised the girl, and now, a nobleman comes along, a petted Polish boy, and on the spot they send away the Cossack, the friend, the brother. They have torn my heart and my body. They have martyred my soul. They give the girl to another, and thou, bite the dust, Cossack, and bear it." His voice trembled, he clenched his teeth, beat his breast with his closed fists so that an echo was heard. Then followed a silence. Bohun breathed heavily, pain and anger raged alternately in the savage breast of the Cossack, who knew no restraint. Zagloba waited until he should become exhausted and calm himself.
"What do you think of doing, unhappy bully? How will you act?"
"Like a Cossack, in the manner of the Cossack."
I see well what will happen, but let it happen. One thing only I will tell you is that we are in Vishnovyetski's dominions, and Lubni is not far from here. Skshetuski has written to the princess to seek shelter there. That means that they are under the protection of the prince, and the prince is a terrible lion."
"The Khan is also a lion, and yet I ran into his jaws and lighted up his eyes with torches."
"What, madman, do you wish to declare war against the prince?"
"Khmyel has dared to declare war against the hetmans, why not against your prince?" Zagloba became every moment more uneasy.
"Fie, to the devil with you! That is rebellion, pure and simple. Vis armata, rapta puellae, et rebellia, that is to say, hangman, gallows, and the noose. A fine coach and six! You may get high with it, if not far. The Kurtseviches will defend themselves."
"Well, my death or theirs. Look here, I would have given my soul for these Kurtseviches. They were as my brothers, and the old princess was a mother to me, into whose eyes I looked with the fidelity of a dog. And when these Tartars captured Vasil, who went into the Crimea, who set him free? I have loved them and served them as a slave, because I hoped to win this girl, and as a reward they have betrayed me like a slave, into sorrow and misery. They have driven me away. Well, I will go, but first I will take my love. For the bread and salt that I have eaten at their table I will repay them in Cossack fashion, and then I will go, for I know my road."
"Where will you go when you begin to fight the prince? Into Khmyel's camp?"
"If they had given me this girl I would have been your brother, your friend, your sword, your sworn soul, your dog; and I would have taken my men, would have recalled the others from the Ukraine, and then I would have marched against Khmyel and against my own brothers, the Zaporojians. And would I demand a reward for this? No! I would take the girl and would move to the other side of the Dnieper, into God's free steppes, into the wild caves and near the still waters, and I would have been satisfied. And now
You are raving mad."
The chieftain did not answer, but gave his horse a crack with the whip and rode forward. Zagloba began to reflect into what a position he had got himself. There was no doubt that Bohun intended to attack the Kurtseviches to avenge the injustice done him, and carry off the girl by force; and in this undertaking, Zagloba would have rendered him assistance. Such happenings were not uncommon in the Ukraine and frequently passed unpunished. It is true, as the aggressor was not a nobleman, the matter became more involved and more dangerous; but on the other hand it was very hard to carry out a sentence on a Cossack, for where could one look for him or capture him? After the deed he usually fled into the wildest steppes, where no human hand could reach him, and disappeared. And if a war broke out, if the Tartars covered the land, then the criminal came to light, for then the laws were suspended. In this way Bohun could escape justice, and Zagloba did not need to help him and take half the blame on his own shoulders. He would not have done it, in any case, for even if Bohun was his friend it would not become Zagloba, as a nobleman, to make common cause with a Cossack against another nobleman, especially as he knew Skshetuski and had drunk with him. Zagloba was a quarrelsome fellow but his turbulence knew certain bounds. He was glad to lounge about in the wine shops of Chigrin with Bohun and the other Cossack commanders, especially when they paid the way. That suited him very well; in view of the Cossack trouble it was even a good thing to have such men as friends. Zagloba took great care of his own skin though he might get a scratch here and there, but now he began to see that his friendship had led him on slippery ice. It was clear that, if Bohun kidnapped the girl who was the betrothed of the lieutenant, the favorite of the prince, he would have to settle with the prince, and then there would be nothing left for him to do but to go over to Hmyelnitski and join the rebellion. Against this course, Zagloba placed a decided veto as far as his own person was concerned, for he did not fancy joining the rebellion on account of Bohun's love affair and, besides, he feared the prince as he feared fire.
"Tut tut," he mumbled to himself. "I have twisted the devil's tail and now he will twist my neck. The devil take this Cossack, with the face of a woman and the hands of a Tartar. I've gone to a fine wedding, truly. May the lightning strike the Kurtseviches and all the women. What do I care about them? I do not need them any more. Whatever happens I shall get the worst of it. And for what? Do I wish to get married? The devil may get married, it is all the same to me. What have I to do with this undertaking? If I go with Bohun, Vishnovyetski will flay me alive. If I leave Bohun, the peasants will kill me, or he will do it himself without hesitating. It is the worst thing in the world to be on friendly terms with a boor. It serves me right. I would rather be the horse on which I am mounted than Zagloba. I have become the fool of the Cossack. I have attached myself to this crazy head. It serves me right that I should be flayed on both sides."
These reflections caused Zagloba to perspire freely and made him still more gloomy. The heat was intense, the horse travelled with difficulty, for he had not exercised for some time and Zagloba was corpulent. Good heavens! What would he have given to be sitting now in the cool shade in the inn with a glass of cold beer before him, instead of being tormented by the heat and obliged to tear through the burning steppes. Although Bohun urged speed, the pace grew slower, for the heat was frightful. The horses were fed lightly and, during that time, Bohun conversed with the sergeants. He gave them commands as to what they were to do, for until now, they did not even know what they were riding to. The last words of the command reached Zagloba's ear.
"Wait for the shot. Good little father."
Bohun turned to him suddenly. "You will ride ahead with me."
"I?"
said Zagloba in very evident bad humor.
"I love you so much that I've already sweated half my soul out of my body. Why should I not give you the other half? We are like vest and lining. I hope that the devil will take us both together and I do not care how soon, for I think that it cannot be any hotter in hell than it is here. Forward! At breakneck speed!"
They rode forward, the Cossacks following them, but as these rode more slowly, they soon were a considerable distance in the rear, and finally were lost to sight. Bohun and Zagloba rode in silence, side by side, both sunk in deep thought. Zagloba tugged at his moustache and, evidently, was doing some deep thinking. Perhaps he was considering in what manner he could get himself out of the whole affair. From time to time, he muttered to himself, then he looked at Bohun, in whose features unbridled rage and melancholy were alternately depicted.
"Remarkable," said Zagloba to himself. "Such a handsome fellow, and yet not able to win the girl. He is a Cossack, that is true, but a distinguished knight and lieutenant colonel who, sooner or later, if he does not join the rebellion, will be ennobled. It all depends on himself. Skshetuski is a fine, well built cavalry officer but cannot compare in beauty with this graceful Cossack. They will tear each other's eyes out when they meet, for they are both of them good fighters." "Bohun, do you know Skshetuski well?" asked Zagloba.
"No," answered the Cossack leader curtly.
"You will have a hard fight with him. I saw him when he pushed the door open with Chaplinski. He is a Goliath with the goble, as well as the sword."
The leader did not answer. They both relapsed into their own thoughts and cares. Zagloba repeated from time to time:
So, there is nothing to be done."
Several hours passed. The sun had passed over towards the direction of Chigrin. From the east there blew a cool breeze. Zagloba took off his cap of lynx skin, passed his hand over his perspiring head and again repeated:
So, there is nothing to be done."
Bohun started as if he had been suddenly awakened from sleep.
"What did you say?"
he asked.
"I said it would soon be dark. Have we far to go yet?"
"Not far." In an hour it became dark, but they rode into the ravine of the wood and, as they reached the end, on the other side, they saw the glimmer of a light.
"That is Rozloga," said Bohun suddenly. "Indeed, it is cold in this ravine."
Bohun reined in his horse.
"Wait,"
he said. Zagloba looked at him. The chief's eyes, which had the peculiarity of shining in the darkness, glowed now like two torches. They both stood motionless, on the edge of the ravine. Presently was heard the snorting of approaching horses. Bohun's men were slowly coming from the depths of the wood. The sergeant approached, in order to receive his commands which Bohun whispered into his ear. The Cossacks halted. "Let us ride on," said Bohun to Zagloba. Before long the dark outlines of the dwelling house, the storehouses, and the wells stood before their eyes. All was still in the house. The dogs did not bark, the great, yellow moon stood above the courtyard. From the garden came the fragrance of cherry and apple blossoms. All was so peaceful, the night so glorious, that all that seemed wanting was a theorbo beneath the windows of the beautiful young princess. There was light in some of the windows. The two horsemen approached the gate. "Who's there?" cried the voice of the night watch. "Do you not recognize me, Maxim?" "Is it your grace? Praised be God!" "For ever and ever. Open. How are you all?" "All well. It is a long time since your grace was in Rozloga." The door hinges creaked terribly, the bridge was let down, and both knights rode into the courtyard. "Listen, Maxim, do not close the gate, and do not draw up the bridge, for I shall soon go away." "You come as if you only wanted fire." "That's it, that's it. Tie the horses to the post." End of Book 2, Chapter 1. Book 2, Chapter 2 of With Fire and Sword by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Kurtseviches were not yet asleep. They sat at the supper table in the hall that was hung with weapons, which stretched the whole breadth of the house, from the courtyard to the other side of the garden. As they saw Bohun and Zagloba, they sprang from their places in fright. In the features of the princess, one might read not only astonishment, but annoyance and fear at the same time. Only two of the young princes were present, Simeon and Nicholas. "Bohun," said the princess, "what are you doing here?" "I came in order to bring you my greeting, mother. What, am I not welcome?" "Very welcome. I was only astonished that you had left your guard in Chigrin. And whom has the dear God sent with you?" "This is Pan Zagloba, a nobleman, my friend." "Be welcome," said the princess. "Welcome," repeated Simeon and Nicholas.
"Gracious lady," said Zagloba, "a guest at the wrong time is worse than a Tartar, says the old proverb, but they also say whoever will get to heaven must receive the wanderer into his house, must feed the hungry, must give drink to those who thirst." "Well, sit down and eat and drink," said the old princess. "We thank you for having come. Well now, Bohun, I had not expected you. You must have something important to talk to us about."
"It may well be," said the chief slowly.
"And what may it be?" said the princess uneasily.
"We will talk about that at a convenient moment. Let me rest. I have come at full speed direct from Chigrin."
"You evidently were in a great hurry to see us."
"And whom should I be in a hurry to see if not all of you? And is the young princess well?"
"She is well,"
said the princess dryly. "I should like to see the joy of my eyes."
"Helena is asleep."
"That is a pity, for I shall not remain here long."
"And where are you riding to?"
"It is war, mother. Time presses. At any moment the hetmans may take the field, and it would grieve me to fight the Zaporojians. How often we rode with them to get Turkish booty, did we not, princess? How often did we go on the sea? How often did we eat bread and salt together, drink and joke together, and now we are their enemies." The princess looked sharply at Bohun. The thought darted through her mind that Bohun, perhaps, intended to join the rebellion, and had come to Rozloga to sound her sons.
"And what do you think of doing?" she asked.
"I, mother? Well, it is very hard to fight against one's own, but it must be."
"We will do the same," said Simeon.
"Hmyelnitski is a traitor," added the younger brother Nicholas.
"Death to traitors!" said Bohun.
"The devil take them!" added Zagloba.
Bohun again spoke. "So it is in the world. He who is your friend today will be a Judas to you tomorrow. You can trust no one in the world."
"Only good people,"
said the princess. "Certainly, only good people one can trust. That is why I trust and love you, for you are good people and no traitors." There was such a strange tone in the chieftain's voice that for a moment there was deep silence. Zagloba looked at the princess and blinked with his sound eye. The princess, however, fixed her eyes on Bohun, who continued.
War does not give life but death, that is why I wanted to see you once more before I moved. Who knows if I shall return? And you will mourn for me, for you are my true friends, are you not?" "As true as God lives. We have known you since you were a child."
"You are our brother."
"You are princes, noblemen, and you did not despise the Cossack. You received him into your house, promised him your relative, because you knew that, without her, there was no life, no existence for the Cossack, so you received the Cossack with kindness."
"Why do you talk about that?" said the princess hastily.
"No, mother, we must talk about it, for you are my benefactors, and I have prayed this nobleman, my friend, to adopt me as his son and give me his coat of arms that I may be no disgrace to you to give your relative to a Cossack. Pan Zagloba has promised me and we will both demand permission to do so in the Diet, and after the war I will ask the chief hetman to forward my cause. He is favorably disposed toward me, and has arranged that Kshechovski shall be ennobled."
"God be with you," said the princess.
"You are honorable people, and I thank you; but before the war, I should like to hear once again from your mouth that you will keep your word. The word of a nobleman is no smoke, and you are noblemen, you are princes."
The chieftain spoke in slow, impressive tones, but through his speech there sounded a threat, which warned all to grant what he demanded. The old princess glanced at her sons and they looked at their mother. A short silence ensued. Suddenly the falcon, who was perched under a coat of arms on the wall, began to scream although it was a long time before it would be daylight. The other birds also began to cry. The great hawk awoke, shook his wings and began to scream. The wooden logs in the fireplace were smoldering. The room became dark and gloomy.
"Nicholas, rake up the fire,"
said the princess. The young prince threw fresh wood into the fireplace.
"Well, you promised me," said Bohun.
"We must ask Helena."
"She will speak for herself, you for yourselves. Do you promise me?"
"We do promise it," said the princess.
"We promise it,"
repeated the young princes. Bohun started to his feet, turned to Zagloba, and said in a loud voice:
"Pan Zagloba, do you also ask for the girl? Perhaps they will promise her to you."
"What is the matter with you, Cossack, are you drunk?" cried the princess. Instead of answering, Bohun drew Skshetuski's letter from his pocket, turned to Zagloba and said: "Read." Zagloba took the letter and began to read. A gloomy silence reigned. As he finished, Bohun crossed his hands on his breast.
"To whom will you then give the girl?" he asked.
"Bohun!" The voice of the Cossack leader sounded now like the hissing of a serpent.
"Traitors! Knaves! Dog-faith followers! Judases!"
"Little sons, draw your swords!" cried the princess. The Kurtseviches sprang like lightning towards the wall and seized some weapons.
"Quietly, gentlemen!"
cried Zagloba. But he had not finished speaking when Bohun drew a pistol from his belt and fired.
"Jesus!"
groaned Prince Simeon, taking a step forward, and then throwing up his arms, he fell heavily to the ground. "Help! Servants!" cried the princess despairingly. But at this moment there came from the courtyard other shots. Doors and windows were forced open and the Semenovs sprang into the hall. "Kill them!" thundered wild voices. The alarm bell sounded in the courtyard, the birds in the hall began to scream, the noise of firing and wild cries filled the peaceful house, already half sunk in sleep. The old princess, howling like a she wolf, threw herself on Simeon's body, which quivered in the last death throes; but presently two Semenovs seized her and dragged her by the hair to the side of the room, while the young Nicholas, forced into a corner of the hall, was defending himself with the courage of a lion.
"Back! Back!"
cried Bohun suddenly, to the Cossacks who surrounded them. "Back!" he repeated with a voice of thunder. The Cossacks drew back. They thought their leader wanted to save the boy's life, but Bohun himself, with his sword in his hand, threw himself on the young prince. Then began a frightful duel, which the princess, held back by the hair by four iron hands, watched with burning eyes and open mouth. The young prince threw himself like a hurricane upon the Cossack, who drew back slowly and enticed him into the middle of the hall. Suddenly he crouched, parried his opponent's thrust, and from defending himself, began to attack. The Cossacks held their breath, lowered their swords and stood as if rooted to the spot, following the struggle with their eyes. In the silence one heard only the breathing and panting of the combatants, the grinding of their teeth, and the swish or the sharp clash of their swords. For a moment it seemed as if the obstinacy and immense strength of the lad would conquer the Cossack leader, for he began again to withdraw and to defend himself. His face appeared to contract from the exertion. Nicholas redoubled his blows, dust flew from the floor and surrounded the fighters with a thick cloud. But, in the midst of it, the soldiers saw how the blood was streaming from the face of their leader. Suddenly Bohun sprang aside, the prince's sword struck the empty air, Nicholas wavered with the force of the stroke and bent forward and, at that moment, the Cossack gave him such a dreadful blow in the neck that the prince fell as if struck by lightning. The cries of joy of the Cossacks mingled with the unearthly screams of the princess. It seemed as if the ceiling would break from the noise. The struggle was over. The Cossacks threw themselves upon the weapons that hung on the walls and began to tear them down or to snatch the costly arms from each other's hands, stepping over the body of the prince and of their own comrades, who had been killed by the hand of Nicholas. Bohun let them do as they pleased. He stood, breathing heavily from exhaustion, in the doorway which led to Helena's room, and blocked the entrance. His face was pale and bloody, for the prince had twice cut his head. His wandering glance went from the body of Nicholas to that of Simeon and fell occasionally on the pallid face of the princess, whom the Cossacks were holding by the hair and pressing down on the floor with their knees, as she sought to escape from their hands and throw herself on the corpses of her children. The noise and confusion in the hall increased every moment. The Cossacks bound the servants of the Kurtseviches with ropes and killed them ruthlessly. The floor was bathed with blood and covered with corpses. The rooms were filled with smoke, the walls were plundered, even the birds were killed. Suddenly the door in which Bohun was standing was slightly opened. The Cossack leader turned round and suddenly stepped backward. In the doorway appeared blind Vasil and with him Helena, in a white night robe, herself as white as the robe, with terrified face and open mouth. Vasil held up a cross in both hands. Amid the confusion that reigned in the hall, in the presence of the corpses, of their blood that lay in pools on the floor, amid the glitter of drawn swords and fiery glances, this tall, emaciated form, with the gray hair and the dark hollows instead of eyes, looked wonderfully impressive, as though he were a spirit, a departed one arisen again, as though he had laid off his grave clothes and returned to chastise crime. The shouts ceased. The Cossacks drew back in terror. In the silence sounded the calm but mournful lamenting voice of the prince.
"In the name of the Father, of the Redeemer, and the Holy Immaculate, you men who come here from distant lands, do ye come in the name of God? For blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. And do you bring good news? Are you apostles?"
Dead silence followed Vasil's words. He, however, turned slowly with his cross, first to one side and then the other, and continued:
"Woe unto you who carry on war for gain or vengeance, ye shall be damned forever. Let us pray that we may obtain mercy. Woe unto you, brothers! Woe unto me! Oh, oh!"
A heavy sigh escaped his breast.
"God be merciful to us,"
said the Cossacks in muffled tones. They were under the influence of an indescribable terror, and began to cross themselves in fear. Suddenly a wild scream came from the princess.
"Vasil! Vasil!"
There was something so heartbreaking in her voice that it might have been the last cry of a dying one. The Cossacks who were holding her down with their knees, felt now that she would no longer have the strength to escape them. The prince shuddered and sheltered himself with the cross on the side from which the voice came, and answered:
"Accursed soul that callest from the depths, woe unto thee!" "God be merciful to us," repeated the Cossacks.
"Come to me, my men," cried Bohun at this moment, as he tottered and would have fallen.
The Cossacks sprang towards him and supported him.
"Are you wounded, little father?"
"Yes, but it is nothing, loss of blood. Here, my men, guard this girl as the apple of your eye. Surround the house, let no one go out. Princess."
He could say no more, his lips became white and his eyes were clouded.
"Carry the ataman into a room,"
cried Zagloba, who now came creeping out of some corner, and unexpectedly rose up close to Bohun.
"It is nothing, it is nothing," said he, after he had felt the wounds with his fingers. "To morrow he will be well again. I will devote myself to him. Knead up some bread with cobwebs. Go to the devil, you fellows! Go, and have some fun with the girls, for you are of no use here. Two of you carry the ataman. Take him up carefully. That's it. Now move, away to the devil. What are you standing here for? To watch the house? I will see to that."
Two Semenovs took Bohun up and carried him into the adjoining room. The others left the hall. Zagloba stepped up to Helena, blinked at her with his eye, and said quickly and softly:
"I am a friend of Pan Skshetuski. Fear nothing. Only take your prophet away, put him to sleep, and wait for me."
Then he went into the room in which two Cossacks had laid Bohun upon a Turkish divan. He sent them for bread and cobwebs and, when they had brought them from the servants' hall, he attended the young ataman with the greatest skill, which at that time every nobleman possessed, and which he acquired in sewing up heads after duels or after diets.
"And say to the soldiers," he continued to the sergeants, "that the ataman will be as well as a fish to morrow, and they need not be worried about him. Yes, he had hard knocks, but he has shown what he can do, and to morrow will be his wedding, even if we have no priest. If there is a cellar in the house, you may make yourselves merry. Now the wounds are already bound up. Go away so that the ataman may get some rest."
The sergeants went out of the room.
"And do not drink the cellar quite dry," said Zagloba.
Then he sat at the head of the Cossack chief and looked him closely in the face.
"Well, the devil will not carry you away on account of these wounds, although you had some pretty hard knocks. You will not be able to move hand or foot for 2 days," he mumbled to himself as he looked at the pale face and closed the eyes of the Cossack. "The sword did not wish to rob the hangman, for you are allotted to him and you will not escape him. When you are hanged, the devil will make a doll out of you for his children, for you are handsome. No, little brother, you are a good drinker, but you will not drink with me any more. Look for your company among the crab fishers, for I see you like to kill. But it is not to my fancy to attack the houses of the nobility at night with you as my companion. Let the hangman light you home. Let him light you."
Bohun faintly sighed.
"Oh, sigh, groan away, tomorrow you will groan louder. Wait a while, Tartar soul. You would like to have the princess? Bah! I am not astonished. The girl is a marvel. But, if you taste her, the dogs shall eat my wit. Hair shall grow in the palm of my hand first."
A confusion of voices from the courtyard came to Zagloba's ear.
"Aha! They've already found their way to the cellar," he grunted. "Oh, drink away until you are soaked through like sponges, then you will sleep well. I will keep watch instead of you, although I do not know if you will be pleased on that account to morrow."
He got up, in order to see that the Cossacks had really made acquaintance with the princess's cellar, and went out into the hall. It was a frightful sight. In the middle of the hall lay the already stiffened corpses of Simeon and Nicholas and, in the corner, the body of the princess in a sitting and crouching posture into which the knees of the Cossacks had forced her. Her eyes were open, her teeth gleamed, the fire which burned on the hearth filled the whole hall with a flickering light which glistened in the pools of blood. All was dark. Zagloba approached the princess in order to see if she was still breathing. He laid his hands on her face, but it was already cold. He went hastily towards the courtyard, for fear drove him from the house. In the courtyard, the Cossacks had already begun their revelry. The fire was burning and by its light, Zagloba perceived barrels of mead and wine and gorzalka, the tops of which had been knocked off. The Cossacks dipped into the barrels as if they were wells, and drank unceasingly. Some, to whose head the gorzalka had already mounted, were chasing the servant girls who ran hither and thither in fear, or dashed blindly through the fire; others, amid wild noise and laughter, let themselves be dragged back to the barrels and bonfires where they were dancing the Cossack. The Cossacks sprang back and forth into the air as if they were possessed. The girls courtesied to them, then they tripped forward, bending over towards them; sometimes the girls stepped back on seeing the wild movements of the dancers. The lookers on were beating tin cups or singing. The shouts of "Uha!" sounded louder and louder, accompanied by the barking of dogs, the neighing of horses, or the bellowing of cattle which were being slaughtered for the evening meal. Around the fire, in the background, were seen peasants from Rozloga. They had all come running from the village on hearing the reports of firearms and the screams, in order to see what was going on. They did not think of defending the princess, for the Kurtseviches were hated in the village. They only looked on at the wild revelry of the Cossacks, nudged each other with their elbows, whispered to one another, and dipped more frequently into the barrels of vodka and mead. The orgy grew ever more fierce, the drunkenness increased, the Cossacks no longer dipped into the barrels with their tin cups but stuck their heads in, as far as their necks, and covered the dancing girls with vodka and mead. Their faces glowed, their heads fairly steamed with heat, most of them could hardly keep their feet. Zagloba, who had gone out upon the porch, let his glance rest upon the drunken men, then he looked attentively up at the sky. "The night is fine but dark," he murmured. "When the moon goes down, they will be so that you may hit them on the snout." With these words he went slowly towards the barrels and the drunken Cossacks. "Keep it up, boys, keep it up," he said. "Don't stint yourselves. Haida! Haida! Your teeth will not become blunt. He is a fool who does not drink today to the health of the ataman. Go for the barrels, go for the girls. Uha! Uha!" howled the Cossacks joyously. Zagloba looked around him on all sides. "Oh, you jades, such rogues and vagabonds," he cried suddenly, "to drink yourselves like weary horses and to give nothing to the watch guarding the house. Nothing? Here, relieve the watch." The command was immediately obeyed and several drunken Cossacks started off to replace the watch who had hitherto taken no share in the festivities. The guards came running up with a haste that can readily be understood. "Haida! Haida!" cried Zagloba, pointing to the barrels of liquor. "We thank you, sir," they answered, dipping their cups in the barrels. "In another hour let the present watch be relieved." "Yes, sir," answered the esaul. It seemed perfectly natural to the Semenovs that Zagloba should take the command in Bohun's place. It had happened before, and the Cossacks did not mind it, for the noble allowed them everything they wanted. The watch drank with the rest. Zagloba began a conversation with the peasants from Rozloga. "Peasant," he asked an old settler, "is it far from here to Lubni?" "Oh, very far, sir," answered the peasant. "Could one get there by morning?" "Oh, no, sir." "By noon?" "By noon, sir." "And what road do you take?" "Just take the highway." "Is that the highway?" "Prince Yeremi commanded that this should be the road, and so it is." Zagloba spoke intentionally very loud, so that the Semenovs could hear him, amid the noise and the shouts. "Give them some gorzalka too," he said to the Cossacks, pointing to the peasants, "but give me some mead first, for it is cold." One of the men dipped out some mead from the barrel in a tin pail and, setting it upon his cap, handed it to Zagloba. The nobleman took it carefully in both hands, so that he might not spill any, put the pail to his lips, bent his head backward and drank slowly, without drawing breath. He drank and drank, till the Cossacks were astonished. "Dost thou see?" they said to one another. "The thunder strike him!" Meanwhile Zagloba's head bent slowly backwards, and when he took the pail away from his red face, he pursed his lips, raised his eyebrows and said to himself: "Oh, not bad! Excellent! One can see that it is good. It is a pity to waste such stuff on your miserable throats. Dregs would be good enough for you. A strong mead, very strong. It has done me good, I feel warmer." The mead had really done Zagloba good. His head became clearer, and it was evident that his blood, mixed with mead, made that excellent liquid which, as he was accustomed to say, permeated the whole body with courage and determination. He gave a sign with his hand to the Cossacks that they might go on drinking, turned around and went with leisurely steps through the whole yard, looked carefully into all corners, crossed the moat and turned round by the stockade in order to see if the sentries were watching the house properly. The first sentry was asleep, also the second, third, and fourth. They were weary from their journey, and were drunk when they had taken their posts, and consequently had fallen asleep. "I might steal anyone here to have a servant in my service," murmured Zagloba. He turned by the shortest way into the house, passed through the ill omened hall, looked at Bohun and, as he saw that he gave no sign of life, drew back to Helena's door, opened it gently, and stepped into the room, from which came a murmur, as of prayer. It was really Prince Vasil's room, but Helena was with the prince, feeling safer in his presence. The blind Vasil knelt before the picture of the Holy Virgin, before which burned a small lamp. Helena knelt beside him, and both prayed aloud. As she perceived Zagloba, she turned her terrified eyes towards him. Zagloba placed his fingers on his lips.
"Gracious princess," he said, "I am a friend of Lieutenant Skshetuski."
"Save me," answered Helena.
"That is why I have come here. You may trust me."
"What shall I do?"
"Fly before that devil returns to consciousness."
"What shall I do?"
"Put on man's clothing, and when I knock at the door, come out."
Helena wavered. Distrust was evident in her countenance. "Dare I trust you?"
"And whom could you trust better?"
"True, very true. But swear to me that you will not betray me."
"Young lady, you have lost your reason, but if you wish it I will swear. So help me God and the Holy Cross, here is ruin, salvation lies in flight."
"Yes, that is true."
"Put on male attire as quickly as possible, and wait."
"And Vasil?"
"What Vasil?"
"My imbecile brother," said Helena.
"Ruin threatens you, not him," answered Zagloba. "If he is out of his mind he is sacred to the Cossacks. I noticed how they took him for a prophet."
"Yes, that is true. He has done nothing to injure Bohun."
"We must leave him here, otherwise we shall perish, and Pan Skshetuski with us. Make haste, young lady."
Zagloba then left the room and went to Bohun. The Cossack leader was pale and weak, but his eyes were open.
"Do you feel better?" said Zagloba.
Bohun wished to speak, but could not.
"Can you not speak?"
Bohun moved his head to show that he could not, but at the same time anguish was visible in his features. His wounds evidently pained him from the movement.
"Can you not cry out?"
Bohun showed by his eyes that he could not.
"Can you not?"
Again Bohun made the same sign.
"So much the better, you will not be able to speak or cry out or move, while I will travel to Lubni with the young princess. If I do not carry her away from under your nose, may some old woman grind me to powder in her mill. How, you villain, do you think I have not had enough of your society? I cannot be friends with asses of common people any longer. No, you rascal, you believed that for the sake of your wine and your peasant love affairs that I would lend myself to murder and rebellion? No! Nothing can come of that, my handsome lad."
The more vehemently Zagloba spoke, the wider did the eyes of the Cossack leader open. Was he dreaming? Was he awake? Was this a joke of Zagloba's? Zagloba, however, continued:
"Why do you fix your goggle eyes upon me like a tomcat in the dark? Do you think I will not do it? Perhaps you would like to send a message to someone in Lubni. Perhaps I had better send you a doctor from there. Perhaps even order the prince's doctor to come to you."
The chief's pale face assumed a frightful expression. He understood that Zagloba was speaking the truth. From his eyes flashed looks of despair and rage. A fiery red overspread his countenance. With a superhuman effort, he raised himself and from his lips came a scream.
"Hey, Simon!"
He could not finish, for Zagloba had thrown his own coat over his head with the swiftness of lightning and completely wrapped him up in it. Then he pushed him back on the divan.
"Do not scream, for that might injure you," he said softly and coaxingly. "Tomorrow your head might ache, and as your friend I am anxious about you. So, now you will be warm, you will sleep finely, and not cry too loud. In order, however, that you may not tear off your covering I will tie your hands. And all through friendship, in order that you may remember me with gratitude."
Then he tied the hands of the Cossack with his belt, made the knot fast, and with his own belt tied his feet. The Cossack leader was conscious of nothing. He had fainted.
"A sick man must lie quiet," said Zagloba, "that the blood may not go to his head and cause delirium. Now farewell! I could kill you with a dagger thrust and that might be best for me, but I am ashamed to commit murder like a peasant. And besides, if you choke by tomorrow that has happened to many swine. Now farewell, and return my love. Perhaps we shall meet again some day, but, if I should seek a meeting, let them flay me and make straps out of my skin."
Then Zagloba went into the hall, put out the fire and knocked at the door of Vasil's room. A slender figure stepped forward.
"Is it you, princess?"
asked Zagloba. "It is I."
"Well, come on so that we can mount. They are all drunk over there and the night is dark. Before they awake, we shall be far away. Carefully, here lie the princes."
"In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost," whispered Helena. End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Book 2, Chapter 3 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Two riders rode slowly and quietly through the woody ravine which lay close by Rozloga. The night was very dark, for the moon had long since gone down, and heavy clouds covered the horizon. In the ravine one could scarcely see 3 steps beyond the horses, and consequently they frequently stumbled over snags and roots of trees which lay in their path. For some time they rode very cautiously and, as they came to the end of the ravine and saw before them the open steppes, which from the reflection of some lighter clouds was a little clearer than the wood, one of the horsemen whispered: "Spur!" Like 2 arrows sent from a Tartar bow their horses flew along and the tramp was the only sound heard. Beneath the tramp of the horses the dreary steppes seemed to disappear behind them. Single oaks, that stood here and there on the road, looking like ghosts, were passed with the swiftness of lightning, and they rode so long without rest and refreshment, that the horses' ears finally drooped and they began to snort with exhaustion, and began to flag.
"It cannot be helped. We must ride more slowly," said the stouter horseman.
Early dawn was just beginning to drive away darkness from the steppes. By degrees larger expanses became light. The thistle on the steppes gleamed in the pale light, the distant woods and mounds became visible, the air grew gradually brighter and brighter. The white gleams presently lighted up the faces of the travellers. They were Zagloba and Helena.
"It cannot be helped. We must ride more slowly," repeated Zagloba. "Our horses galloped yesterday from Chigrin to Rozloga without breathing, and they cannot hold out much longer. I am afraid they may fall. How do you feel, young lady?"
Zagloba looked at his companion and exclaimed without waiting for an answer:
"Allow me, young lady, to look at you by daylight. Oho, are those your cousin's clothes? By God, princess, you're a pretty Cossack. As long as I have lived, I have never had such a squire. But I think Skshetuski will soon take you away from me. But what does this mean? For God's sake tuck that hair away or else no one will mistake your sex."
Indeed a shower of raven hair had fallen over Helena's shoulders, the hasty ride and the damp night air having loosened it. "Whither are we riding?" she asked as she twisted her hair with both hands and endeavored to tuck it up under her little cap.
"Whither our eyes lead."
"Not to Lubni?" Helena's features expressed uneasiness and, beneath Zagloba's keen glances, newly awakened distrust was visible in her countenance.
"Look here, princess, I exercise my own good judgment, and you may believe that I have calculated everything beforehand, and my calculations are based upon the following wise maxim: do not fly in the direction in which you are likely to be pursued. If anyone pursues us now, they will follow us in the direction of Lubni, for I have made no secret of it when I inquired the way and took leave of Bohun, that we were going to fly to Lubni. Ergo, we will fly to Cherkass. If they finally do follow us, it will not be soon, not until they have convinced themselves that we are not on the road to Lubni, and that will take away 2 days of their time. Meanwhile, we shall be in Cherkass where the Polish regiments, squadrons of Hmyelnitski and Rudomin are now stationed, and in Korsun are the entire forces of the hetman. Now do you understand, princess?"
"I understand and will thank you as long as I live. I do not know who you are, nor how you came to Rozloga, but I believe that God has sent you to save and protect me, for I would sooner have put a dagger to my breast than have fallen into the hands of that murderer."
"He is a dragon who wants to prey upon your innocence."
"What had I done to him, unfortunate me, that he should have pursued me? I have known him since childhood and from childhood he has always awakened fear in me. Am I then the only one in the world that he should love me? That he should have shed so much blood on my account? That he should have murdered my cousins? God, when I think of it my blood congeals. What shall I do? Where shall I seek refuge from him? Do not be surprised at my complaints, for I am unhappy, I am ashamed to have inspired such love, and would rather die 1,000 times than return it." Helena's cheeks were flaming. Tears of anger, pain and contempt coursed down her cheeks.
"I will not deny," said Zagloba, "that a great misfortune has happened to your house; but let me tell you, princess, that your relations were chiefly to blame for their misfortunes. They should not have promised your hand to the Cossack and then betrayed him; for when he heard of it, he flew into such a rage that I could not reason with him. I am sorry for your murdered cousins, especially the youngest. He was yet almost a child, but one could see that he would develop into a brave knight."
Helena began to cry.
"Tears do not suit the garments you are wearing, princess, and let us say that it was the will of God. God will surely punish the murderer, who indeed is already punished, for he shed blood in vain and lost you, princess, the chief and only object of his passion."
Zagloba was silent, but after a while he continued:
"Ah, but he would like to tear me to pieces. Great God! If he could only get me into his hands he would make lizard leather out of my skin. You do not know, princess, that I received a pail in Galatz from the Turks but I had enough of it and I do not care for another, and therefore I will not go to Lubni but to Cherkass. It would be well to get under the protection of the prince, but if they should catch up with us? As I was unhitching the horses from the post I heard Bohun's servants wake up. If they had given the alarm they would have immediately set out after us and have overtaken us in an hour, for they have the princess's horses which are perfectly fresh, and I had no time to waste. This Bohun is a wild beast, I tell you. I am so sick of him that I would rather meet the devil than him."
"God deliver us from his hands."
"He has brought down ruin on his own head, for he left Chigrin contrary to the hetman's orders. He has opposed himself to the Voyevoda of Russia and there is nothing left for him to do but to fly to Hmyelnitski. But his pride will be laid low when Hmyelnitski is beaten and that may already have happened. Jendzian met the forces beyond Kremenchuk that were marching against Hmyelnitski under the command of Barabash and Kshechovski, and beside this Stephen Pototski has advanced across the steppes with his hussars. But Jendzian passed 10 days in Kremenchuk in order to repair the boats, so before he reaches Chigrin, the battle may have been decided. We were expecting news every moment."
"So Jendzian brought letters from Kudak?" asked Helena.
"Yes, letters from Pan Skshetuski to the princess and to yourself. But Bohun took them away from him, found out all that was in them, and on the spot split Jendzian's head open, and then started out to wreak vengeance on the Kurtseviches."
"Oh, unhappy boy, he has shed his blood on my account?"
"Do not grieve, princess, he will live."
"When did it happen?"
"Yesterday morning. Killing a man is no more to Bohun than it would be to another to drink a goblet of wine, and he bellowed so after he read the letters that the whole of Chigrin trembled."
The conversation was interrupted for a time. It was already daylight. The rosy dawn, streaked with bright gold, purple, and opal, glowed in the eastern horizon. The air was clear and fresh. The rested horses began to whinny joyously.
"Well, let us ride on, with God on our side. The mares have rested, we have no time to lose," said Zagloba.
They rode off at a gallop for half a mile without stopping. Suddenly they perceived a dark object approaching them with amazing rapidity.
"What can that be?" said Zagloba slowly. "It is a man on horseback."
In truth, a horseman was coming towards them at full speed, bent over in the saddle, his face buried in the horse's mane, and whipping his horse, whose hoofs seemed scarcely to touch the ground.
"Who the devil can that be?" said old Zagloba. "And why is he tearing along so fast? Ah! How he flies!"
taking his pistols from his holster, in order to be ready for an emergency. Meanwhile the rider had already advanced 30 paces.
"Halt!" thundered Zagloba, covering him with his pistol. "Who are you?"
The rider suddenly reined in his horse, sat up in his saddle, but hardly looked up as he exclaimed:
"Pan Zagloba! Plesnievski, the servant of the starosta of Chigrin! What are you doing? Whither are you hasting?" "Oh, gracious sir, turn round with me! Oh, misfortune! God's wrath! God's judgment!" "What has happened? Speak!" "Chigrin is taken by the Zaporojians, the peasants are killing the nobles. God's judgment!" "In the name of the Father and the Son, what do you say? Hmyelnitski?" "Pototski is beaten, Pan Charnyetski a prisoner. The Tartars are making common cause with the Cossack Tukhay Bey." "And Barabash and Kshechovski?" "Barabash is dead and Kshechovski has joined Hmyelnitski. Kshyvonos set out last night against the hetmans, Hmyelnitski started this morning at daybreak, an immense army, the whole country in flames, the peasants rising in every direction, blood flows. Fly, sir!"
Zagloba opened his eye to its fullest extent, opened his mouth, but could speak no word for astonishment.
"Fly, sir!" repeated Plesnievski. "Jesus Maria!" cried Zagloba.
"Jesus Maria!" repeated Helena, bursting into tears.
"Fly, or it will be too late." "Whither? Whither?" "To Lubni." "Are you hastening there?" "Yes, sir, to the Prince Voyevoda." "The devil take you!" cries Zagloba, "and where are the hetmans?"
"At Korsun, but Kshyvonos is already fighting with them."
"Kshyvonos or Prostonos (crooked nose or straight nose), the plague take him! Why should we also go there?"
"You're running into the lion's mouth, to your own destruction."
"And who sent you to Lubni, your master?"
"My master fortunately made his escape and my godfather, who is with the Zaporojians, saved my life and helped me to escape. I am going to Lubni on my own account, for I do not know where I can take refuge."
"Avoid Rozloga, for Bohun is there. He will also join the rebels."
"For God's sake, help! In Chigrin it is said that the peasants in the Dnieper country may rise at any moment."
"That may be, so see to it that you get on your way wherever you want to go. It is enough for me to think about my own skin."
"Yes, I will do so," said
Plesnievski, as he put spurs to his horse and rode away.
"But avoid Rozloga," Zagloba called after him, "and if you should come across Bohun, do not tell him that you have seen me, do you hear?"
"I hear," answered Plesnievski. "God be with you."
And he galloped away as if he were being pursued.
"Well, devil, thou hast an overcoat," said Zagloba. "I have already pulled myself out of many dangers, but I have never been in such straits as this. Before us Hmyelnitski, behind us Bohun; and this being the case, I would not give a broken copper for my front or my back, or my whole skin. I made a mistake in not flying with you to Lubni, but we cannot think about that now. Fie, fie! I have not enough brains left to oil my boots with. What shall we do? Where shall we go? In the whole of the Commonwealth there is no longer a single corner where one can be safe from death. Thank you for such presents, let others take them."
"Worthy sir," said Helena, "I know that my two cousins Yor and Fedor are in Zolotonosha, perhaps they can help us."
"In Zolotonosha? Patience, princess. When I was in Chigrin I made the acquaintance of Pan Unyezitski who has property near Zolotonosha called Kropivina and Chernoboy. But that is a long way from here, farther than Cherkass. What shall we do? If we can go nowhere else we will go there, but we must get off the highway. Across the steppes through the forest it will be less dangerous. If we could hide a week anywhere, even in the woods, perhaps by that time the hetmans will have finished up Hmyelnitski and it will be more quiet in the Ukraine."
"God has not delivered us from Bohun's hands in order to destroy us. Have faith, sir."
"Patience, young lady, I am regaining courage. I have been in various dangers. At an appropriate time I will relate to you, princess, what happened to me in Galatz, and you will at once see that things looked very bad for me then, and yet, through my own wit, I escaped safe and sound, although my beard, as you see, has grown gray in consequence. But we must get off the highway. Turn out, princess, that's it. You manage your horse like the cleverest Cossack. The grass is tall. No eye can see us."
As they got farther into the steppes, the grass became higher so that they were finally completely buried, and the horses had great difficulty in moving forward in this tangle of grasses, which sometimes were so sharp that they cut the skin. They were soon so weary that they refused to move.
"If we want these mares to carry us any farther," said Zagloba, "we must dismount and take off their bridles. They will have to rest and feed a little, or we can make no progress. I notice that we shall soon reach the Kahamlik. I wish we were there already. But nothing is better than this high grass, for, once you are hidden there, the devil himself could not find you. Pray God if only we do not lose our way."
Then he dismounted and lifted Helena off her horse. Then he took off the saddle bags and produced some provisions which he had, with forethought, provided himself with before he left Rozloga.
"We must also refresh ourselves," he said, "for the way is long. Make a vow to St. Raphael that we will make the journey safely. There is an old fortress in Zolotonosha, perhaps it is garrisoned. Plesnievski has said that the peasants were rising beyond the Dnieper. That may well be. The people here are inclined to rebellion, but beyond the Dnieper the hand of the Voyevoda exercises authority, and it is a devilish heavy hand. Bohun has a sound neck, but if this hand should fall upon it, it will bend him to the earth, which God grant, Amen. Eat something, princess."
Zagloba drew from his boot a case, which he handed to Helena, then he spread before her on a saddle cloth some cold roast beef and bread.
"Eat something," he said. "When the stomach is empty, peas and cabbage are in the head, and if you want to keep your head clear, eat peas and cabbage, and our head went wrong, for we would have done better to have fled to Lubni, but that cannot now be helped. The prince is certainly marching with his army to the Dnieper to aid the hetmans. We have lived to terrible times, for a civil war is, of all evils, the worst. There is no corner for quiet people. It would have been better for me had I become a priest, for which office I had a vocation, for I am a peaceful, reticent man, but fate ordered it otherwise. My God! To day I should have been Canon of Cracow and would be chanting the hours, for I have a beautiful voice. Yes, indeed, in my youth I loved the girls. Aha, princess, you would not believe what a beautiful boy I was. When I looked at a girl, you would think she had been struck by lightning. If I were 20 years younger, Pan Skshetuski would have to look out for his laurels. You are a charming little Cossack. I am not surprised that the young men are in love with you, and fall together by the ears. Skshetuski is not a bad fighter. I was present when Chaplinski got into a quarrel with him and it is true he had a little wine in his head, but he sprang up, took him by the head and, with your leave, by the seat and banged him against the door. I tell you, princess, that all his bones must have been out of joint. Old Colonel Zatsvilikhovski has told me about your fiance, that he is a great knight, the favorite of the Voyevoda, and I myself recognize that he was a soldier of great valor and of experience beyond his years. It is growing warm. Your society, princess, is very pleasant to me, but I would give, I don't know what, if we were already in Zolotonosha. I see we shall have to sit all day in the grass and travel at night, but I do not know how you will be able to stand such fatigue."
I am healthy, I can stand all the fatigue. I could ride now if it were necessary."
"You have the courage of a man. The horses have recovered, I will put on their bridles that they may be prepared for any emergency. I shall not feel safe until I see the reeds and rushes of the Kahamlik. If we had not left the highway, we would have been nearer to Chigrin along the bank of the river, but this way will be a mile further. At least so I estimate it. We shall soon be on the other side of the river. I must tell you, princess, that I am desperately sleepy. The night before last, we caroused in Chigrin; yesterday the devil permitted me to ride with the Cossacks to Rozloga, and this night he carried me again from Rozloga. I am so sleepy that I have even lost the desire to converse, and although I am not accustomed to be silent, for the philosophers say the cat must be ready to hunt its prey, a man must be intelligent enough to talk, yet I feel that my tongue is weak. I ask your pardon, princess, if I nod a little."
"You need not make any apology," answered Helena. Zagloba had needlessly apologized for his disinclination to talk, for since daybreak he had never ceased chattering; but now he was really very sleepy, so as soon as they were mounted, he began to nod and his head bobbed forward and then backward until he was finally fast asleep. Fatigue, and the rustling of the grass caused by the horses going through it, had lulled him to sleep. Helena, on the contrary, was wrapped in the thoughts which darted back and forth through her brain like birds. Events had followed one another so quickly, that the girl could hardly recollect all that had happened to her. The attack on Rozloga, the frightful scene of murder, the unexpected assistance and flight, all this had occurred like a storm in one night, and besides this, many things had happened which she could not understand. Who was this man who had rescued her? He had indeed told her his name, but this name gave her no clue to the motive of his act. How had he come to Rozloga? He had said that he came with Bohun. Evidently then he was his acquaintance and friend. If this were so, why should he save her and place himself in the greatest peril, and at the mercy of the terrible vengeance of the Cossacks? In order to understand this it was necessary to know Pan Zagloba thoroughly, with his restless spirit and his good heart. Helena, however, had only known him for 6 hours, and this unknown man, with the face of a vagabond and a drunkard, was her rescuer. Had she met him 3 days earlier he would have inspired her only with aversion and mistrust, and now she looked on him as her good angel and was fleeing with him — whither? To Zolotonosha or elsewhere, she herself knew not yet. What a turn of fate! Only yesterday she lay down to sleep beneath the quiet roof of her home; today she is on the steppes, on horseback, in man's clothing, without a roof, without shelter. Behind her the terrible Cossack who threatened her honor and her love; before her the burning torch of the peasant rebellion; the civil war with all its evils, terrors, and horrors. And had she placed her entire confidence in this man? No, but on another who is more mighty; who is mightier than violence, mightier than war, murder, or fire. The girl raised her eyes to heaven. "Save me, thou great merciful God! Save the orphan, save the unhappy one, save the wanderer! Thy will be done, but grant me thy favor." Had she not already experienced this favor? Had she not been snatched from the most dreadful of men, saved by a divine, incomprehensible miracle? The danger was not yet over, but perhaps rescue was at hand; for who knew where he might be whom her heart had chosen? He must have already returned from Sich; perhaps he was in these very steppes. He would seek her and find her, and then joy would take the place of tears. Sorrow, terror, and danger would be over forever; peace and comfort would take their place. The brave, simple heart of this girl was filled with trust in God, and, the grass in the steppes around her rustled sweetly; the breeze that moved the grasses brought her happy thoughts at the same time. She was not so utterly orphaned in this world, for beside her rode one strange, unknown defender, and the other, known and beloved, would care for her, would never leave her, would cling to her forever; and he was a man of iron, stronger and more powerful than those who at this moment she saw in her mind. The steppes murmured sweetly; the flowers gave forth a powerful and intoxicating fragrance; the red heads of the thistles, the white pearl like buds of the eryngo and the clusters of mugwort bent towards her, as though they recognized in this little Cossack with the long braids, the milk white face, and the red lips, a fair sister. They bent towards her as though they would say: "Do not weep, little rosy cheeks, we are also in God's care." And thus, there came to her from the steppes, ever deeper comfort. The pictures of murder and horrors were completely obliterated from her mind, and a sweet languor came over her. Her eyelids grew heavy; the horses moved slowly; the motion rocked her back and forth; she fell asleep. End of Book 2, Chapter 3. Book 2, Chapter 4 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ. Translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Helena was awakened by the barking of dogs. She opened her eyes and saw, in the distance, a large shady oak, a fence and a well before her. She awoke her companion. "Wake up, worthy sir." Zagloba opened his eyes.
"What is it? Where are we?"
"I do not know."
"Wait a minute, lady, this is a Cossack winter quarter."
"So it seems to me."
"Here are no doubt Chabans (herders). Not exactly agreeable society. Why do these dogs yelp as if they were bitten by wolves? I can see men and horses behind the fence, but there is nothing for it but to turn in so that they may not follow us as we ride by. You, too, must have slept?"
"Yes."
1, 2, 3, 4 saddled horses; 4 men are behind the fence. Well, that is no immense force. Yes, yes, they are herders. They are talking at a great rate. Hey there, men, come here!"
The 4 Cossacks came at once. They were herders of horses, or trainers, who in summer watched the herds on the steppes. Zagloba remarked at once that only one of them had a sword and carried a gun. The others were armed with horses' jaw bones which were fastened to sticks, but he knew that these horse herders were wild men and dangerous to travelers. They all 4 looked inquiringly at the newcomers. There was not the slightest trace of friendliness on their copper colored faces. "What do you want?" they asked, without taking off their caps.
"God be praised,"
said Zagloba.
"Forever and ever, what do you want?"
"Is it far to Sirovata?"
"We know no Sirovata."
"And what do you call this winter quarter?"
"Hushla."
"Give the horses some water."
"The water is dried up. Where do you come from?"
"From Kriva Ruda."
"And where are you going?"
"To Chigrin."
The herders looked at one another. One of them, black as a beetle, with a squint, began to look closely at Zagloba, and said at last:
"And why did you not remain on the highway?"
"Because it is too hot."
The man with a squint laid his hand on Zagloba's bridle.
"You had better make haste and dismount, sir. You do not need to ride to Chigrin."
"And why?"
asked Zagloba quietly.
"You see this Cossack?" said the man with a squint, pointing to one of the herders.
"Well, I see him." "He has come from Chigrin, they are killing the Poles over there." "And do you know, blockhead, who is marching behind us towards Chigrin?"
"No, who?"
"Prince Yeremy."
The bold faces of the herders became humble in an instant, as if at the word of command they uncovered their heads.
"And do you know, fellow," continued Zagloba, "what the Poles do to those who slaughter them? They hang them. And do you know that he is barely half a mile away from here? What, you dog's souls, you bagpipe? How have you received us? The well is dry, you have no water for the horses. I will show you, you sloths, you horse brood." "Do not be angry, sir, the well is dry. We have to take our own horses to the Kahamlik to water them and to fetch water for our own use." "Ah, you thieves! Pardon, sir, the well is dry. If you command we will go for water." "I can get it without you. I will ride over myself with my servant. Where is the Kahamlik?" he asked angrily. "Over there, 2 furlongs away,"
said the man with the squint, pointing with his finger towards the belt of rushes.
"And must I come back here to get to the highway, or can I get to it by following the river?"
"Yes, sir, by the river bank. A mile from here the river turns toward the highway."
"Boy, ride forward," said
Zagloba, turning to Helena. The pretended servant turned his horse on the spot and rode off.
"Listen," said Zagloba to the peasants, "if the advance guards come, say I have followed the river to get to the highway."
"Good, sir."
A quarter of an hour later Zagloba was riding beside Helena.
"I thought of the Voyevoda at the right moment," he said, blinking his injured eye. "Now they will sit there the whole day waiting for the vanguard. Terror seized them at the very name of the prince."
"I see that you have such a happy wit that you can save yourself from every danger," said Helena, "and I thank God that He has sent me such a defender." These words touched the nobleman's heart. He smiled, stroked his beard and said:
"Ah! Isn't Zagloba's head on his neck? Crafty as Ulysses! And I must tell you one thing, princess, that if I were not crafty the crows would have eaten me up long ago, but what's to be done? One must save one's self. They believed readily that the prince was approaching, for it is probable that he will appear in this region either today or tomorrow, like the archangel, with a fiery sword. And if he should on the way trample Bohun in the dust, I vow I will make a pilgrimage barefoot to Chenstohova. And if the herders had not believed it, the very remembrance of the prince's power would have been enough to prevent them from attacking us. But I must tell you, princess, that their boldness is not a good sign for us, for it signifies that the peasants have already got tidings of Hmyelnitski's victories, and are becoming more bold. We must now travel along the desert places and avoid the villages, for they are dangerous. God grant that the prince may come as soon as possible, for as I live we've got into such a trap that I was never in a more dangerous one."
Fear once more took possession of Helena, and as she wanted to get some assurance from Zagloba, she said: "But I am quite confident that you will be able to save yourself and me."
"Of course," answered the cunning old man. "The head exists to think about the skin, and I've grown so fond of you, princess, that I will take care of you as though you were my own daughter. The worst of it is that we do not know whither we shall fly, for this Zolotonosha is none too safe an asylum."
"I know that my cousins are in Zolotonosha."
"They may be there or they may not. They may have gone away, and would certainly not return to Rozloga by the road we are travelling. I have more confidence in the garrison there, though only half a squadron or half a company were in the castle. But there is the Kahamlik. Now, at least we have the rushes, and we will cross over to the other side instead of going along the bank to reach the highway. We will ride up the stream in order to efface our tracks. We go towards Rozloga in this way, but not far."
"We are approaching Brovarki," said Helena, "through which one passes on the way to Zolotonosha."
"So much the better. Rein in your horse, princess."
They watered the horses, then Zagloba found Helena a good hiding place in the rushes and went to look for a ford. He soon found one some paces from where they halted. It was here that those herders had driven their horses across the river, which was shallow enough, though the banks were a little difficult as they were marshy and overgrown with brush. They crossed the river and rode hastily up the stream, without resting until night. The road was heavy, for many small streams flowed into the Kahamlik, and at their confluence inlets and marshes were formed. They were obliged to look for fords or to make their way through brush, which was difficult for riders. The horses were dreadfully tired and could hardly drag their feet after them. From time to time they seemed to collapse, so that Zagloba feared that they would never get any further. At length they arrived at the high, dry bank covered with oaks, but the dark night had already come upon them. It was impossible to continue their journey, for they might have ridden into dangerous swamps and lost their lives. Zagloba determined therefore to wait until morning. He took off the horses' bridles, tied them together, and let them roam in the meadow. Then he began to gather leaves and made a couch, which he covered with the horses' blankets and a felt cloak, and said to Helena:
"Lie down, princess, and sleep, for we have nothing better to do. The dew will sprinkle your little eyes, but that does not matter. I will lay my head on the saddle bags, for I am so tired I can hardly feel my bones. We will not light a fire, for the light might attract the herders. The night is short, and at daybreak we will ride on. Sleep quietly, lady, we have doubled on our tracks like hares, without putting much distance behind us, but we have blotted out our tracks so that, even with the help of the devil, no one could find us. Good night, young lady."
"Good night." The slender little Cossack knelt down and prayed long, with eyes raised towards the stars. Zagloba took his saddlebags on his shoulders and carried them to a little distance, where he had selected a place to sleep. The bank was well chosen for a night's rest, for it was high and dry, and free from mosquitoes. The thick foliage of the oaks provided a good shelter against the rain. It was long before Helena could sleep. The events of the past night were still vivid in her recollection. From out the darkness appeared the faces of her murdered relations, her aunt and her cousins. It seemed to her as if she were shut up in the room with their corpses, and as if Bohun were about to step into the room. She saw his pale face, his dark eyebrows drawn together from pain, and his eyes fixed upon her. An unspeakable terror seized her and there, suddenly in the darkness that surrounded her, she saw in reality two gleaming eyes. The moon peeped from out the clouds, and dimly lighted up the oak trees, and gave fantastic shapes to the branches and boughs. In the grass the rail birds called, and grouse piped in the steppes. From time to time various strange cries of birds and night animals were heard. The horses snorted as they grazed and sprang with their hobbles, moving further away from the sleepers. But all these sounds quieted Helena, for they dissipated the fantastic faces and brought her back to reality. They said to her that that hall which continually haunted her vision, and those corpses of her relations and that Bohun, pale, with vengeance in his eyes, were only a deception of her senses, a creation of terror, nothing more. A few days ago, the prospect of such a night, under the open sky in the wilderness, would have frightened her to death. Today she brought to mind that she was really on the banks of the Kahamlik, far from her maiden bower, far from the home of her childhood, in order to quiet herself. So the voices of rail birds and grouse lulled her to sleep. The stars twinkled through the leaves when a breeze shook the branches, the beetles hummed amid the grass, and she finally fell asleep. But night in the desert has also its surprises. Day was already beginning to break when, from the distance, horrible voices reached her ear. A panting, howling, snorting, then a screech so horrible and painful that her blood ran cold. She sprang to her feet, covered with cold perspiration, terrified, and not knowing what she could do. All at once Zagloba appeared before her without his cap, pistols in his hands and going in the direction whence the cries came. After a short pause, his voice rang out:
"Uha! Uha! Siromaka!"
A shot was fired, then all was still. It seemed to Helena as if it were an eternity, but presently, she heard Zagloba's voice again on the bank below.
"May the dogs devour you! May you be flayed! May the Jews take you by the neck!"
Zagloba's voice sounded with absolute despair.
"What has happened, sir?" asked the girl. "The wolves have devoured the horses."
"Jesus Maria! Both of them?"
"One is dead, the other wounded so that he can hardly walk. They did not move 300 paces away during the night, and now it is all over with them."
"What shall we do now?"
"What shall we do? We will cut some sticks and sit upon them. How can I tell you what we will do? Here is a genuine despair. I tell you, young lady, that the devil is surely after us, and that is no great wonder for he must be Bohun's friend or relation. What shall we do? If I know, may I turn into a horse so that you at least may have something to ride upon. I am a knave if I was ever in such a dilemma."
"Let us walk."
"It is well for you, at 20 years of age, but with my circumference, how can I travel peasant fashion? But I am talking foolishly, for any peasant here has his nag and it is only dogs that walk. As God is dear to me, I am in despair. Of course we will not stay here. We will go on, but I don't know when we shall reach Zolotonosha. If it is not a pleasure to run away on horseback, it is still more disagreeable to go on foot. It is the worst thing that could have happened to us. We must leave the straps and saddlebags here and carry what we need for our mouth on my own back."
"I will not allow you to carry it alone. If it is necessary, I also will help." Zagloba gave in as he saw the girl was determined.
"But my dear young lady," he said, "I should be a Turk or a pagan if I permitted that. Those white little hands are not for carrying burdens, nor those arrow like small shoulders. With God's assistance I will manage it all alone, only I must rest a little more frequently. Owing to abstemiousness in eating and drinking I have short breath. We will take the saddle cloths with us to sleep on and some provisions, but there will not be much left when I think that we must strengthen ourselves."
They at once sat down to refresh themselves and Zagloba forgot his much boasted abstemiousness and drew a deep breath. Towards noon they reached a ford, across which men and wagons had evidently passed from time to time, for on both banks were tracks of wheels and horses' hoofs. "Perhaps that's the road to Zolotonosha," said Helena.
"Bah! There's none here whom one can ask."
Zagloba had hardly spoken when the sound of human voices was heard in the distance.
"Wait, young lady, let us hide," whispered
Zagloba. The voices approached.
"Do you see anything?" asked Helena.
"Yes, I see."
"Who's approaching?"
"A blind old beggar with a lute. A little boy is leading him. Now they are taking off their boots. They are crossing the river and coming towards us."
The splashing of the water soon announced that they were crossing the river. Zagloba and Helena came out of their hiding places.
"Praised be God!" exclaimed the nobleman.
"Forever and ever," answered the old man. "Who is there?"
"Christians, fear nothing, old man, a good friend."
"May Saint Nicholas give you health and happiness."
"And where do you come from, poor old man?"
"From Brovarki."
"And where does this road lead?"
"To farmhouses, sir, and to village."
"Can one get to Zolotonosha by this road?"
"Yes, sir."
"Is it long since you left Brovarki?"
"Early yesterday morning."
"Were you in Rozloga?"
"Yes, sir. They say that knights had come there and that there had been a fight."
"Who said that?"
"They told it in Brovarki. One of the prince's servants came there, and what he told was terrible."
"Did you not see him?"
"I, sir, saw no one. I am blind."
"And the boy there?"
"He sees, but he is dumb. I am the only one that can understand him."
"Is it far from here to Rozloga, for we want to go there?"
"Oh, yes, sir, it is a long way."
"So you say you were in Rozloga?"
"We were, sir."
"Indeed,"
said Zagloba, and suddenly seizing the boy by the neck:
"Ha! You vagabond, thief, scamp, you are going about as spies to incite the peasants to rebellion. Hey, Feodor, Alex, Maxim, take them away! Take off their clothes and hang them or drown them, but then they are rebels, spies! Strike! Kill!"
He began to shake the boy and increased his loud shouting. The old beggar threw himself on his knees and begged for mercy. The boy uttered frightful sounds, such as are peculiar to dumb people, and Helena looked in astonishment at the attack. "What are you doing?" she asked, hardly trusting her own eyes. But Zagloba screamed, swore, called upon the powers of hell, called down all ill luck, calamities and all diseases of earth, and threatened with all kinds of torments and death. The young princess thought he had lost his mind.
"Go away!" he cried to her. "It is not fit for you to see what is going on here. Go away, I say."
Suddenly he turned to the old beggar.
"Take off your coat, old sheep, or else I will cut you to pieces."
Then he threw the boy on the ground and began with his own hands to tear the clothes off him. The old man, in terror, threw his lute, his coat and his waistcoat on the ground.
"Take off everything! May the plague—"
screamed Zagloba. The old man began to take off his shirt. When the young princess saw what was coming she hastily moved away that her modesty might not be offended by the sight, and in her flight she still heard Zagloba's curses. When she had gone quite a distance she stopped for she did not know what to begin. The trunk of an uprooted tree lay on the ground, so she sat down on this and waited. The cries of the dumb boy, the sighs of the old man and the wild noise made by Zagloba came to her ears. Presently all was still, only the twittering of the birds and the rustling of the leaves broke the silence. Shortly after she heard a loud chuckling and a man's heavy step. It was Zagloba. On his arm he carried the clothes that he had taken from the old man and the boy, and in his hand 2 pair of boots and the lute. As he approached he began to blink his sound eye, to smile, and to breathe heavily. He was evidently in excellent humor.
"No lawyer in court ever screamed as I have done," he said, "and I am quite hoarse from it, but I have got what I wanted. I have sent them off as naked as when their mother brought them into the world. If the Sultan does not make me a pasha or hospodar of Wallachia, he will be very ungrateful, for I have increased by 2 the number of Turkish saints. Oh, the rascals, they prayed me to leave them at least their shirt, but I told them that they should be thankful that I left them with their life. See, lady, everything new, the waistcoat, the boots, the shirts. How can order be maintained in the Commonwealth when peasants dress themselves so luxuriously? But they had been at a festival in Brovarki, had begged enough alms to buy everything new at the fair. Many a nobleman in this country cannot get so much from his land as a beggar like that can. Hence I will give up the trade of knight and will plunder the beggars on the highways, for I see that in that fashion one can more easily obtain wealth."
"But what was your object in doing this?" asked Helena.
"What was my object? Do you not understand, Panna? Only wait a little. The object will soon become evident to you."
Then he took half of the stolen clothing and retired into the bushes on the shore. After a few minutes the sounds of a lute were heard and then he appeared, no longer Zagloba, but a veritable old beggar of the Ukraine with a patch on one eye and a grey beard. The old beggar stepped nearer to Helena and sang in a hoarse voice: "Thou joyous falcon, my true brother, how high thou soarest, how far dost thou fly?" The princess clapped her hands and, for the first time since she left Rozloga, a smile lighted up her lovely face. "If I had not known it was you I could hardly have believed it."
"How is that?" said Zagloba. "You have certainly never seen a better mask on Shrove Tuesday. I looked at myself in the Kahamlik and, if I ever saw a handsomer singer, you may hang me up by my own bag. I have no lack of songs either. What would you rather hear, lady? Maybe Maruzia Bohuslava, or the Bondarovna, or about Sir Piahova's death. Oh, I can sing those too. I am a rogue if I cannot earn my bread even among the greatest vagabonds."
"Now I understand why you took away those poor fellows' clothes, so that we may continue on our journey in this disguise?"
"Of course," said Zagloba, "what did you suppose? Here, on the other side of the Dnieper, the people are worse than anywhere else, and only the hand of the prince keeps them from committing crimes. And now, if they hear of the war with the Zaporojians and of Hmyelnitski's victories, no power can check the rebellion. You saw those herders who wanted to flay us alive. If the hetmans do not speedily conquer Bogdan Hmyelnitski, then in 1 day or 2 days, the whole country will be on fire. And how can I bring you through the crowds of peasant rebels? If we should fall into their hands, it would have been better for you to have remained in Bohun's."
"No, that could not be. I would rather die," interrupted the princess.
"But I prefer life, for death is an entity from which even the greatest intelligence cannot raise you. But I think this way. God sent us those beggars, and I frightened them terribly, just as I did the herders by telling them that the prince was close by with his whole army. They will sit 3 long days, naked in the rushes, for terror, and we will meanwhile be clothed and make our way to Zolotonosha. If we find your cousins and assistants there, it is well. If not, we will go on till we reach the hetmans, or we will wait for the prince, and that in perfect safety; for there is no danger to beggars, either from the peasants or from the Cossacks. We can carry our heads in safety through Hmyelnitski's camp, but we must avoid the Tartars for, believing you to be a young boy, they would take you prisoner."
"Then I must disguise myself?"
"Certainly. Throw off your Cossack disguise and get into this peasant boy's clothes. You're a little too pretty for a peasant boy and so am I for an old beggar, but that does not matter. The wind will brown your cheeks and my stomach will grow thinner from walking. I shall sweat away all my fat. When the Wallachians burned out my eye I thought that was a frightful adventure, and now I see that it was a very good thing, for a beggar who is not blind would excite suspicion. You, lady, will lead me by the hand, call me Onufi, that is my beggar name. But now dress yourself quickly, for we must go on our way as quickly as possible, for it will be a long journey on foot."
Zagloba moved away and Helena quickly changed herself into a beggar boy. After she had looked at herself in the river she threw away the Cossack garments, put on the peasant's waistcoat, placed a straw hat on her head and slung a knapsack across her shoulder. Fortunately the boy that Zagloba had robbed was slender, so his clothes suited her very well. Zagloba came back, looked at her carefully and said:
"Good God! Many a knight would be proud to have such a nice boy for an attendant, and I know one hussar who certainly would. But we must do something with this hair. I have seen many beautiful boys in Stambul, but never such a one as this."
"Pray God that my beauty may not bring me any harm," said Helena. But she smiled as she said it, for Zagloba's admiration flattered her woman's vanity.
"Beauty never brings harm. I am the best proof of that, for when the Turks burned out my one eye in Galatz and wanted to burn out the other, the wife of the then Pasha saved me on account of my extraordinary beauty, the remains of which you can yet see, princess."
"But you said that the Wallachians burned your eye out."
"Yes, Wallachians, but naturalized Turks and in service under the Pasha in Galatz."
"But they did not even burn out one of them."
"But it was the heat of the iron that brought on a cataract. It is just the same thing. What are you going to do with your braids, princess?"
"Well, I must cut them off."
"Yes, we must do that, but with what?"
"With your sword."
"One can cut off a head very well with that, but hair? I do not exactly know how."
"Oh, I tell you what I will do, sir. I will sit down beside this stump and place my hair over it, and you can cut until you cut it all off, but do not cut off my head."
"Oh, do not fear that, princess. I have often put out the lights when I was drunk and never cut the candle. I will not hurt you, Panna, although it is the first time in my life that I have ever done such a thing."
Helena sat down beside the fallen trunk and flung her heavy black hair across it, and looked up to Zagloba. "I am ready," she said. "Cut away, sir." And she smiled a little sadly, for she was sorry to lose her hair which was so thick that one could hardly span its thickness with both hands. Zagloba also did not enjoy the task. He grasped the stump in order to cut better, and murmured: "Tut tut, I would rather be a barber surgeon, I think, and cut the Cossacks' beards. I feel like an executioner setting to work, for you know, princess, that they cut off a witch's hair close to her head, in order that the devil may not hide himself in it and lessen the effects of torture. But you, young lady, are no witch, and that is why I dislike this disgraceful task. And if Lieutenant Skshetuski does not cut off my ears for doing it, I will consider him impotent. Truly, I am all goose flesh. Shut your eyes at least, princess." "They are shut," said Helena. Zagloba stood up as if he were raising himself in his stirrups for a blow. The smooth steel cut the air, and the long black locks glided over the bark of the trunk and fell on the ground.
"All right," said
Zagloba. Helena stood up and the cropped hair fell in a black circle over her face, which was covered with blushes, for in these days it was considered a great disgrace for a girl to be shorn of her hair. It was also a great sacrifice on her part, to which only necessity would have compelled her. Tears were in her eyes, and Zagloba, who was dissatisfied with himself, made no attempt to comfort her.
"I think I have done something dreadful, and I repeat to you, Panna, that Pan Skshetuski, if he be a true cavalier, ought to cut off my ears. But it cannot be helped, for your sex would have been guessed out at once. Now we can go forward fearlessly. I asked the old man about the road, and held my knife at his throat while I did so. He told me that we would see 3 oaks in the steppes in the vicinity of which was a wolf's cave, and near the cave, the way led across Zharovka to Zolotonosha. He also said that peasants drive that way, so we may find a place in a wagon. Oh, these are sad hours that we are passing together. I shall never forget them. Now we must leave our swords here, for it is not suitable for a traveling beggar and his boy to carry a mark of nobility. I will hide them under this stump. Perhaps by God's help I may find them again some day. This sword has seen many a fight and won many victories. Believe me, princess, I would have had a regiment today if the envy and wickedness of men had not driven me to hot drink. So it is always in the world. There is justice nowhere. Because I did not run like a fool into the midst of death, and because I had the good sense, like another cunctator, to combine forethought with bravery, Zatsvilikhovski at first said that I was cowardly. He is a good fellow but has a bad tongue. It is not long since he has twitted me for keeping fellowship with the Cossacks, and without this fellowship, princess, you would certainly not have escaped Bohun's power."
As he spoke, Zagloba placed a sword under the stump, and covered it with grasses and weeds. Then he threw the saddlebag and lute across his shoulders, took the stick pointed with flint for striking fire in his hand, whirled it in the air 2 or 3 times, and said:
Come, that's not so bad. We can now strike fire and count the teeth of many a dog or wolf. The worst of all is having to go on foot, but it cannot be helped. Let us go." They started, the black haired boy walking ahead and the old man following. The old man grunted and cursed, for he was warm from walking although a wind was blowing across the steppes. This wind gave a dark tinge to the cheeks of the pretty boy. They presently came to a hollow at the bottom of which was a spring which poured its crystal waters into the Kahamlik. In the vicinity of this hollow, not far from the river, there grew upon a slight eminence 3 mighty oaks. Our wanderers turned in their direction. They soon found the traces of the path which, in the steppes, was marked by yellow blossoms that sprang up out of the cow manure. The road was deserted, no chumaks were to be seen, no cattle wending their way slowly along the road. Only here and there lay their bones, which the wolves had brought here and which gleamed white in the sun. The wanderers continued their way without interruption, except that they rested a while under the oaks. The black haired boy lay down to sleep in the grass and the old man watched. They crossed streams and where there was no ford they walked along the bank looking for one. Sometimes the old man would carry the boy across on one arm, with such ease as to create astonishment with a man who carried a beggar's staff. But he was a stout old man. They walked thus until evening, till finally the boy sat down beside the road fringed by an oak forest and said: "I have no more breath, my strength is going, I can go no farther, I will lie down here and die." The old man was filled with dreadful anxiety. "Oh, this cursed wilderness," said he, "no village, no cabin, no living soul on the road; but we cannot remain here during the night. The night is already falling; in an hour it will be dark. But listen."
The old man paused and for a moment absolute silence reigned. It was suddenly interrupted by a prolonged, dismal sound that seemed to come from the bowels of the earth and, in truth, came out of the ravine that lay not far from the road.
"Those are wolves," said Zagloba. "Last night we had horses and they ate them up, now they would like to eat us. I have a pistol under my waistcoat, but I do not know if I have enough powder for 2 shots and I would not like to be a marzipan at the wolves' wedding. Listen, princess, again."
The howling was heard again and appeared to be nearer.
"Get up, child," said the old man. "If you cannot walk I will carry you. What shall we do? I see that I have already grown to like you and it is probably because I am unmarried and have no lawful heirs. If I have unlawful ones they are Mussulmans, for I have lived long in Turkey. The race of Zagloba with his coat of arms in the brow will die out with me. You will care for me in my old age, but now get up or let me carry you on my shoulders."
"My feet are so heavy that I can hardly move."
"And there you were, boasting of your strength, young lady. But quiet, quiet, for God's sake, I hear dogs barking. Yes, yes, they are dogs, not wolves. Demyanovka must be quite near, as the old man said. God be praised and thanked. I was just wondering whether we had not better make a fire to keep away the wolves, but we should have certainly both of us gone to sleep, for we are both exhausted. Yes, yes, those are dogs, do you hear?"
"Let us go," said Helena, whose strength had suddenly returned. They had hardly stepped out of the wood when they saw, at a distance of a few furlongs, the smoke from a number of cabins. They saw also 3 little cupolas of a Greek church covered with fresh tin that glittered in the dusk of evening. The barking of dogs became more distinct.
"Yes, that is Demyanovka, it cannot be anything else," said Zagloba. "Beggars are always well received. Perhaps we may get a bed and supper and perhaps some good people will forward us on our road. Wait a minute, princess, that is a village of the prince and there certainly must be a vice starosta, so we can rest ourselves and gather news. The prince must be on his way. Perhaps rescue will come sooner than you hoped, but do not forget that you are dumb. I am already beginning to lose my own senses, for I told you to call me Onufri, but as you are dumb you must not call me anything. I shall speak for you and myself and God be thanked. I can speak the peasants' patois as well as Latin. But forward, forward! See, there are the first cabins already close by. My God, when will there be an end to our wanderings? If we could only get some beer, I would thank God for that also."
Zagloba ceased speaking and they walked along, side by side in silence. Then he continued:
Remember, lady, that you are dumb. If anyone asks you anything, point to me and say, I have noticed that you are very quick-witted and it is a question now of our skins. If we should happen by chance to come across a company of the princes or of the hetman's army, we would at once tell them who we are, especially if we can find a polite officer who is a friend of Skshetuski. You are really under the prince's care and have nothing to fear from the soldiers. Oh, what is that fire burning down there in the hollow? Ha ha! It is a blacksmith's, a forge! But I see a number of men there. Let us go there."
In the cleft which formed a kind of ravine stood a forge, from the chimney of which golden sparks, like sheaves of wheat, and clouds of smoke arose, and through the open doors and numerous holes that had been bored through the walls, shone a bright light in which the dark forms could be seen passing to and fro, inside the shop. Outside the blacksmith's shop a number of forms standing about in groups could be seen in the twilight. The hammers beat time on the anvil so that their echoes filled the air, and these echoes blended with the singing outside the shop, with the noise of conversation, and with the barking of dogs. When Zagloba saw all this, he turned to the hollow, struck his lute and began to sing: "On the hillside at harvest the reapers are seen, The Cossacks are moving below on the green, And down the ravine." Singing thus he approached the crowd of men who were standing before the blacksmith's shop. He looked about him. They were peasants, drunk for the most part; almost all held poles in their hands and at the end of some of these poles were fastened scythes or sharp pikes. The smiths in the shop were working at just such pikes and bending the scythes. "Oh, a Dziad, a Dziad!" cried one of the crowd.
"Praised be God!"
said Zagloba.
"Forever and ever, amen! Tell me, good people, is this Demyanovka?"
"Demyanovka? Why do you ask?"
"They told me on the road," continued the old beggar, "that good people lived there, who would receive the blind singers, give them food and drink and entertain them overnight and give them some pennies. Old man as I am, I have travelled a long way, and the boy beside me cannot go any further. The poor fellow is dumb and is leading me, for I cannot see. I am an unhappy blind man. God will bless you, good people, and also Saint Nicholas, the worker of miracles, will bless you, and Saint Onufry will bless you. I can see a little out of one eye, but the other has been blind for a long time, so I travel about with my lute, sing my songs and live, like the birds, on that which falls from good people's hands."
"And where do you come from, old father?"
"Oh, from far, far away. But allow me to rest. I see that there is a bench near the shop. You, poor fellow, sit down too," he said to Helena, pointing to the bench. "We have come from beyond Ladava, good people, but we have been away from home a long, long time, and now we have come from the fair in Brovarki."
"And what good news did you hear there?" asked an old man who held a scythe in his hand.
"We have heard a great deal, but whether it is good I do not know. A great many people are collected there. They said of Hmyelnitski that he had beaten the hetman's son, and his knights. They also said that on the Russian bank of the Dnieper the peasants are rising against their masters."
A crowd of men soon surrounded Zagloba, who sat beside the young princess, and from time to time struck the strings of his lute. "And you, daddy, did you hear that they had rebelled?"
"Oh, certainly, for misery is the lot of us peasants."
"But they say that the misery will soon come to an end."
"In Kiev they found on the altar a writing from Christ the Lord, saying that there will be a frightful, horrible war, and a great outpouring of blood in the whole Ukraine."
The semicircle around the bench on which Zagloba sat closed still closer around him. "What do you say, a writing?"
"Yes, yes, a writing, as true as I live, about war, shedding of blood. But I cannot talk any more, poor old man, my throat is dry."
"Here, daddy, take a glass of gorzalka and tell us what you heard in the world. We know that Dzyads travel about everywhere and know everything. There were some here, not long since, and they told us that the last hour had come for the nobles, through Hmyelnitski, and so we have had our scythes and pikes ready that we may not be too late. And now we do not know if we should start in now and fight or wait for a letter from Hmyelnitski." Zagloba emptied the glass, smacked his lips, then reflected a while and said:
"And who tells you that the time has come to begin?"
"We wish it ourselves." "Begin, begin!" cried a number of voices. "If the Zaporojians have killed the lords, we will begin too." The scythes and spears clashed in their powerful hands and gave forth an ominous sound. Then there was silence, only the sound of the hammers on the anvil were to be heard. The future ringleaders waited to hear what the old man would say. The Dziad thought and thought, and then he asked: "Whose men are you?" "Prince Yeremy's."
"And whom do you wish to kill?"
The peasants looked confused.
"Him?"
asked the old man.
"We could not lay hold on."
"Oh, impossible, children, impossible! I was in Lubni and saw the prince with my own eyes. He is terrible. When he cries aloud, the trees tremble in the forest, and when he stamps his feet, a hollow is formed in the ground. Even the king fears him, the hetmans obey him, and all dread him. You could not kill him, children, you could not kill him. You will not seek him out, he will seek you, and you do not yet know what I know, that all the Poles will come to his assistance, and mark this, that where there is a Pole there is also a sword."
Gloomy silence dominated the crowd. The old man struck his lute and continued, his face turned towards the moon.
"The prince is coming and with him as many red standards and flags as there are stars in heaven and thistles on the steppes. The wind goes before him and sighs, and do you know what it sighs, children? It is sighing for your misery. Before him strides Mother Death with her scythe, and tolls a bell. And do you know what she is tolling? She is tolling your death."
"Lord have mercy on us," said in low tones terrified voices. And again no sound was heard but the clang of the hammers.
"Who is the prince's commissioner here?" asked the old singer.
"Pan Gieraszynski."
"And where is he?"
"He has fled."
"And why did he flee?"
"Because he heard that pikes and scythes are being made, he was frightened and ran away."
"So much the worse, he will tell the prince about you."
"Why are you croaking like a raven?" said an old peasant. "Well now, we believe that the black hour has come to the lords, they will exist no more, neither on the Russian side of the Dnieper or the Tartar side, and then when there are no more masters, princes, but Cossacks, free men, there will be no rent to pay, no duty on brandy, no duty on flour, no bridge tolls, there will be no more Jews, for so it says in the writing of Christ of which you told us, and Hmyel is as powerful as the prince, we shall see."
"God grant it," said the daddy. "The lot of the peasants is hard, and formerly it was different. To whom does the country belong? To the prince. To whom do the steppes belong? To the prince. To whom the forests? To whom the herds? To the prince, and ages ago they were God's forests, God's steppes. Whoever came first took what he wanted and was subject to no one. Now everything belongs to the nobility and to the princes."
"You are right, children," said the blind man, "but I will tell you one thing. You know yourselves that you cannot withstand the prince, here you know. Whoever wishes to slaughter their masters had better not remain here, as long as Hmyelnitski has not measured his strength with the prince, but fly to Hmyelnitski, at once, to morrow, for the prince is already on his way. If Pan Gieraszynski persuades him to come to Demyanovka the prince will not let you live, but will hew you down to the very last man. So you had better fly to Hmyelnitski. The more of you he has over there, the easier it will be for him to finish up the war. Oh, but he has a difficult task before him. First the hetmans and the numberless forces of the king, then the princes who are more mighty than the hetmans. So run, children, to the help of Hmyelnitski and the Zaporojians, for the poor fellows will not be able to hold out, and they are fighting with the lords for your freedom, for your welfare. Be quick, and thus you will save yourself from the prince and help Hmyelnitski." "He is right," cried every voice. "He is right. Wise daddy." "So you saw the prince on the way?" "Saw him? I did not see him, but I heard in Brovarki that he had already started from Lubni. He is burning and cutting wherever he sees a pike. Earth and sky are all that escape him."
"Lord have mercy on us."
"And where shall we find Hmyelnitski?" "That is why I came here, children, on purpose to tell you where you can find him. Go, children, to Zolotonosha, and from there to Traktimirov, and there you will find Hmyelnitski waiting for you. The people are flocking there from all villages, hamlets, and farms. The Tartars are also coming there. Otherwise the prince would not allow you to wander on your mother earth."
"And you, father, will you go with us?"
"I cannot go, for my old feet will not carry me any longer; but get a wagon ready for me and I will travel with you, and before we get to Zolotonosha I will go on ahead to see if the prince's armies are there. If they are there, we will turn out of the road and go directly to Trekhtimirov, for that is Cossack land. And now give me something to eat and drink, for I am hungry and my boy is hungry. Early to morrow morning we will start out, and on the way I will sing to you about Prince Pototski and Prince Yeremy. Oh, those terrible lions! There will be a great shedding of blood in the Ukraine. The sky is very red and the moon floats as if in blood. Pray, children, for God's mercy, for many of you will not wander much longer on earth. I also heard that the vampires are rising from the graves and howling."
The assembled crowd of peasants were seized with terror and involuntarily began to look around them, to cross themselves, and to whisper to one another. At length one called out: "To Zolotonosha!" "To Zolotonosha!" repeated all the men, as though they would there find refuge and safety. "To Trekhtimirov!" "Death to the Poles and the nobles!" Suddenly a young Cossack stepped forward out of the crowd, shook his pike and cried: "Brothers, if we are to go to Zolotonosha, let us go today to the house of the commissioner." "To the commissioner's house!" cried all the voices at once. "Burn! Plunder!" But the old beggar who had been sitting with his head sunk on his breast got up and said:
"Hey, children, do not go to the commissioner. Do not burn, it might be the worse for you. The prince with his army may be in the neighborhood, notice the fire and come. Then there will be trouble. Instead of that, give me something to eat and show me my couch. It will be better for you to sit quietly and not to buzz about like bees." "What he says is true," called several voices. "What he says is true? You are a fool, Maxim." "Come, father, to my house. I will give you bread and salt and a cup of mead and, when you have eaten, you shall have some hay to sleep on in the cabin," said the old peasant, turning to the old man. Zagloba stood up and pulled Helena by the sleeve of her jerkin. The young princess had fallen asleep. "The boy walked until he was tired and I fell asleep myself even under the sound of the anvil," said Zagloba. But in his soul he thought: "Oh, sweet innocence, that can sleep in the midst of spears and knives. The angels of heaven must guard thee and in guarding thee they will also protect me." He waked her up and they went into the village, which was not far off. The night was beautiful and peaceful. The echo of the hammers followed them. The old peasant went ahead to show them the way in the darkness, and Zagloba seemed to be repeating a prayer, and murmured in a monotonous voice: "Oh, Father in heaven, have mercy on us sinners. Do you see, lady, Holy Virgin, what would we have done without the peasant's dress? As it is on earth, so it is in heaven. Now we shall get something to eat and tomorrow we shall go to Zolotonosha in a wagon instead of on foot. Amen, amen, amen. It is possible that Bohun will find our tracks, for our tracks will not deceive him. Amen, amen. But he will be too late, for we shall be beyond Prohorowka. The devil is not a terror to the good. The land here will be in flames in a few days if the prince should advance toward the Dnieper. Amen. May the plague, may the devil get them. Listen, princess, how they are howling over there at the forge. Amen. It is a heavy task, but I am a rogue if I do not rescue you, even if we have to fly to Warsaw."
"What are you mumbling about there, old man?"
asked the peasant. "Nothing. I am praying for your welfare. Amen, amen."
"That is my cabin over there."
"Praise be God."
"Forever and ever. I invite you to bread and salt."
"God will reward."
A few moments later the blind man was partaking of mutton, and drinking mead freely; and the following day he set out with his boy in a comfortable wagon to Zolotonosha, accompanied by several peasants, armed with pikes and scythes. They passed by Khevrayets, Chernobyl and Kropivna. On the road they saw that everything was in a ferment. The peasants were arming themselves in all directions. The forges in the ravines worked day and night, and it was only the name of the dreaded Prince Yeremy that still kept down the bloodthirsty revolt. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Dnieper, the storm had broken in its full rage. The news of the defeat at Korsun had spread over the whole of Russia with lightning speed, and everybody seized their weapons. End of Book 2, Chapter 4. Book 2, Chapter 5 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The morning after Zagloba's flight, Bohun's men found him almost smothered in the cloak that Zagloba had wound about his head. As he had no severe wounds, however, he soon came to himself. He recalled everything that had happened and fell into a fury, bellowed like a wild beast, covered his hands with blood from his own bloody forehead, and darted among his men with his dagger in his hand, so that his Semenovs did not dare to approach him. Then he could not sit on his horse. He had a Jew cradle arranged and placed between two horses, got into it and rushed like a lunatic in the direction of Lubni, because he thought that the fugitives had gone there. He lay there in the Jew cradle, in the midst of down and of his own blood, and tore through the steppes like a vampire who, terrified by the morning light, is flying to its grave; and behind him came his faithful Semenovs in the firm conviction that they were hastening to their death. In this manner they reached Vasilovka, where there was a garrison of 100 men of the Hungarian cavalry belonging to the prince. The wild Cossack leader attacked them unhesitatingly, and, as though he were tired of life, plunged first into the fray, and after a battle of several hours slew them all, with the exception of a few soldiers whom he spared, only that he might oblige them to confess through torture. After he had learned from them that no nobleman had been seen with a girl in this direction, he knew not what to do, and for very pain dragged the bandages off his wounds. It was impossible to advance any further, for the regiments of the prince were stationed around Lubni, and these would certainly have been made aware of the battle by the inhabitants of Vasilovka, who had fled in terror. The faithful soldiers therefore obliged the ataman who was exhausted from rage to go back with them to Rozloga, but on their return they found no trace remaining of the castle, for the peasants of the neighborhood had plundered and burned it down, together with Prince Vasil. Hoping that if the princes or Prince Yeremy wished to revenge themselves, they would lay the whole blame upon the Cossacks and Bohun. Therefore they had burned down all the buildings, destroyed the cherry orchard, killed all the servants; for the peasants avenged themselves without mercy for the hard treatment and oppression which they had experienced from the Kurtsevichi. Immediately behind Rozloga, Pleshnievski fell into Bohun's hands as he was coming from Chigrin with news of the defeat near the Zolta Woda. They asked him where he was going and on what errand, and as he became confused and could give no clear answer, they suspected him. They held him over the fire until he told all that he knew about the defeat, and about Zagloba whom he had met the previous day. The Cossack leader breathed freely. He hung Pleshnievski, and travelled on now with a firm conviction that Zagloba could not escape him. The herders gave him new directions, but when he came to the ford he lost all tracks. There was no danger of his meeting the old beggar whom Zagloba had plundered, for he had gone in another direction, down the Kahamlik, and was, besides, so terrified that he hid himself in the rushes like a fox. Meanwhile a day and a night passed. As the pursuit in the direction of Vasilovka took exactly 2 days, Zagloba had gained an immense advantage. What was to be done now? In this dilemma Bohun received assistance and advice from the sergeant, an old wolf of the steppes, who from his youth up had learned to track the Tartars in the Wild Lands. "Little father," he said, "they fled to Chigrin. And they have done wisely, for they have gained time; but when they heard about Hmyelnitski and learned about the defeat at the Zolta Woda from Pleshnievski they took another road. You saw yourself, little father, that they left the highway, and turned off in a side direction." "Into the steppes?" "I could find them in the steppes, but they went to the Dnieper to try and reach the hetmans; therefore they must have gone to Cherkass or to Zolotonosha and Prokhorovka; and even if they have gone to Pereyaslav, although I do not believe they have, we will yet find them. We must go one to Cherkass, the other to Zolotonosha upon the Chumak road, and without loss of time, for if they cross the Dnieper they will speed to the hetmans or else fall into the hands of Hmyelnitski's Tartars." "Hurry to Zolotonosha, and I will go to Cherkass. Good, little father." "And be on your guard, for that is a sly fox." "Oh, I am sly too, little father." After they had thus arranged their plan of pursuit they separated, one going to Cherkass, the other farther up country to Zolotonosha. That evening, the old sergeant, Anton, arrived in Demyanovka. The village was empty. Only the women remained behind, for all the men had gone to Hmyelnitski on the Dnieper. When the women saw armed men coming and did not know who they were, they hid themselves in the cabins and barns, and Anton had to look a long time before he found an old woman who feared nothing, not even the Tartars.
"And where are the peasants, mother?"
"How do I know?" she answered, showing her yellow teeth.
"We are Cossacks, little mother, fear nothing, we are not Poles."
"Poles? The devil take them!"
"You wish us well, do you not?"
"You?" The old woman reflected a minute and, "May the plague take you," she said.
Anton did not know what he should do when, suddenly the door of the cabin grated on its hinges, and a pretty young woman stepped out.
"Oh, young warriors, I heard that you were not Poles."
"That's right."
"So you belong to Hmyelnitski?"
"Yes."
"Not to the Poles?"
"No."
"And why are you asking for the peasants?"
"We are only asking if they have gone away already."
"They have gone, they have gone."
"Thank God. Now tell me, young woman, has not a cursed Polish nobleman with his daughter gone through here?"
"A nobleman? A Pole? I did not see them."
"Did anyone pass through here?"
"A blind singer was here. He advised the peasants to go to Hmyelnitski, to Zolotonosha, and said Prince Yeremy was coming."
"Where?"
"Yes, coming here. Then he was to go to Zolotonosha, so the daddy said."
"And the daddy advised the peasants to rebel?"
"Yes, he did."
"Was he alone?"
"No, with a dumb boy."
"And what did he look like?"
"Who?"
"The old man."
"Oh, old, very old. He played the lute and complained about the proprietors, and I did not see him."
"And he advised the peasants to rebel?" asked Anton once more.
"Yes, he did."
God keep you, young woman."
"God be with you."
Anton thought long and deeply. If this old man should be Zagloba in disguise, why in the devil's name had he advised the peasants to go over to Hmyelnitski? And then where had he got his disguise? Where had he left his horses? He certainly went away on horseback. But, above all, why did he excite the peasants to rebellion, and warn them of the arrival of the prince? The nobleman would not have done that, and before all would have sought refuge himself with the prince; and if the prince should go to Zolotonosha, which was not impossible, he would certainly take vengeance for Vasilovka. Here Anton started, for a new picket on the gate suddenly took on the appearance of a stake. No, this old man was only an old beggar, nothing more. It is not worth while to go to Zolotonosha? It would be better to escape in the other direction, but what then? Should I wait, the prince might come; if I go to Prokhorovka and cross the Dnieper, I may fall into the hands of the hetmans. This old wolf of the steppes did not feel comfortable now in the wide steppes. He felt also that the wolf in him met his match in the fox in Zagloba. All at once he slapped his forehead.
"And why did this Dziad send the peasants to Zolotonosha behind which lies Prokhorovka, and behind that again, on the other side of the Dnieper, the hetmans and the whole army of the crown?"
Anton resolved to ride in any case to Prokhorovka. Should he learn on reaching the river's bank that the forces of the hetmans were on the opposite shore he would not cross the river, but ride up along its banks and unite with Bohun near Cherkass. In any case he would get news of Hmyelnitski along the road. Anton knew from what Pleshnievski had told them that Hmyelnitski had taken Chigrin, that he had sent Kshyvonos against the hetmans, and that he himself was to follow them immediately with Tukhay Bey. As an experienced soldier and one who knew the lay of the land perfectly, Anton was certain that a battle had already taken place. In this event one must know which side one must take. If Hmyelnitski was beaten the hetman's forces would swarm across the Dnieper in pursuit, and in this case he would never find Zagloba. But if Hmyelnitski conquered, Anton could not believe that this would be the case. It was less difficult to overcome the son of the hetman than the hetman himself. Easier to conquer the vanguard than the whole army.
"Ah," thought the old Cossack, "our ataman would do better to think of his own skin than to think of the girl. At Chigrin we could cross the Dnieper and from there escape to Sich while we have time. Here, between Prince Yeremy and the hetmans, it is difficult to find a safe corner." Amid such considerations he rode hastily with his soldiers in the direction of the Sula which he had to cross on leaving Demyanovka if he wished to reach Prokhorovka. They arrived at Mogilna, which lay directly on the river. Here fate favored Anton, for although Mogilna, like Demyanovka, was deserted, he found flat bottomed boats and boatmen who had taken the peasants across the river as they fled across the Dnieper. The Dnieper country itself did not dare to rebel beneath the hand of the prince but, from all the villages, country towns and settlements, came the peasants flocking to join Hmyelnitski, and to fight under his banner.
The news of the Zaporojian victory near the Zolta Woda flew like lightning across the whole Dnieper land. The wild people could no longer remain quiet, although they, themselves, were not oppressed for, as we have already said, the prince who punished the rebel was a true father to the peaceful settlers. And his commissioners were in constant fear lest they should commit any injustice to the people who were entrusted to their care. But to these people who, a short time before, had been transformed from banditti into agriculturists, justice, strict discipline and order had become wearisome, and they fled thither where the hope of an undisciplined freedom beckoned them. In many of the hamlets, the very women went over to Hmyelnitski. In Chabanova and Vysoki, the whole population had left and had burned down their houses behind them, in order to make it impossible for them to return. In the hamlets which had not yet been deserted, the men were arming themselves with all haste. Anton began to inquire from the boatmen if they had any news from the other side of the Dnieper. There was news, but it was contradictory, confused, and unsatisfactory. It was said that Hmyelnitski was fighting with the hetmans. Some said he was beaten, others that he was the victor. A peasant, who had fled to Demyanovka, had said that the hetmans were taken prisoners. The boatmen judged that he was a nobleman in disguise, but they had not had the courage to detain him, because they heard that the prince's army was in the neighborhood. It was fear, indeed, that increased the size of the prince's army and made out of it an omnipresent force, for there was probably at this moment not a hamlet in the whole Dnieper country in which it was not said that the prince was near. Anton remarked that everyone took his troop for scouts of Prince Yeremy. He quieted the boatmen and asked them about the peasants who had come from Demyanovka.
"Certainly they were here. We took them over to the other shore," said the boatmen. "And was there an old singer among them?" "Yes." "And a dumb boy with him, a little fellow?" "Yes, indeed." "What did the singer look like?" "He was not old, but fat, and had eyes like a fish, with a patch over one of them." "That's the man," grunted Anton and asked again. "And the boy?" "Ah, Father Ataman, just like a cherub. We have never seen one like him before." Meanwhile they had reached the other shore. Now Anton knew what he had to do. "Oh, we will bring the young thing back to the ataman," he murmured to himself. Then turning to his soldiers he cried, "To horse!" They flew along like a flock of frightened birds although the road was heavy, for the country was full of ravines and they came to one deep ravine at the bottom of which was a road that looked as if it was made by nature itself. This ravine led to Kavrysta. They rode several furlongs without resting, Anton in advance on the best horse. They were almost out of the ravine when Anton pulled in his horse so suddenly that his hind hoofs struck the stones. "What is that?" The entrance to the ravine was suddenly filled with men and horses. Cavalry came into the path and formed into groups of 6. There were about 300 horses. As Anton saw this, although he was an old warrior, accustomed to all kinds of danger, his heart thumped in his breast and a deathly pallor overspread his countenance. He recognized Prince Yeremy's dragoons. It was too late to fly. There were not 200 paces between Anton's troops and the dragoons, and the exhausted horses of the Semenovs could not have fled long before their pursuers. His men had also caught sight of the dragoons and came riding up in haste. In a few minutes he and his men were surrounded on all sides. "Who are you?" asked the lieutenant. "Bohun's men," answered Anton, for he saw that he must tell the truth as his colors betrayed him. As he however recognized the lieutenant, whom he had frequently seen in Pereyaslav, he cried joyfully: "Lieutenant Kushel, thank God!" "Ah, it is you," said the lieutenant, looking at the sergeant. "What are you doing here? Where is your ataman?" "The chief hetman sent our ataman to the Prince Yeremy to beg for assistance. The ataman has ridden to Lubni, and gave us orders to ride around here in the villages in order to catch the deserters." Anton lied as if he were paid for it, but he counted upon this, that if the company of dragoons had come from the Dnieper they would not have heard anything about the attack on Rozloga, nor of the flight at Vasilovka, nor of Bohun's other deeds. The lieutenant answered however: "One would think that you were trying to fight your way to the rebels." "Why, lieutenant, if we wished to go to Hmyelnitski, we would not be on this side of the Dnieper," said Anton. "You are right," said Kushel, "quite right. I cannot deny it. But the ataman will not find the Prince Yeremy in Lubni." "Oh, and where is the prince?" "He was in Pshyluka. He may possibly have gone to Lubni yesterday." "That is a pity. The ataman had a letter to the prince from the hetman, and asking your pardon, is your grace leading the soldiers from Zolotonosha?"
"No, we were stationed in Kalenki, and have just received orders to advance to Lubni, as all the forces have gone; and from there out the prince will march forth with all his forces. Where are you going?" "To Prokhorovka. That is where the peasants are crossing the river." "Have many fled?" "Oh, very many, a great many." "Well, God be with you." "We thank your Grace most humbly. God preserve you." The dragoons made way and Anton's escort rode from their midst towards the opening of the ravine. As soon as they got into the open steppes, Anton halted and listened sharply and, as the dragoons disappeared from sight, and the last echo of their horses' hoofs had died away, he turned to his soldiers and said: "Do you know, fools, if I had not been here, within 3 days you would have been on stakes in Lubni, and now gallop as hard as you can, even if the horses should fall dead." "We are in luck," thought Anton, "doubly in luck; first in having escaped with a sound skin, and secondly because these dragoons did not come from Zolotonosha, and so Zagloba did not pass them; for if he had met them he would be safe from any further pursuit." In fact, it was a very unfavorable circumstance for Zagloba, and fate seemed throughout to have shown him no favor, that he had not met Kushel and his company, for had he done so he would have been saved at once and freed from all anxiety. Meanwhile the news of the defeat at Korsun had struck him like lightning in Prokhorovka. On the way to Zolotonosha the report was spread in all the villages and country towns of a great battle, even of the victory of Hmyelnitski; but Zagloba did not believe it for he knew from experience that, among the people, every rumor attains immense proportions, and that they were particularly apt to make the most of Cossack victories; but once in Prokhorovka, he could disbelieve no longer. The terrible, ominous truth struck him like the blow of a hammer. Khmyelnitski had triumphed, the royal army was defeated, the hetmans were prisoners, and the whole Ukraine had risen. Zagloba lost his head for a moment, for he was in a frightful position. Fortune had not been favorable to him in his journey, for he found no garrison in Zolotonosha. The town was in a fury against the Poles and the old fortress had been deserted. He doubted not for a moment that Bohun would seek him and sooner or later would find his tracks. It was true that he had made cross tracks like a hunted hare, but he knew well the bloodhound who was pursuing him, and knew that this hound would not let himself be thrown off the scent. Thus Zagloba had at his back the revengeful Bohun, and before him the surging sea of the peasant rebellion; slaughter, fire, the Tartar raiders, the bestial mob. To escape these under such circumstances was an almost hopeless task, especially to escape with a girl, who, in spite of her disguise as a beggar boy, attracted universal attention by her extraordinary beauty. It was enough to make one lose one's reason, but Zagloba did not lose it for long. In the midst of the confusion in his mind, he saw very plainly, or rather felt very clearly that he feared Bohun 100 times more than he feared fire and water, rebellion and slaughter, yea, even than Khmyelnitski himself. He shuddered at the thought that he might fall into the hands of the terrible Cossack. "He would flay me," he repeated constantly to himself, "and here in front of me, a sea of rebellion." There was one means of escape, to give up Helena and leave her to God's will. But he did not want to do that. "It cannot be," he said to her, "you must have bewitched me, and the end of it will be that on account of you I shall be skinned." He would not leave her. He would not entertain the thought for a moment. But what could he do? "Ah," he thought, "there's no longer time to search for the prince. Before me is a sea. I will dive into this sea; perhaps I can hide myself and, by God's help, get over to the other shore." And he decided to cross to the right side of the Dnieper. But at Prokhorovka that was not easy. Nicholas Pototski had taken for Kshechovski and his soldiers all the yawls, flat bottomed boats, caiques and small boats from Pereyaslav to Chigrin for Kshyvonos and the regiments under his command. There was only an unseaworthy, flat bottomed pont in Prokhorovka. 1,000 men were waiting for this pont to get across the Dnieper. In the village all the huts, barns and stables and sheds were occupied by soldiers and everything commanded unheard of price, so that Zagloba was really obliged to earn his bread with his loot. It would be 24 hours before they could cross the river, for the pont had twice been damaged and had to be repaired.
He passed the night sitting with Helena on the bank of the river beside the fire, amid a swarm of drunken peasants. The night was cool and windy. The princess sank exhausted from fatigue and pain, for the peasants' coarse boots had rubbed the skin off her feet. She was afraid she might become very ill. Her face was dark and pale. Her wonderful eyes were dimmed. She expected every moment to be recognized in spite of her disguise or to fall suddenly into the hands of Bohun's men. A frightful spectacle was enacted before her eyes this very night. The peasants had brought from the mouth of the Rosa some noblemen who were attempting to seek refuge in Vishnovyetski's dominions from the Tartar invaders, and they murdered them on the bank of the river. They bored out their eyes, and crushed their heads between two stones. There were at the same time in Prokhorovka 2 Jews with their families. The savage mob threw them into the Dnieper and, as they did not sink, they took long poles and pushed them under the water. These proceedings were accompanied by wild noises and drunkenness. Intoxicated Cossacks frolicked with intoxicated Cossack women. Horrible laughter sounded ominously on the dark banks of the Dnieper. The wind blew fiercely on the fire and carried with it red embers and sparks which were extinguished in the water. From time to time, the hoarse voice of some drunkard called through the darkness: "Save yourself! Yeremy is coming!" Then the mob would dash blindly towards the shore, crowd each other and fall into the water. Once Zagloba and the princess were nearly trampled under foot. It was a hellish night and seemed as it would never end. Zagloba begged a quart of brandy from which he drank himself, and also obliged the princess to drink; otherwise she would have fainted or fallen into a fever. At length the waters of the Dnieper began to gleam. Morning was breaking, day had come; a cloudy, colorless day. Zagloba was anxious to cross to the other side of the river as soon as possible. Luckily the pont had been mended, but there was a frightful crowd around it.
"Room for the old beggar! Room for the old beggar!" cried Zagloba, holding Helena before him with outstretched hand, and shielding her from the crowd. "Room for the old beggar! I am going to Hmyelnitski and Skshetuski. Room for the old beggar, good Cossacks, dear people, brothers, may the Black Death overtake you, you and your children. I do not see very well. I shall fall into the water and my boy with me. Make room, little children. May you be paralyzed in all your limbs. May the plague take you and may you all perish at the stake."
Thus cringing, cursing, praying, but at the same time pushing the crowd aside with his powerful arms, he pushed Helena forward first on the boat, and then, after he had climbed in himself with some difficulty, he began to cry again:
"There are enough here already. Why do you crowd it so? You will sink the boat if too many of you crowd on it. Enough, enough, your turn will come, and if it does not come—" "Enough, enough!" cried those who had found room in the boat. "Put off, put off!" The oars began to move and the boat left the shore. The strong current carried it down the stream in the direction of Domontova. They had hardly got halfway across the river when they heard voices and loud cries from Prokhorovka. A frightful confusion had arisen among the mob who had remained on the shore. Some were running wildly towards Domontova, others jumped into the water, others screamed, tossed their arms wildly in the air, or threw themselves on the ground. "What's the matter? What has happened?" those on the pont asked. "Yeremy!"
cried a voice.
"Yeremy! Yeremy! Let us fly!"
they cried. The oars played violently against the stream, the boat darted away like a Cossack canoe. At this moment, some horsemen appeared on the Prokhorovka shore.
"Yeremy's army!"
cried those on the pont. The horsemen rode up and down the bank, moving quickly hither and thither and asking questions. Finally they shouted to those on the boat:
"Halt! Halt!"
Zagloba looked across and a cold sweat covered him from head to foot. He recognized Bohun's Cossacks. It was indeed Anton with his soldiers. But as said before, Zagloba never lost his presence of mind for long. He held his hand before his eyes as though, being half blind, he must look for some time, and then, as if he were being flayed, he began to scream:
"Children, those are Vishnovyetski's Cossacks! For God and the Holy Virgin's sake, get quickly to the other shore! Those that have remained behind we must leave behind and we must destroy the boat, otherwise we shall all be killed." "Quicker, quicker, we must destroy the boat!"
cried the other passengers. Such a noise arose that they could not hear the cries from the Prokhorovka side. At this moment the boat stuck on the sand of the shore, and the peasants began to get out, but hardly had one or two of them got out when they began to wrench at the side planks of the pont and to chop it to pieces with their axes. The seats and the shattered sides flew about in the air. They destroyed the ill-fated pont as if they were mad, tore it to pieces, fear lending them all the more strength. All this time Zagloba was screaming, "Chop it! Break it! Burn it! Save yourselves! Yeremy is coming! Yeremy is coming!" While he was screaming, he winked at Helena with his sound eye and began to carry on a succession of very meaning blinks. Meanwhile, at sight of the destruction of the ferry the cries on the other shore increased, but the distance was so great that one could not understand what was said. The beckoning of hands looked like threats and only hastened the destruction of the pont. In a few minutes the boat had disappeared when, suddenly, a scream of terror and horror came from every breast. "They have jumped into the water! They are swimming towards us!" whined the peasants. One of the horsemen had really jumped into the water. A number of others had followed him and they were swimming their horses towards the opposite shore. It was indeed a foolhardy act, for swollen by spring floods, the river had a more powerful current than usual, and in many places formed eddies and whirlpools. The horses were carried away by the stream and could not swim straight across. The water carried them down with increasing swiftness. "They cannot cross," cried the peasants. "They are drowning. Thank God! Oh, one horse has already sunk." "To destruction with them!" The horses had already swum about 1/3 of the distance across the river, but the strong current carried them steadily down. They were evidently losing their strength and sunk gradually deeper and deeper. Before long the riders were up to their hips in water. A few minutes passed. The peasants from Shalpuka hastened to the spot, in order to see what was going on. Now, only the horses' heads were to be seen above water and the Cossacks stemmed the water with their breasts. But they were already halfway across. Suddenly a horse's head, as well as his rider, disappeared under the water. Then a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth. The number of the swimmers was growing smaller. On both sides of the river a gloomy silence reigned, but all went down to the river to see what was going on. 2/3 of the river had already been crossed. The number of the swimmers was smaller, but one could already hear the heavy breathing of the horses, and the voices of the Cossacks urging them forward. It was evident that some of them would reach their goal. Suddenly Zagloba's voice broke the silence. "Hey! Children, shoulder your muskets! Death to the prince's men!" Smoke arose, shots were heard, despairing cries from the river, and in a moment, horses, riders, all had disappeared. The river was clear; only here and there, at a distance, in the swirl of the waves appeared a horse's body or a red Cossack cap. Zagloba looked at Helena and blinked. End of Book 2, Chapter 5. Book 2, Chapter 6 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Before Vishnovyetski had found Skshetuski seated on the ruins of Rozloga, he had already heard of the defeat at Korsun, for Colonel Polanovski, an officer of the prince, had brought him the news in Sahotin. The prince had stopped before this in Shyluka and had sent Captain Boguslav Maskievich with a letter to the hetmans, in which he inquired where they desired him to station himself with his entire forces. As, however, Pan Maskievich was a long time in bringing back an answer, the prince marched to Pereyaslav and sent advance guards ahead of him on all sides with commands that the regiments which were scattered here and there in the Dnieper land should assemble as soon as possible in Lubni. But there came news that several Cossack companies, stationed in the border fortresses near the Tartars, had disbanded or had even gone over to the rebels. The prince saw his forces thus suddenly diminished and grieved over it deeply, for he had not thought it possible that these men whom he had so often led to battle should ever leave him. But when he met Colonel Polanovski and heard the news of the defeat he concealed this from the army and marched forward towards the Dnieper, with the intention of rushing blindly into the midst of the storm and rebellion, and either avenging the defeat, wiping out the disgrace of the army, or losing his own life. He thought besides that a small, and perhaps considerable portion, of the king's army had escaped defeat, and, if the army were reinforced by his 6,000 men, he might hope to be able to measure himself with Hmyelnitski. As soon as he had arrived in Pereyaslav, therefore, he commanded little Volodiyovski and Kushel to send out their dragoons in all directions, to Cherkass and Mantau, to Sekerna, to Buchach, to Stayeka, to Trechtimirov, that they might bring away all the boats that they could find in the neighborhood. Then the army would cross over to Rzhyshov from the left bank. The messengers learned of the defeat from the fugitives that they met on the road but did not find a single boat in any of these places for, as has been already said, the chief hetman had already taken half of them for Kshechovski and Barabash, and the rest had been destroyed by the excited mob on the right bank of the river, for fear the prince might come. Nevertheless, Volodiyovski with 10 men managed to reach the right bank on a raft that he had put together in a hurry out of tree trunks. He caught a few Cossacks whom he brought to the prince. The prince learned from them of the immense proportions the rebellion had assumed and of the dreadful results that had already followed the victory at Korsun. The whole Ukraine was up in arms to the last man, the rebellion spread like a flood over the land and increased momentarily. The nobility protected themselves in their castles and fastnesses, but many of them were already in the hands of the rebels. Hmyelnitski's power increased with every hour. The Cossack prisoners gave the number of his army as already 200,000 men, and, in a few days, this number might easily be doubled. That was why he remained in Korsun after the victory, and made use of the period of rest to entice more people into his innumerable ranks. He divided the blacks into regiments, made colonels of the atamans and the experienced Zaporojian sergeants, and sent vanguards, whole divisions, to attack castles in the vicinity. Prince Yeremy considered all this and saw plainly that, for lack of boats which would take at least a week to prepare for 6,000 men, and that on account of the strength of the enemy which had increased beyond all expectations, he should in no way be able to cross the Dnieper. His council of war comprised Polanovski, Colonel Baranovski, Commander of the vanguard Alexander Baranovski, Volodiyovski and Vurtsel, and they were of the opinion that they ought to retreat towards the north to Chernigov, that lay beyond dense forests, and from there, passing by Lubech, cross the river to Brahinov. This was a long and dangerous road, for beyond the woods of Chernigov on the way to Brahinov, there were immense swamps which the foot soldiers could hardly cross, to say nothing of the heavy cavalry, the wagons, and the artillery. The prince, however, was pleased with this advice, but he wished before taking that long journey, to go into his own country across the Dnieper to show himself here and there, in order to repress any immediate outbreak, unite the nobility under his wings, spread terror and leave the remembrance of terror in the minds of the people, which alone, in the absence of the ruler, would be the guardian of the land and the protector of those who could not march forward with the army. Besides this, the Princess Grizelda, the ladies Zbaraski, the court ladies, the whole household, and some regiments, mainly infantry, were yet in Lubni. The prince resolved to go there and take a last farewell. That very day the army marched out, Volodiyovski with his dragoons at their head, who, although they were all Russians, without exception were under absolute discipline and were transformed into regular troops, and surpassed almost all the other companies in loyalty. The country was still quiet. Here and there bands of ruffians had formed who plundered both the peasants and the landed proprietors as well. A considerable number of these were caught on the march and impaled. But the peasants had not rebelled. Their minds were in a ferment, there was fire in their eyes and breasts, they were arming in silence, they fled across the Dnieper, but fear, as yet, restrained the thirst for blood and murder. One thing alone could be regarded as a bad omen for the future, which was, that the peasants, even in the villages which had not yet gone over to Hmyelnitski, fled at the approach of the prince's army, as though they feared that the terrible prince would read in their faces what they were hiding in their consciences, and that he would punish them without further ceremony. However, he did punish wherever he found the slightest sign of approaching insurrection, and as he was unbridled by nature, in his rewards as in his punishments, he punished beyond all measure and without mercy. One might say that at that time two vampires haunted both sides of the Dnieper, one attacking the nobility, Hmyelnitski, the other, the rebellious people, Prince Yeremy. The people whispered to each other that when these two met the sun would grow dark and the waters and all the rivers would turn into blood. But this meeting was still in the future. For that Hmyelnitski, the victor of the Zolta Woda, the victor at Korsun,
that Hmyelnitski, who had reduced the king's forces in the dust, had taken the hetmans prisoner and who now stood at the head of 100,000 warriors, was simply afraid of this lord of Lubni, who, from the other side of the Dnieper, was setting out to find him. The prince's army marched through Sleporod. The prince himself, however, had halted at Filipovo in order to rest, when news was brought him that envoys from Hmyelnitski with a letter were outside, and requested an audience. The prince commanded that they should be admitted at once. 6 Zaporojians then stepped into the house of the vice starosta where the prince was stopping. They stepped forward boldly enough, especially the spokesman, the ataman Sukha who could not forget the victory of Korsun and his newly acquired dignity of colonel. When they saw the countenance of the prince, however, they were seized with such terror that they fell at his feet and dared not speak a word. The prince, who was surrounded by his principal knights, commanded them to rise and asked why they came.
"A letter from the hetman," answered Sukha.
The prince fixed his glance upon the Cossack and said quietly, emphasizing each word:
"From a scoundrel, vagabond, and a bandit, not from a hetman."
The Zaporojians grew pale, or rather yellow, let their heads sink on their breasts, and stood silently at the door. Then the prince commanded Colonel Mashkievich to take the letter and read it. The letter was couched in humble terms. In Hmyelnitski, in spite of the victory of Korsun, the fox triumphed over the lion, the serpent over the eagle; for he did not forget that he was writing to Vishnovyetski. He acted with friendliness perhaps only to lull suspicion and thus to sting more easily. He wrote that what had happened had been Chaplinski's fault, that the chances of fortune had overtaken the hetmans, and that it was not his, Hmyelnitski's, fault, but the fault of want of judgment on the part of the hetmans and because of oppressions which they tolerated in the Ukraine. He begged the prince, therefore, not to be angry with him, but to graciously pardon him, in return for which, he would be the prince's faithful servant. But, in order to gain the prince's favor for his envoys and to preserve them from the prince's anger, he announced that he had freed Colonel Skshetuski who had been taken prisoner in Sich, and who was alive and well. Here followed long complaints of Skshetuski's haughtiness, that he had not been willing to take letters from Hmyelnitski to the prince, and thus grossly insulted his dignity as hetman, and the dignity of the whole Zaporojian army. Hmyelnitski attributed all that had happened, from the defeat on the Zolta Woda to that of Korsun, to the haughtiness and mistrust with which the Cossacks were treated by the Poles. The letter closed with assurances of regret and his fealty to the Commonwealth, and of his submission to the will of the prince. The messengers themselves were astonished at the contents of the letter for they had not known what was in it, and supposed insults and bold challenges rather than entreaties. It was clear to them that Hmyelnitski did not wish to risk a battle at present with such a celebrated leader, and that instead of marching against him with his whole strength, he was trying to create delay, and pretending humility, evidently in the expectation that the forces of the prince would be worn out by long marches and by battles and encounters with various Cossack detachments. In a word, he was evidently very much afraid of the prince. The messengers therefore were more humble than ever, and while the letter was being read tried to read their fate in the countenance of the prince, and although in coming they were prepared for any emergency, they were now shaking with terror. The prince, however, listened quietly, closed his eyes from time to time, as though he wished to hide the lightning that was contained in them, but it was evident that he was curbing his terrible anger with a great effort. When Mashkievich had finished, he said nothing to the envoys but commanded Volodiyovski to take them away and keep them under guard. Then he turned to his officers with the following words: "The cunning of this enemy is great. He either thinks that he will lull me to sleep with this letter in order to attack a sleeping man, or he is trying to entice me into the heart of the Commonwealth, finish up the business there, and receive pardon from the king and from the Diet. And he will then feel secure; for if I wished to continue fighting him then, it would not be he but I that would be acting contrary to the will of the Commonwealth, and I should be considered a rebel." Vurtsel put his hand to his forehead.
"Oh, astute fox!"
"What step do you advise me to take, honorable gentlemen?" asked the prince. "Speak boldly, and then I will tell you my own opinion." Old Zatsvilikhovski, who had left Chigrin some time before and had joined the prince, said:
"Your grace can do as he pleases, but if I might advise, I would say that your highness has guessed Hmyelnitski's intentions with your ordinary penetration. They are exactly what he wants to do, nothing else. I think, therefore, we should pay no attention to his letter, but in the first place, put the princess in safety, then cross the Dnieper and begin the war before Hmyelnitski enters into any negotiation, for it would be a disgrace and a dishonor to the Commonwealth if she should allow such acts to go unpunished. But," and here he turned towards the other officers, "I do not consider my opinion is infallible, and I am waiting to hear yours."
Commander of the army, Alexander Zamoyski, struck his sword. "Worthy standard bearer, age and wisdom speak through you. We must cut off the head of this hydra before it grows and devours us." "Amen," said Father Mukhovyetski. The other officers said nothing, they followed the example of the commander, struck their swords and ground their teeth. Vurtsel, however, said: "My prince, it is in fact an insult to your highness that this vagabond has dared to write a letter to you. A Koshov ataman bears a rank confirmed and recognized by the Commonwealth, even the Kurtsen atamans can boast the same; but he, Hmyelnitski, has made himself a hetman and cannot be regarded otherwise than a bandit, and therefore Skshetuski behaved in a praiseworthy manner when he refused to carry these letters to your highness." "I am of your opinion," said the prince, "and as I cannot reach him myself he shall be punished in the person of his envoys." He then turned to the colonel of the Tartar bodyguard. "Colonel Vyershul, order your Tartars to behead these Cossacks, but to cut a stake for their leader and impale him at once." Vyershul bowed his red head and went out. Father Mukhovyetski, however, who often undertook to restrain the prince, folded his hands as if in prayer, and looked imploringly into his eyes as though he would entreat for mercy. "I know what you mean, father," said Prince Yeremy, "but it cannot be. This must be done in return for the cruelty which they practiced on the other side of the Dnieper, and to maintain our dignity and for the welfare of the whole Commonwealth. It must be shown by such an example that there is someone who is not afraid of this bandit leader, and who will treat him as a highwayman; who, though he writes humbly, indeed acts with boldness and commands like a sovereign prince of the Ukraine, and brings such paroxysms to the Commonwealth as she has not known in a long time."
"My prince, he has liberated Lieutenant Skshetuski as he writes," said the priest timidly.
"I thank you in his name for putting him on a level with bandits." Here the prince knitted his brows. "But enough of this. I see," he added, turning to his officers, "that you all declare for war. That is also my wish. We will march, then, to Chernigov, gather the nobility on the way, cross the river at Brahinov, and then march towards the south. Now to Lubni."
"So help us God,"
said the colonels. At this moment the door opened and Rostvorovski appeared, the commander of the Wallach company who had been sent out 3 days before with 300 horsemen to reconnoitre.
"My prince," he cried, "the insurrection is growing. Rozloga is burned down, the garrison at Vasilovka has been destroyed to the last man."
"How? What? Where?" was asked on all sides. But the prince motioned with his hand and said: "Who did it, bandits or soldiers?"
"Bohun, they say."
"Bohun?"
"Yes, he himself."
"When did it happen?"
3 days ago."
"Did you follow his tracks? Did you catch informers? Did you ask for news?"
"I followed his tracks but could not catch him, for 3 days had already elapsed. I obtained some information on the road. They went back to Chigrin and there they divided, one half going to Cherkass, the other to Zolotonosha and Prokhorovka."
Then Kushel said: "I came across the company that was going to Prokhorovka, of which I notified your highness. They said that they had been sent out by Bohun to prevent the peasants from crossing the Dnieper, so I let them continue their journey." "You acted unwisely, but it was not your fault. It is difficult to avoid mistakes here when treachery lurks in every step one takes, and where the ground is burning under one's feet," said the prince. Suddenly he put his hand to his head. "Almighty God!" he cried, "I remember now what Skshetuski told me, that Bohun had designs on the innocence of the young Princess Kurtsevich. Now I understand why Rozloga was burned down. The girl must have been kidnapped. Here, Volodiyovski, come here. Take 500 horsemen and set out at once for Cherkass. Bikhovyets with 500 Wallachs will go to Prokhorovka, by way of Zolotonosha. Do not spare the horses, and whoever frees the girl shall have Yeremiovka as a life property. Now hasten, hasten!" Then he said to the colonels: "And we, gentlemen, will go to Lubni by way of Rozloga." The officers hastily left the house of the vice starosta and joined their regiments. The volunteers mounted their horses in haste; the prince's brown stallion, that he usually rode when on the march, was led forward. In a few minutes the regiments rode off, and proceeded like a long variegated glittering serpent along the highway from Philipovo. At the turnpike a bloody sight met their eyes. On the pickets of the fence they saw 5 Cossack heads, which looked with dead hollow eyes at the passing army and, not far off from there, beyond the gate, on a green hill, the ataman Sukha Ruka was still writhing on a stake. The stake had gone through half his body but many hours of torture still remained for the unfortunate man, for he might live till evening before death would release him. Now, however, he was not only alive, but his terrible eyes followed the companies as they passed by, eyes which said:
"May God punish you, your children, and your grandchildren, unto the 10th generation, for the blood, for the wounds, for the tortures. May you perish, you and your race. May all misfortune happen to you. May you die a lingering death, which is neither living nor dying."
And although he was a simple Cossack, although he did not die in purple, nor in a gold embroidered cloak but in a common blue jerkin, and not in the castle chamber but under the open sky, impaled on a stake, yet the torture, the death that hovered over his head covered him with dignity, and gave such power to his glance, such a sea of hate in his eyes, that all understood what he would have said, and the companies rode silently past him, and in the golden beams of the midday sun, he towered above them and gleamed like a torch on the freshly cut stake. The prince rode by without casting a glance at him. The priest Mukhovyetski made the sign of the cross over the unfortunate man. They had all gone past when a youth from the hussar regiment, without asking permission of anyone, turned his horse towards the hill, put his pistol to the ear of the victim, and with a shot, put an end to his torments. All trembled at the bold act, which was in contempt of all military discipline and, knowing the prince's sternness, they thought the youth was certainly lost. The prince, however, said nothing, and acted as if he had heard nothing or was deeply sunk in thought; in fact he rode forward in silence and it was not until evening that he had the youth brought before him. The lad, half dead with fear, stood before his master and thought that the earth was opening beneath his feet to swallow him. The prince asked him: "What is your name?"
"Telyuski."
"You shot the Cossack?"
"Yes, I,"
stammered the youth, who was as white as chalk. "Why did you do that?"
"I could not see him suffer."
Instead of being angry, the prince answered: "Oh, you will yet see their deeds, at sight of which the angel of compassion will flee from you. But, as you have risked your life for the sake of compassion, the treasurer in Lubni shall pay you out 10 golden crowns, and I will take you into my own service." All were astonished that this matter should have ended thus. Presently the news arrived that the advance guard were coming from Zolotonosha, and attention was turned in another direction. End of Book 2, Chapter 6. Book 2, Chapter 7 of With Fire and Sword by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Late that evening beneath a bright sky the forces arrived in Rozloga. There they found Skshetuski sitting upon his mount cavalry. The knight was, as we know, overcome with sorrow and torture of mind, and when Father Mukhovyetski had brought him back to a sense of reality, the officers took him into their midst and began to talk to him and to comfort. Especially Longin Podbipyenta who, for a period of 3 months, had been in Skshetuski's regiment, and had been a liberal companion. He also wished to be a sharer of his grief and tears, and immediately made a new vow on his account, that he would fast every Tuesday until his death, if God would in any manner, send comfort to Skshetuski. Meanwhile the lieutenant Skshetuski had been brought to the prince who had taken up his quarters in a peasant's cabin. When he saw his favorite, he said not a word but held out his arms towards him. Skshetuski threw himself into the outstretched arms, and the prince pressed him to his heart, kissed his head, and the other officers present saw tears in his eyes. In a little while he spoke: "I welcome you as a son, for I had begun to think that I should never see you again." Bear your sorrow bravely and remember that you will have 1,000 companions in misfortune, who will lose wives, children, parents, relations and friends, and your sorrow will disappear like a drop in the ocean, in the sea of universal sorrow. When such dreadful times are coming over the dear fatherland, no one who is a man and carries a sword can give himself up to his own sorrow, but must fly to the aid of our common mother, and win peace of conscience, or a glorious death and a heavenly crown, and with it eternal blessedness."
"Amen,"
said Chaplain Mukhovietski.
"Oh, my prince, I would rather see her dead,"
sighed the knight. "Weep, weep, for your loss is heavy and we will weep with you, for you are not among heathen, nor among wild Scythians, nor among Tartars, but among brethren and comrades who love you. But one thing say to yourself, today I weep over my misfortune, but tomorrow I will put it by, for tomorrow we are going to battle."
"I will go with your Excellency to the end of the world, but I cannot find comfort, for it is so sad without her that I cannot."
And the poor fellow put his hands to his head, then he set his teeth tightly to keep down the sobs, for a storm of despair was tearing him again.
"Thou hast said thy will be done,"
said the priest sternly.
"Amen, amen. I bow to his will, but my sorrow cannot keep it down,"
answered the knight in disjointed sentences. One could see how he fought with himself, and his sorrow drew tears from all eyes, and the softer hearted ones, Volodiyovski and Longin, were weeping copiously from sympathy. The latter folded his hands and repeated plaintively:
"Dear little brother, take courage."
"Listen," said the prince suddenly, "I have received word that Bohun has gone from here to Lubni, for he has slaughtered the garrison in Vasilova. So do not despair, perhaps he has not found her yet, for why should he have gone to Lubni?"
"By God, it must be so," cried the officers. "God will bring you comfort."
Skshetuski opened his eyes as though he did not understand what they were saying. Suddenly a glimpse of hope came into his heart, and he threw himself full length at the feet of the prince.
"Oh, my prince! Life! Blood!" he cried.
He could say no more, he had become so weak that Longin had to lift him from the ground and place him on a bench. But one saw from his expression that he had seized this thread of hope, as a drowning man seizes a board and that his sorrow began to abate. The others encouraged this hope and said to him that perhaps he would find his princess in Lubni. Then they took him into another hut and gave him mead and wine. The lieutenant tried to drink, but could not, for his throat seemed closed, but his faithful friends drank instead of him and, excited by the wine, they began to throw their arms round him and kiss him, and were astonished at his leanness and the traces of sickness which they saw in his face.
"You look like Piotrovin," said the fat Zik.
"You got pretty well played out in Sich. They gave you nothing to eat or drink in Sich. Tell us what happened to you." "I will tell you some other time," said Skshetuski in a weak voice. "They wounded me and I fell ill."
"They wounded him!" cried Zik.
"Wounded? An ambassador?" answered
Sleshinski. And they looked at one another, astonished at the boldness of the Cossacks. Then they began to press each other out of affection for Skshetuski.
"And did you see Hmyelnitski?"
"Yes."
"Leave him to us, sir," cried Migurski. "We will make hash of him."
With such conversation the night passed away. In the morning news was received that the second advance party that had been sent to Cherkass had returned. They had evidently not brought back Bohun and had not caught him. But they had returned with strange news. They brought several people with them whom they had met on the road, who had seen Bohun 2 days before. These related that the Cossack leader was evidently in pursuit of somebody, for he had asked everyone if they had not seen a fat nobleman with a Cossack boy. He was in a tremendous hurry and always rode off again at breakneck speed. Those people had said also that they had not noticed that Bohun had a young lady with him, but if he had they would certainly have remarked it, for Bohun had only a few soldiers with him. Fresh hope as well as anxiety filled Skshetuski's heart, for these tales were absolutely unintelligible to him. He could not understand in the first place, why Bohun should have taken the direction of Lubni, why he should have attacked the garrison in Vasilova and then, suddenly turned in the direction of Cherkass. That he had not taken Helena with him seemed evident, for Kushel had met Anton's division, and she was not among them, and the men whom they had just brought back from Cherkass had not seen her with Bohun. So where could she be? Where might she be hiding? Had she escaped, and if so, in what direction? Why, instead of going to Lubni, should she have gone to Cherkass or Zolotonosha? And yet, Bohun's soldiers were following somebody in the direction of Cherkass and Prokhorovka. And why had they inquired about a nobleman and a Cossack boy? To all these questions the lieutenant could find no answer.
"Tell me, speak, explain to me what it all means," he said to the officers, "for my brain cannot understand it."
"I think that they must be in Lubni," said Pan Migurski.
"That is not possible," answered Lieutenant Zatsvilikhovski. "If she were in Lubni, Bohun would betake himself as quickly as possible to Chigrin to be in safety; but he would not go to meet the hetmans, of whose defeat he can know nothing. But if he divided up his forces and took two lines of pursuit, I tell you it was on account of no one but the princess." "But he was asking for an old nobleman and a Cossack boy." "It does not need any great sagacity to guess that she would not try to escape in women's clothing, but has put on some disguise in order to evade all suspicion, and I think that this Cossack boy is herself." As I live, that is true," repeated the others. "But who is the nobleman?" "That I do not know," said the old lieutenant, "but we can find out by asking questions. The peasants must certainly know who was here and what happened. Bring the owner of this cabin."
The officers sprang out of the door and presently returned, bringing by the neck the Pidsusidka, who had been sitting in a neighboring shed.
"Peasant," said Zatsvilikhovski, "were you here when Bohun and his Cossacks attacked the big house?"
The peasant began as usual to swear that he was not present, that he had seen nothing and knew nothing; but Zatsvilikhovski knew with whom he was dealing and said:
"I believe, you son of a heathen, that you were hiding under a bench when they plundered the house. You need not tell me that. See here is a gold piece and there stands a servant with a sword. Choose! And to finish up we will burn down the whole village, and on your account all the poor people will suffer."
Then the peasant began to tell all that he had seen. When the Cossacks were reveling in the farmyard of the castle, he had come away with the others to see what was going on. They had heard that the old princess and the young princess had been killed, but that Nicholas had wounded the ataman and he was lying there as if dead. What had happened to the young lady they could not find out, but early the following morning, they heard that she had made her escape with a nobleman who had come with Bohun.
That's it," said Zatsvilikhovski. "Here, peasant, take this gold crown. You see no harm will happen to you. Did you see the nobleman? Was he from this region?"
"I saw him, sir, but he didn't come from here."
"What did he look like?"
"Stout, sir, as a stove, with a grey beard, and he cursed like an old tramp. He was blind in one eye."
"By heaven!" cried Longin. "That must be Zagloba, and no other. Ah!"
"Zagloba? Wait a minute. Zagloba, that might be. He made friends with Bohun in Chigrin. They drank and played dice together. That might be. That is his description."
Here Zatsvilikhovski turned to the peasant.
"Did this nobleman fly with the young lady?"
"Yes, sir, so we heard."
"And do you know Bohun well?"
"Oh, very well, sir. He used to stay here a month at a time."
"And perhaps the nobleman took her away with his knowledge?"
"No, indeed, sir. He tied Bohun hand and foot, and wrapped his cloak round his head, and he carried off the young lady without any human eye seeing them. The ataman howled like a Siromakh. On the same day he had himself put into a litter between two horses and tore off to Lubni, but he did not catch her there, and he started off in another direction."
"Praised be God!"
said Migurski.
"Then she may be in Lubni, for it means nothing that they followed her to Cherkass, for as they did not find her in one place they tried another."
Pan Skshetuski had knelt down and was praying earnestly.
Well," growled the old lieutenant, "I would not have given Zagloba credit for so much courage as to undertake a quarrel with Bohun. It is true he was very much attached to Skshetuski, on account of that special brand of mead from Lubni, which we drank together in Chigrin. He has often told me about it and called him a brave knight. Well, I cannot get it through my head, for he has emptied many a goblet at Bohun's expense, but that he should have bound Bohun and carried off the girl, I could not have believed him capable of such a bold deed, for I took him for a bully and a coward. He is clever but a great liar, and the courage of such people consists generally in words."
"Whatever he may be, it is enough that he has delivered the young princess from the hands of the bandits," said Volodiyovski. "And as he is evidently crafty enough, he will assuredly manage to escape with her in such a manner that she shall be safe from her enemy."
"His own throat was in the balance," said Migurski. Then they turned to Pan Skshetuski. "Do take comfort, dear comrade. We will all yet be your best men, and get drunk at your wedding." Zatsvilikhovski added: "If he has fled across the Dnieper and has heard of the defeat at Korsun, he must have come back to Chernigov and, in this case, we shall overtake him on the way." "Here's to a happy ending of the sorrows and trials of our friend," cried Sleshinski. Cheers were given for Pan Skshetuski, for the young princess, for their future descendants, and for Pan Zagloba. Thus the night passed. Early next morning they were put under marching orders. The forces proceeded to Lubni. They advanced quickly, for the prince's regiment was traveling without baggage. Skshetuski wanted to accompany the Tartar regiment, but he was too weak and, besides that, the prince kept him near him, for he wanted to hear about his embassy to Sich. The knight had, therefore, to give an account of his journey, of how he had been attacked at Khortyts and dragged to Sich; but he was silent about his dispute with Hmyelnitski, that he might not appear to praise himself. What chiefly disturbed the prince, was the news that old Pan Grodzitski had no power, and therefore could not defend himself very long. "That's an unspeakable misfortune," said he, "for that fortress would give the rebels a great deal of trouble, for Pan Grodzitski is a remarkable man, a real Commonwealth to the Republic. Why did he not send to me for powder? I would have given him some from the magazine in Lubni." "He was evidently of the opinion that it was the place of Hetman W. ex officio." "To think about that," said Skshetuski. "I believe that," said the prince, and was silent. Presently he spoke again. "The hetman is an old and experienced warrior, but he had too much confidence in himself and that is the reason of his downfall. He underestimated this whole rebellion and, when I hastened with troops to his assistance, he did not seem to be anxiously expecting me. He did not wish to share his glory with anyone. He was afraid that I should receive the honor of the victory." "That is what I believe," said Skshetuski earnestly. "He thought he could silence the Zaporojians with cudgels, and now it has happened that God has punished his pride. Through pride, which is intolerable to God himself, this Commonwealth is going to destruction, and it seems no one is free from blame." The prince was right, for even he himself was not without blame. Not very long before this, he had marched with 4,000 men to Warsaw, in consequence of a quarrel with Pan Alexander Konyetspolski about Hadziach, and had commanded his men, in case he was obliged to take the oath in the Senate chamber, to dash into the chamber and slaughter everyone; and he did this from pride, for he could not endure that he should be obliged to take an oath, and that his word alone should not be sufficient. This occurrence may have come back to his recollection at this moment, for he became plunged in thought, rode on silently and gazed at the wide steppes. Perhaps he was thinking also of the fate of the Commonwealth, which he loved with all the might of his earnest soul, and over which the day of wrath and calamity appeared to be breaking. In the afternoon, from on the high bank of the Sula, appeared the cupolas of the churches of Lubni, the gleaming roofs and the pointed towers of St. Michael's Cathedral. The soldiers moved along slowly, and thus the time passed until evening. The prince, on his arrival, immediately went to the castle where, according to commands sent in advance, all were in readiness to march. The regiments divided up for the night and were quartered in the town. It was no easy matter, for there was an immense crowd of people in Lubni. In consequence of the reports of the spread of the peasant war on the right bank of the Dnieper, and in consequence of the excitement among the peasants, all the nobility of the other side of the Dnieper had crowded to Lubni. Even from the farthest districts, they came with wives, children, horses, camels, and whole herds of cattle. The commissioners of the prince had also come hither, the vice starostas, all kind of officials, those of noble rank, farmers, Jews, in a word, all against whom the rebels might raise their hands. It seemed as if a great fair was being held in Lubni, for the Moscow merchants and the Astrakhan Tartars were on their way to the Ukraine with their wares, and were remaining there on account of the war. On the marketplace stood thousands of wagons, of various build, some with wheels of woven reeds, some with wheels without spokes, cut out of one piece of wood, Cossack telegas and carriages belonging to the nobility. The more distinguished guests were received in the castle, and in the inns. The others, and the servants were put up in tents in the neighborhood of the church.
Fires were burning everywhere in the streets in order to prepare food. Everywhere was noise and a humming as of a beehive. The most varied costumes, the great variety of colors, the prince's soldiers from the different companies, haiduks, pajuks, Jews in black cloaks, peasants, Armenians in their violet caps, and Tartars in sheepskin coats. The air was filled with many languages, cries, curses, screaming of children, barking of dogs and bellowing of cattle. This crowd of people greeted the approaching regiments with joy, for they saw in them the assurance of protection and rescue. Others hastened to the castle and screamed with all their might in honor of the prince and princess. The strangest reports were spread among the crowd. Now it was that the prince would remain in Lubni, now that he was going far away to Lithuania, whither one would be obliged to follow him, and it was even said that he had already beaten Hmyelnitski. The prince, however, after he had greeted his consort, and informed her that she must leave again the following morning, looked sadly down on that crowd of men and wagons, which would follow the army and be balls fastened to their feet, thus interfering with the speed of their march. He comforted himself with this one thought that, beyond Brahinov where the land was peaceful, they would all scatter, seek refuge in various directions, and no longer interfere with the progress of his train. The princess herself, with her court ladies and the whole household, was to be sent to Vishnyovtsa, in order that the prince might give his whole attention to the war and march into battle without any hindrance. The preparations in the castle had already been completed. The carriages were packed with belongings and treasures, provisions were gathered together, the court was ready at any moment to mount carriages and horses. The Princess Grizelda had arranged all this beforehand, for in misfortune she had as large a heart as the prince, and resembled him in energy and firmness of character. This sight comforted the prince, although his heart was torn with the thought that he must leave his beloved home in Lubni, where he had enjoyed so much happiness and won so much glory. All shared this sorrow, the army, the servants, the whole household. For all were certain that, if the prince went to fight in distant countries, the enemy would not leave Lubni untouched, but would take vengeance on these beloved walls for all the injuries which they had suffered at the hands of the prince. And so there was no lack of tears and complaints, especially among the women, and those who had been born and grown up here, and who were leaving behind them the graves of their parents. End of Book 2, Chapter 7. Book 2, Chapter 8 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Skshetuski, who had gone ahead in his anxiety, fairly sprang into the castle in order to inquire for the princess and Zagloba, but he did not find them there. They had neither been seen nor heard of, although everyone had heard of the attack on Rozloga, and the slaughter of the garrison at Vasilov. The knight shut himself up in his quarters in the armory. Along with his blighted hopes, and sorrow, fear and anxiety took possession of him again, but he drove them away as a wounded soldier on the field of battle drives away the ravens and carrion crows who hover around him to drink his warm blood and to tear his flesh. He built upon the hope that Zagloba through craft and cunning had perhaps made his way to Chernigov, and had hidden after hearing the news of the defeat of the hetmans. He remembered just then that the old beggar whom he had met on the way to Rozloga had said that he and his boy had been robbed of their clothes by some devil, and only barely escaped with his life, and had wandered about naked 3 days in the reeds of the Kahamlik. Suddenly it occurred to Skshetuski that Zagloba had robbed the old man, in order to provide a disguise for himself and Helena. "It cannot be otherwise," repeated the lieutenant to himself, and he found great comfort in this thought, for such a disguise would make it much easier to escape. He trusted also that God, who watches over innocence, would not forsake Helena and, in order to entreat his mercy for her without delay, he resolved to cleanse himself from his sins. He therefore left the armory and sought Father Mukhovyetski. He found him speaking words of comfort to the women and begged the priest to confess him. Mukhovyetski led him into the chapel and listened to the confession. When he had finished, he gave Skshetuski a lecture, edified him, strengthened him in the faith, and comforted and then rebuked him, saying that it did not become a Christian to doubt God's power, or a citizen to weep more about his own misfortunes than about the misfortunes of his fatherland. For it was exceptionally wrong to pity oneself more than one's fellow creatures, and to sorrow more for beloved ones than for the general unhappiness. Then he pointed out to him the misery, the degradation, and the downfall of his fatherland, in such earnest and impressive words that he roused in the heart of the knight a great love for his country, in comparison with which, his own misfortunes seemed so small that he could hardly perceive them. The priest reproved him also for the anger and hatred which he entertained against the Cossacks. "You must punish them," he said, "as enemies of the faith and of the fatherland, as allies of the heathen, but, as your own enemies, you must forgive them, pardon them from the depths of your heart, and not revenge yourself; and if you do thus, I believe that God will comfort you and will give you back your beloved and send his peace." Then he signed the cross above him, blessed him, and went out commanding him as a penance to remain until morning on his knees before the crucified. The chapel was dark and empty; only 2 candles flickered before the altar and threw golden and red beams upon the face of the Christ, which was made of alabaster, and looked down with an expression of the deepest sweetness and suffering. Many hours passed, and the lieutenant remained motionless as one dead. But he felt ever more clearly that bitterness, despair, hatred, sorrow, care, suffering were leaving his heart, were disappearing from his breast and gliding forth like serpents to seek a hiding place elsewhere in the darkness. He felt that he breathed more easily, that, at the same time, new light, new power were awaking in him; that his mind grew clearer, that content came to surround him. In one word before this altar, at the feet of the crucified he found all that man in such times could find, a man of unwavering faith, without a trace or shadow of doubt. The following morning the lieutenant was as if born again. There was much movement, many arrangements to be made, for it was the day of the departure from Lubni. The officers had to mount and muster early in the morning and see that men and horses were in perfect order. Then they were led out to the field and placed in marching order. The prince went to mass in St. Michael's church, then he returned to the castle and received deputations from the Greek priests and the citizens of Lubni and Khorol. He sat on his throne in the hall that had been decorated by Helm, surrounded by his principal officers, and here, the burgomaster of Lubni, Ruby, in the name of all the towns that belonged to the kingdom of the Dnieper, took leave of him in the language of Little Russia. First he begged him not to go away and leave them as sheep without a shepherd, and the other deputies clasped their hands after him: "Do not go away, do not go!" And when the prince answered that it could not be otherwise, they fell at his feet and expressed their sorrow at parting from their good lord, or feigned regret; for it was said that, in spite of the prince's popularity, many of them sympathized with the Cossacks and Hmyelnitski. But the better class feared the populace, feared that directly after the departure of the prince with the army they would rise in insurrection. The prince answered that he had always endeavored to be a father and not a master, and he conjured them to continue in their fealty to the king and to the Commonwealth, the common mother of them all, beneath whose wings they were preserved from harm, lived in peace, attained prosperity, and bore no foreign yoke which, otherwise, their neighbors would without difficulty place on their necks. With similar words he took leave of the Greek priests, and then came the hour of departure. Then the whole castle was filled with lamentations and tears, and the noise of weeping. The young ladies of the court fainted. Panna Anna Borzobohata was restored with difficulty. The princess alone stepped with tearless eyes into her carriage, with her head held high, for the proud lady was ashamed to show her sorrow before the people. Round about the castle stood crowds of people, all the bells of Lubni were ringing, the priests held their crosses above the departing ones, the long train of wagons, carriages and baggage wagons could hardly get through the gates of the castle. Finally the prince mounted his horse. The flags of the regiment saluted him, upon the ramparts shots were fired. The lamentations, the noise of the mob and loud shouts blended with the ringing of bells, with booming of cannon, with the sounds of trumpets and kettle drums. The march began. At the head of the column were two Tartar regiments, under Rostvorovski and Vyershul, then Pan Vurtzel's artillery, and Major Hmyelnitski's infantry. Then followed the princess with all the ladies of her court and the whole household, in carriages. Then the baggage wagons, then the Wallachian squadron under Bykhovyets and finally, the main body of the army. The regiments of heavy cavalry, the cuirassiers, the hussars and the train ended with the dragoons and the Semenovs. Behind the army there came, like a serpent, an endless line of many colored carriages which carried the families of all those noblemen who did not wish to remain in the Trans Dnieper after the departure of the prince. The bugles sounded, but all hearts were oppressed. All thought at the sight of those walls: "Beloved home, shall I ever see you again in this life? It is easy to set out, but difficult to return, and does not each one of us leave a part of his soul in this place, and a sweet remembrance?" So for the last time, all eyes were turned upon the castle, upon the city, on the towers of its churches, on the cupola of the cathedral, upon the roofs of the houses. Each one knew what he was leaving behind, and knew not what was awaiting him yonder, in the blue distance towards which they were marching. Sadness filled all hearts. The town called to the departing ones with the voices of all its bells as though it were conjuring them not to leave it, not to expose it to danger, to an unhappy fate in the future. It called after them as though, through the mournful sound of its bells, it would wish them farewell and impress itself on their memory. And so, although the train continued to advance, all heads turned back to the town and in all faces one read the question: "Is it for the last time?" So it was, of this whole army, of these thousands who, at this moment were marching forth with Prince Vishnovyetski, not one, not even he himself, should ever again see this town, or this land. The trumpets sounded, the army moved slowly but steadily forward, and after some time the town disappeared from their sight in a bluish mist. The houses and roofs blended into a confused mass, which gleamed in the sunlight. The prince put spurs to his horse and rode forward to a high hill, and stood there immovable, looking far into the distance. Was not this town which now gleamed in the sunlight, and this whole country which he saw from this eminence, the work of his ancestors, and of himself? It was the Vishnovyetskis who had transformed this once barren, dismal stretch of land into a habitable country, who had opened it up to civilized life, one might say had created the Dnieper country out of nothing. And the prince himself had done the greater part of this work. He had built those churches, whose towers gleamed in blue and gold above the town. He had built this town, had connected it with the Ukraine by good wagon roads. He had cut down forests, drained swamps, built castles, laid out villages and settlements, attracted residents thither, destroyed the banditti, protected the people from Tartar incursions, so that the agriculturist and merchant might obtain the quiet they so much desired. He had introduced the authority of law and justice. It was through him that it had developed and flourished. It was his heart and his soul. Now he must leave it all behind him. And not only on account of this immense property, which was equal in extent to all the German principalities, did the prince mourn. No, he loved this work of his own hands. He knew that if he should fail, all would miss it. The work of whole years would be destroyed with one blow, all his labor would be in vain, for the wild hordes would break their fetters and would lay villages and towns in ashes. The Tartar would again water his horses in these rivers. The primitive forest would arise from the ruins and, if God should permit him to return, he would have to begin everything all over again, and who knows if his strength would hold out, if he would yet have time, and still retain the confidence in himself which had helped him in former years. It was here that those years had been passed which for him had been a glory in the sight of men, a service to God. Now all this service and glory would vanish like smoke. Two heavy tears rolled down his cheeks. They were the last tears he would shed, for from henceforth only lightning would flash from those eyes. The prince's horse stretched forward his neck and neighed, and his neighing was soon answered by the other horses of the company. These sounds awakened the prince from his reverie and filled him with new courage. Had he not 6,000 faithful warriors, 6,000 swords while the world stood before him, and which the Commonwealth was awaiting as her sole salvation? The idyll of the Trans Dnieper is a thing of the past, but yonder, where cannons thunder, where villages and towns are in flames, where are heard in the night the neighing of the Tartar horses and the Cossack yells, mingled with the sighings of captives and the sighing of men, and women, and children, there the field of action lies open. There the glory of the saviour and father of the country is to be attained. Who will stretch out their hands for this laurel wreath? Who will save the deposed, humbled, dying Commonwealth, which is now trodden under the feet of the peasants, if not he, the prince, if not his army, whose weapons glitter and gleam in the sunlight below? The train was passing by the little hill on which the prince was standing and at the sight of the prince who, with his baton in his hand, stood on its summit, beneath an uplifted crucifix, one cry burst from the soldiers: "Long live the prince! Long live our leader and hetman, Yeremi Vishnovyetski!" And hundreds of flags were lowered to his feet, the hussars fired off their carbines, the kettle drums rolled in answer to the shouts. The prince drew his sword, and raising it towards heaven to which he also raised his eyes, said: "I, Yeremi Vishnovyetski, Voyevoda of Russia, Prince of Lubni and Vishnyovtsa, swears to thee, Holy Trinity and the Holy Mother of God, that as long as strength and life are in me, I will not let this sword rest which I am now raising against the knaves who have insulted our country, until I have avenged the ignominy, have cast the enemy at the feet of the Commonwealth, have brought peace to the Ukraine, and smothered in blood the rebellion of the peasants. And as I am making this vow from a pure heart, so help me God. Amen." He spoke and stood there a moment longer, his eyes raised to heaven, then he slowly rode down the hill and joined the company. The army came that night to Bazan, the village of the Countess Krenitska who received the prince, kneeling at her door; for the peasants had already besieged her in her castle and she had defended herself with the help of the servants who had remained faithful to her, when the sudden arrival of the prince saved her and her 19 children, among whom were 14 girls. The prince made the rebels prisoners, sent Poniatovski, the adjutant of the Cossack company, to Kanyov, and the same night he brought back 5 Zaporojians from the Vasyntynski's Kurtsin. They had all taken part in the fight at Korsun and, as they were now threatened with the rack, they gave the prince exact details of the occurrence. They assured him also that Hmyelnitski was still in Korsun but that Tukhay Bey, with the prisoners, the booty, and the 2 hetmans, had gone to Chigrin whence he expected to go to the Crimea. They had also heard that Hmyelnitski had begged them very hard not to leave the Zaporojian army, but to march against the prince. The Murza, however, would not agree to it and said that after the destruction of the armies and the hetmans the Cossacks might look out for themselves; but he was not going to stay any longer, for the prisoners would die. When they were asked about Hmyelnitski's fighting strength they gave it as 200,000 fighting men, the greater part of them unreliable, and only 50,000 good fighting troops, that is Zaporojians and Cossacks from the estates or from the towns, who had joined the rebellion. On hearing this news the prince's courage rose, for he hoped when he reached the other side of the Dnieper to increase his forces considerably by fugitives from the royal army, and soldiers from the estates. The following morning he continued his journey. Beyond Pereyaslav the army came to gigantic, gloomy forests which stretched along the shore of the river, the Trubiej, as far as Kozyelts and even to Chernigov. It was towards the end of May, the heat was frightful. In the forests, where they expected it would be a little cooler, it was so oppressive that men and horses could hardly stand. The cattle that they took with them fell down or ran wherever there was any water as if they were mad, overturned the wagons and created a good deal of confusion. Horses began to fall down, especially in the heavy cavalry. The nights were unbearable on account of the enormous quantity of insects and the oppressively strong smell of the pine gum which, on account of the heat, exuded from the trees in larger quantities than usual. Thus 4 days passed. On the 5th day the heat became unnatural. By nightfall the horses began to snort, and the cattle to bellow piteously, as though they saw some danger ahead which the men could not yet perceive. "They smell blood," was whispered about in the baggage wagons, among the swarms of fugitive noble families. "The Cossacks are following us, there will be a battle!" At these words the women began to scream piteously, the noise reached the servants, confusion and terror ensued. The wagons tried to get ahead of each other or left the highway and drove blindly into the forests where they got fixed between the trees. But the prince sent some men over and order was soon restored. Scouts were sent out in all directions to discover whether danger really threatened. Skshetuski, who had gone with the Wallachs as a volunteer, was the first to return in the morning and immediately went to the prince. "Well, how do things stand?" asked Yeremy.
"My prince, the forests are in flames."
"Were they set on fire?"
"Yes, I caught some men who say that Hmyelnitski sent out some volunteers to follow you, and to set fire to the woods when the wind was favorable."
"He wants to burn us alive, without a battle. Bring the men here." They were at once brought forward, 3 herders, wild, stupid, terrified men who acknowledged at once that they had been commanded to set fire to the forests. They confessed also that an army was following the prince and was going by another road to Chernigov nearer the Dnieper. Meanwhile other scouts came back and all brought the same news.
"The woods are on fire."
But the prince did not seem to be uneasy on that account. "That is the way of the heathen," he said, "but that does not matter. The fire will not cross the rivers that flow into the Trubiej." In fact, so many little rivers flowed into the Trubiej, along which the army was marching towards the north, forming here and there broad marshes that there was no danger that the fire would cross them. It would be necessary to set fire afresh to the woods beyond each river. The scouts soon gave notice that this was being done. They daily brought in incendiaries, who were strung up on pines along the way. The fire spread rapidly along the rivers to the east and west but not towards the north. At night a red glow illumined the sky. The women sang hymns from morning till night. The terrified wild animals fled out of the burning forest upon the road and joined themselves to the train, mingling with the herds of domestic cattle. The wind blew the smoke so that the whole horizon was covered. The army and the wagons moved along in a thick cloud that no eye could pierce. One could hardly breathe. The smoke blinded all eyes and the wind drove it ever in denser masses. The sunlight could hardly penetrate these clouds of smoke, and in the night it was lighter than in the day because the fires lighted up the scene. The forests seemed to be interminable. Through these burning woods and clouds of smoke, Yeremy led his army, and then came the news that the enemy was marching on the other side of Trubiej but it was not known how great a force it was. Vyershul's Tartars maintained firmly that they were still a long way off. One night Captain Sukhodolsk from Bodenik came to the camp from the other side of Desna. He had formerly been in the prince's service and only a few years before, had moved into the country. He too had fled from the peasants but he brought tidings which they had not yet heard. A great confusion arose when, on the prince's asking for news, he answered: "It is a bad lookout, my prince. You have heard of the defeat of the hetmans and also of the death of the king?" The prince, who was sitting upon a little camp stool before his tent, sprang up in terror. "The king is dead?" "His gracious Majesty breathed his last in Meteth a week before the defeat at Korsun," said Sukhodolsk. "God in his mercy has not allowed him to live to see this day," answered the prince. Then he put both hands to his head and continued: "Terrible times have come to this republic. Elections and interregnum. Discords and plotting by foes on the outside, now when the whole people should be blended into a single sword held by one hand. God has turned his face away from us, and in his anger will punish us for our sins. King Vladislav alone could extinguish the torch of this war, for the Cossacks loved him with an extraordinary love, and besides this he was a valiant warrior." At this moment several officers stepped up to the prince, among them Zatsvilikhovski, Skshetuski, Baranovski, Vurtzel, Makhnitski, and Polanovski and the prince said: "Gentlemen, the king is dead." As at the word of command, all heads were uncovered, all faces became solemn. This unexpected news made everyone speechless. It was not for some moments that the universal sorrow found expression. "Grant him, Lord, thy everlasting peace," said the prince, "and may perpetual light shine upon him." Presently Father Mukhovyetski chanted the Dies Irae, and surrounded by the increasing clouds of smoke in the forests, an unspeakable depression filled all hearts and souls. It seemed to all as if they were entirely alone in the world in presence of the threatening enemy, and had no one left but their prince. And all eyes turned to him, and a new bond of affection was riveted between him and his army.
That same evening the prince said to Zatsvilikhovski so that everyone could hear him: "We need a warlike king, therefore if God permits us to make a choice, may we have Prince Charles, who has a more warlike spirit than Casimir."
"Vivat! Carolus Rex!" cried the officers.
"Vivat!" repeated the hussars, and with them the whole army. And the Voyevoda certainly did not dream that this shout which sounded in the Trans Dnieper should penetrate the desert forests of Chernigov, even to Warsaw, and should take from his hands the baton of the chief hetman of the crown. End of Book 2, Chapter 8.
Book 2, Chapter 9 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. After 9 days' march, of which Mskyevich became the Xenophon, and a 3 days' passage of the Desna, the army finally arrived at Chernigov. Skshetuski went ahead with the Wallachs. The prince had purposely commanded him to ride forward and garrison the town in order that he might be able to get the earliest information about the princess and Zagloba. But here, as in Lubni, no one either in the town or the castle had heard anything about them. They had vanished like a stone in the water, and the knight himself did not know what to think about it. Where could they have sought refuge? Surely not in Moscow, nor in the Crimea, nor in Sich. There remained only one conclusion, that they might have crossed the Dnieper and, in this case, they would find themselves right in the middle of the insurrection. There were slaughter, incendiary fires, swarms of drunken blacks, Zaporojians and Tartars, against which Helena's disguise would prove no protection, for the heathen eagerly took boys captive, on account of the high price that they could obtain for them in the markets of Stambul. The dreadful suspicion even occurred to Skshetuski that Zagloba might have intentionally led her to that side of the river in order to sell her to Tukhay Bey, who would reward him more handsomely than Bohun, and this thought almost drove him mad. But Pan Longin Podbipyenta calmed him effectually in this regard. He had known Zagloba longer than Skshetuski had.
"Dear little brother, lieutenant," said he, "put that idea out of your head. The nobleman certainly has not done that. At the Kurtsevich's house there were treasures enough that Bohun would willingly have given him if he wished to ruin the girl. He would not need to place his life in jeopardy, and could gain riches."
"Quite true," said the lieutenant, "but why did he fly across the Dnieper and not to Lubni or Chernigov?"
"Calm yourself, my dear little fellow, I know this Zagloba. He has drunk with me and is my debtor. Money is no consideration with him, either his or anyone else's. When he has any of his own he squanders it. Other people's money he does not pay back. But that he could commit such a deed I will never believe."
"He is a trifling man," said Skshetuski.
"Yes, trifling he may be, and a scamp who likes to lead others upon smooth ice but manages to extricate himself from all difficulties. But, as the priest with prophetic spirit has foretold that God will bring her back to you, it will come to pass, for it is only just that every honest love should be rewarded. And with this assurance I comfort you, as I comfort myself."
Here Longin began to sigh heavily, and added after a pause:
"Let us inquire about them in the castle, perhaps they have passed through here."
They inquired everywhere, but in vain. Nowhere could they find even a trace that the fugitives had passed through the town. The castle was full of noblemen with their wives and children, whom they had shut up here to protect them from the Cossacks. The prince advised them to go with him and warned them that the Cossacks were following his tracks. They had not dared to attack the army, but it was most probable that after the departure of the prince they would fall upon the town and castle. The nobility in the castle were, however, strangely blinded. "Here, behind the forests, we are certainly safe," they answered the prince. "No one will come to us here." "Did not I come through these forests?" said the prince. "Your Highness came through certainly, but the people cannot come through. Ha! Not forests like these." And so they would not accompany the prince but remained in their blindness, for which they paid dearly later on. For immediately after the prince had left, the Cossacks arrived. The castle was defended bravely for 3 weeks. Then it fell, and all who were in it were slain to the last man. The Cossacks committed frightful cruelties, tore the children to pieces, roasted the women at slow fire, and no one took vengeance on them for these deeds. The prince, meanwhile, had reached Lebech on the Dnieper, and let his army rest there while he and his household and the baggage wagons proceeded to Brahina, that lay in the midst of forests and impassable swamps. A week later the army crossed the river. Then they went to Babits near Mozyr, and there, on Corpus Christi day, the hour of separation came; for the princess with her household was to go to her aunt the Voyevodina of Vilna at Turova, while the prince with his army was to go forth to battle in the Ukraine. At the last parting meal, the prince and the princess, the court ladies and the highest nobility were assembled; but in the ranks of the young court ladies and the cavaliers one missed the usual gaiety, for many a soldier's heart bled at the thought that from this hour he would be obliged to leave his beloved, for whom he would willingly have lived, fought, and died. Many blue and black eyes among the fair girls wept tears of sorrow that a soldier lover must march amid bullets and swords, amid Cossacks and wild Tartars, and perhaps never return. Therefore, when the prince gave the word to take leave of his consort and of the household, the young ladies wailed bitterly, one and all like kittens. The officers, however, with a show of courage, rose from their seats, grasped their swords, and cried together: "We will conquer and come back." "May God help you," answered the princess. Thereupon arose a cheer that made the walls and windows rattle. "Long live the princess! Long live our mother and benefactress!" "Long may she live! Long may she live!" The soldiers loved her on account of her kindness to the officers, on account of her great heart, her generosity, and her gentleness, and on account of her care for their families. Prince Yeremy loved her above everything, for these two natures were made for one another, and resembled one another like two goblets molded of gold and iron. Each officer stepped up to her, knelt before her chair with his goblet in his hand, and she took each head between her hands and spoke kind words to each separately. To Skshetuski she said: "Many a knight will now receive a scapulary or a ribbon as a parting gift, and as she from whom you earnestly desire a remembrance is not here, take one from me as from your mother." She took off a golden cross of Turkish workmanship and hung it round the knight's neck, and he kissed her hands respectfully. The prince was evidently much pleased at this, for he had latterly grown very fond of Skshetuski, because he had maintained the dignity of the prince during the embassy to Sich, and had refused to take letters from Hmyelnitski. They arose from the table, and the young ladies, who had quickly caught up the princess's remarks and considered them as a permission, began at once to take off, one a scapula, another a scarf, another a little cross; and when the knights saw this, they stepped up, each to his own favorite, even if not his betrothed, yet to the one he liked best. Poniovski to Countess Zhytinska, Bykhoviets to Countess Povinyanke who he had fallen in love with lately, Rostvorovski to Zykovna, the red-haired Vyershul to Shopaka, Makhnitski, who was no longer young, to Zavyeska. Anusia Borzobohata, only, although she was the handsomest of all, stood neglected and alone at the window. Her face was covered with blushes, her little eyes looked down under her drooping lashes, half angry, half entreating that they might not affront her thus. Then the traitor Volodiyovski approached her and said: "I should also like, Panna Anusia, to beg you for a souvenir, but I hesitated to express my wish, because I thought that there would be such a crowd around you that I should not be able to approach you." Anusia's cheeks burned still hotter, but she answered without a moment's hesitation: "You want a souvenir from other hands than mine, but you will not get it, for if it is not too crowded for you yonder, it is too high." The shot was well aimed and found its mark, for in the first place it contained an allusion to the short stature of the knight, and secondly, to his love for Princess Barba Zbaraska. Pan Volodiyovski had first fallen in love with the older sister Anna, and when she became engaged, he had choked down his sorrow and silently given his heart to Barbara, believing that no one had remarked this transfer of affection. Consequently, when he heard Anusia's words, although at other times he was ready with his words as with his sword, and was a knight without fear and without reproach, he became so confused that he could not answer, and he only stuttered: "And you, lady, are aiming very high, just as high as the head of Pan Podbipyenta." "He truly surpasses you in the sword as in politeness," answered the cool headed girl. "I thank you that you reminded me of him. That was right." Then she turned to the Lithuanian. "Come nearer, sir, I also want my knight and I do not know that I could hang this scarf across a more manly breast." Pan Podbipyenta opened his eyes as if he did not dare believe what he had heard. Then he fell on his knees so that the floor creaked.
"My benefactress! My benefactress!"
Anna threw her scarf around him and her little hand disappeared completely beneath the fair moustache of Pan Longin, and only a smack and murmur were audible. Volodiyovski hearing the sound said to Lieutenant Migurski: "One would swear that the bear had frightened away the bees and was eating the honey." Then he went off in a rage, for he felt the sting of her remarks, for in his time he had also loved Anna. The prince had already taken leave of the princess, and an hour later the household was on its way to Torova, the prince advancing to Pripets. During the night, at the crossing of the river while they were building the floats for the cannon and the hussars were overseeing the work, Longin said to Skshetuski:
"That means misfortune, little brother."
"What has happened?" asked the lieutenant.
"News from the Ukraine.
"What?"
Zaporojians have told me that Tukhay Bey has gone with the hordes to the Crimea."
"Well, what does that matter? You will not cry about that."
"Why, little brother, you told me yourself, and you were right, were you not, that I could not count Cossack heads, and if the Tartars have gone away, where shall I get my 3 heathen heads? Where shall I look for them? Ah, and I need them so much."
Skshetuski, although he was very sad, smiled and answered:
"I can guess why you are so anxious, for I saw today that someone had chosen you for her knight."
Thereupon Longin folded his hands.
"Yes, why should I hide it any longer? I am in love, little brother, I am in love. Oh, what a misfortune it is."
"Do not worry. I do not believe that Tukhay Bey has gone away, and besides, you will come across more heathens than there are mosquitoes here above our heads."
Regular clouds of mosquitoes swarmed above the horses and men, for the army was in the country of impassable morasses, of marshy forests, swampy meadows, rivers, rivulets, and brooks, in that dreary uninhabited land that formed an impenetrable wilderness, of whose inhabitants one sang in those times: "The Lord of Have Nothing gave with his little daughter 2 kegs of axle pitch and a mushroom wreath, a pot of eels, and a piece of swamp besides." On these swamps grew not only mushrooms, but also, in spite of the song, great lordly fortunes. But the prince's soldiers who for the most part had been born and had grown up in the high, dry steppes on the other side of the Dnieper, could hardly believe their eyes, for although there one could find marshes and forests in places, here the whole country seemed to be one swamp. The night was bright and clear, and as far as the eye could reach, scarcely 6 feet of dry earth was to be seen beneath the moonlight. Little mounds only raised their heads above the water. The forests seemed to grow out of the waves. Water bespattered the feet of the horses. Water was squeezed out of the ground by the wheels of the cannon. Vurtsel was in despair.
"A remarkable march," he said. "At Chernigov we were threatened with fire, here we are drowning in water."
The earth, in fact, offered no support to the feet. It seemed to give and tremble as if it would open and swallow up those who moved on its surface. In 4 days, the army had reached Pripets and from that out they crossed almost daily rivulets and brooks that intersected the swampy ground, and nowhere was a bridge to be found. The whole army had to be transported in boats and barges. In a few days fogs and torrents of rain began. The soldiers gathered together their last strength to try and get out of this accursed country, and the prince urged and hurried them on. He had whole woods chopped down and roads made from the round trunks of trees. He himself rode ahead of the whole train. When the soldiers saw that he did not spare his own strength, that from morning until late at night he sat upon his horse, led the army, led the march, and directed everything himself, they dared not murmur, although the labor was almost beyond their strength. To remain from morning till late at night in the swamp and dampness was the common fate of all. The horses' hoofs began to soften and peel off, many sank down before the cannons they were drawing, so that the foot soldiers and Volodiyovski's dragoons had to drag the cannon. The aristocratic regiments, such as Skshetuski's hussars, Zatsvilikhovski's company and the cuirassiers seized axes in order to build roads. This was a famous march, amid cold, water and deprivations, in which the will of the leader and the zeal of the soldiers overcame all obstacles. No one had hitherto dared to march along this road with an army in the spring of the year, when all rivers overflowed their banks. Fortunately, the march was not once interrupted by an attack. The people in this region were quiet and peaceful and had no idea of rebelling, and even, later on, when they had been aroused by the Cossacks and excited by their example, they would not join their regiments. Even now they looked with dreamy eyes at the passing army of knights, who arose as if by magic from the woods and marshes, and glided by like shadows. They furnished guides and performed in silence all that was demanded of them. When the prince saw this, he restrained with a firm hand any breach of order among the soldiery, so that the army should not have behind them sighs, curses and complaints; and when after the army had passed through some smoky village, a report was spread that Prince Yeremy had gone by, the people would shake their heads and say softly to one another, "He is good." Finally, after 20 days of superhuman exertion and fatigues, the prince's army reached the rebel country. "Yeremy is coming! Yeremy is coming!" resounded through the whole Ukraine and far away beyond the Wild Lands, to Chigrin and Yegorlik. "Yeremy is coming!" resounded through towns, villages, hamlets and farms; and at this news, the scythes, hay forks and knives fell from the hands of the peasants. Faces grew pale, undisciplined bands crept away at night towards the south, like packs of wolves at the sound of the huntsman's horn. The Tartar who was plundering on the highway sprang from his horse, and laid his ear close to the ground to listen. In the castles and small fortified towns that had not yet been taken, the bells were rung, and the Te Deum Laudamus sung. And the terrible lion lay down on the threshold of a rebellious land and rested. He was gathering strength. End of Book 2, Chapter 9. Book 2, Chapter 10 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hmyelnitski meanwhile remained for some time in Korsun, then he went back to Byalocerk and took up his residence there. The horde struck camp on the other side of the river and spread their forces out over the Voyevoda of Kiev. Longin Podbipyenta had worried himself unnecessarily about the lack of Tartar heads, and Skshetuski had rightly prophesied that the Zaporojians, whom Poniatovski had taken near Kanyov, had spread a false report. Tukhay Bey had not left. He had not even gone to Chigrin. Yet from all sides fresh Tartars arrived. The petty princes, of Azov and Astrakhan, who had never before been in Poland had come with 4,000 warriors, 12,000 of the Nohaisky horde, 20,000 from Byalogrod and Budziak, all of them in former times sworn enemies of the Zaporojians and of the Cossacks; today their brothers and their allies in a war against Christianity. Finally, the Khan Islam Jairi himself came with 12,000 from Perikop. The whole Ukraine suffered from these hordes, not only the nobility, but all the people of Russia whose villages they burned, and whom they had robbed of wealth and property. Even the peasants themselves, with wives and children, were led into captivity. In these times of violence, arson and bloodshed, there was only one salvation for the peasant: to flee into Hmyelnitski's camp. There he was transformed from the victim to the oppressor and destroyed his own land, but he was at least sure of life. Unhappy land! When the insurrection broke out, Nicholas Pototski first devastated it and punished it, then the Zaporojians and the Tartars, who, it was said, had come to save it. And now Yeremi Vishnovyetski hung threateningly over it. Therefore, all who could fled into Hmyelnitski's camp, even the nobility, as there seemed no other way of escape. Thanks to this circumstance, Hmyelnitski's forces increased nightly and, if he did not penetrate into the heart of the Commonwealth, if he remained some time in Byalocerk, it was because he wished to bring these wild, unbridled elements into some kind of order. In his iron hands, they were soon transformed into a warlike force. Squadrons of tried Zaporojians were ready, the "blacks" were divided into regiments; colonels chosen from among the former atamans; certain divisions were sent out to attack the castle, in order to train them for war. They were by nature a warlike people, apt at war as were no other people; used to weapons, acquainted with fire and with the bloody front of battle, through the invasions of the Tartars. Two colonels, Hanja and Ostap, advanced on Nestervar. They captured it and killed the inhabitants, Jews and nobles, to the last man. They killed Prince Chetvertinski's own miller on the threshold of the gate of the castle, cutting his head off. The princess became Ostap's personal slave. Others moved in a different direction and success accompanied their arms, and fear had deprived the Poles of courage; fear to which this people were unaccustomed, which took their weapons from their hands and paralyzed their strength. His officers often said to Khmyelnitski: "Why do you not march towards Warsaw, instead of staying here, consulting the fortune tellers, filling yourself with brandy and allowing the Poles time to recover and gather their forces?" Frequently during the night the drunken crowd would shout and besiege Khmyelnitski's quarters and demand that he should lead them against the Poles. Khmyelnitski had fanned the flame of the rebellion, had lent it enormous strength, but now he began to recognize that that strength was pushing him forward into an unknown future. Therefore he often gazed with clouded eyes into that future and sought to penetrate its secret, and his heart was disturbed. As has already been said, he alone of all the commanders and atamans knew what an immense strength lay hidden in the apparent torpor of the Commonwealth. He had called the rebellion to life; he had conquered it at the Zolta Woda; he had conquered at Korsun; he had destroyed the royal forces, but what now? He therefore summoned all his officers to a council, let his bloodshot eyes, beneath which all trembled, wander round the circle and gloomily put this question to them: "What's the next thing? What do you want to do? To go to Warsaw? Then Prince Vishnovyetski will come here, strike down your wives and children like lightning, and leave behind him nothing but earth and water. Then he will follow us to Warsaw with the whole might of the nobility, who will unite with him, and thus, between two fires, we shall find our death; if not in battle, on stakes. We cannot rely on the friendship of the Tartars; today they are with us, tomorrow they may turn against us and return to the Crimea, or sell us to the lords. So what is to be done? Speak! March against Vishnovyetski, then he will detain us and all the Tartar hordes, and during this time the forces will be organized and fly to help him from the heart of the Commonwealth. Choose." The terrified colonels were silent and Khmyelnitski continued: "Why have you lost your courage? Why do you no longer insist on going to Warsaw? If you do not know what to do, leave it to me and, with God's help, I will save my life and your own, and provide satisfaction for the Zaporojian army and for all the Cossacks." There remained only one way open: to enter into negotiations. Khmyelnitski knew very well how much might be done with the Commonwealth in this manner. He calculated that the Diet would rather agree to pay a considerable indemnity than to levy taxes for a war which would be long and troublesome. He knew, finally, that there was a powerful party in Warsaw, at the head of which stood the king himself. The news of his death had not yet reached Khmyelnitski. The chancellor and many men, who would willingly do anything to oppose the power of the gigantic estates in the Ukraine, who would form an alliance with the Cossacks to strengthen the hands of the king, conclude peace with them for evermore, and lead the assembled thousands to a war against the foreigner. Under such circumstances Khmyelnitski might expect a very high position for himself, might receive the hetman's staff from the hands of the king, and might demand priceless concessions for the Cossacks. That was why he remained in Byalocerk. He was arming, sending manifestos out in all directions, was gathering the people together, forming armies, and getting possession of the castles, for he knew that they would only negotiate with one who was powerful. But he did not penetrate into the heart of the Commonwealth. Oh, if he could only, by means of negotiations, conclude a peace! Then the sword would be wrenched from Vishnovyetski's hand, or, if the prince would not lay down his sword, it would not be Khmyelnitski but he who would be the rebel, and would be carrying on war, contrary to the will of the king and the Diet. Then he would march against Vishnovyetski, but as an envoy of the king and of the Commonwealth; and then the last hour would have come, not for the prince alone but for all the kinglets of the Ukraine with their possessions and their estates. These were the thoughts of the Zaporojian ataman. This was the structure he had erected, but, upon the pillars that held up the edifice, care, doubt, fear often rested, like birds of ill omen, and croaked forebodingly of evil. Would the party of peace in Warsaw be quite strong enough? Would it enter into negotiations with him? What would the Diet and the Senate say? Would they stop their ears to the groans and cries for help from the Ukraine? Would they close their eyes to the flames? Would not the influence of those lords who owned the immense estates be greater especially, as the maintenance of these estates would now be called in question? And was this Commonwealth already so terrorized that she would forgive him his alliance with the Tartars? On the other hand, Khmyelnitski's soul was filled with doubt, lest the rebellion might have attained too mighty proportions. Would the wild masses ever be brought within the bounds of order? He, Khmyelnitski, might conclude a peace, but the populace in his name would continue their murder and rapine, or perhaps take revenge on his own head for their blasted hopes. It was truly a swollen torrent, a sea, a hurricane. Terrible situation! If the insurrection were weaker, they would treat it as of little moment and would not negotiate, but, as it was powerful, the negotiations might be thwarted by the force of circumstances. What would happen then? When such thoughts oppressed the hetman's mind, he shut himself up in his room and drank for days and nights. Then the report would spread among the colonels and "blacks," "Khmyelnitski is drinking," and following his example, they all drank. They gave themselves over to debauchery. The prisoners were murdered, they fought one another and plundered the people. The day of judgment appeared to have come, the reign of terror and monstrosity. Byalocerk was transformed into a living hell. One day, the nobleman Vyhovski called to see the drunken hetman. He had been taken prisoner at Korsun and had been made the hetman's secretary. He stepped into the room and, without ceremony, began to shake the drunken man, took him by his arms, sat him down on a bench and shook him again.
"What the devil is it?" asked Khmyelnitski.
"Get up, hetman, come to yourself," answered Vyhovski. "An envoy has come."
Khmyelnitski sprang to his feet and recovered himself at once.
"Hey!"
he cried to the Cossack boy who was sitting on the threshold.
"My cap and my baton."
Then he said to Vyhovski:
"Who has come? From whom?"
"The priest Patronius Lasko of Hushchi, from the Voyevoda of Bratslav."
"From Pan Kisiel?"
"The same."
"Praise be to the Father and the Son, praise be to the Holy Ghost and the Holy Virgin,"
he said, crossing himself, and his face became brighter and more cheerful. They wanted to open negotiations with him. But the same day came reports that contradicted completely the messages of peace from Pan Kisiel. It was announced that the prince, wearied by his march through forests and swamps, had rested his forces, and had then penetrated into the rebel country, which he was burning, and was killing all that came in his way; that an advance guard, that had preceded him, under Skshetuski, had slaughtered a band of Cossacks and "blacks" consisting of 2,000 men and had destroyed them all, to the very last man; and the prince himself had stormed Pohrebyshch, the estate of the Prince Zyberowski, and had left nothing behind him but land and water. Dreadful things were related of the storming and capture of Pohrebyshch, for it was the nest of the most obstinate rebels. It was related that the prince had said to his soldiers: "Kill them, so that they will feel that they are dying." And the soldiers committed the most frightful cruelties. Not a living soul escaped from the town. 700 prisoners were hanged and 200 impaled. They also said that many had had their eyes bored out, others had been roasted at a slow fire. In a word, in that whole region, the rebellion had been absolutely crushed. The inhabitants either fled to Khmyelnitski or received the Lord of Lubni upon their knees with bread and salt, and wept to excite compassion. The smaller bands were all destroyed and, as the fugitives from Samhovodka, Spichin, Plosovka and Vakhnovki maintained there was not a single tree in the forest from which a Cossack did not hang. And all this had happened in the immediate neighborhood of Byalocerk and of the hundreds of thousands of Khmyelnitski's army. When Khmyelnitski heard of it, he bellowed like a wounded auroch. On one side, negotiations; on the other, the sword. If he should march against the prince, it would be a sign that he did not wish to enter into the negotiations which the Count of Brusilov proposed to him. His only hope was in the Tartars. He sprang up and hastened into Tukhay Bey's quarters. "My friend," said he, after he had made the customary salaam, "as you saved me at the Zolta Woda and at Korsun, so save me now. An envoy has come from the Voyevoda of Bratslav with a letter, in which he promises me satisfaction and to the Zaporojians the restoration of their old privileges, on the one condition, that I make an end of the war. And I must do it, if I wish to show my good intentions. Meanwhile here are rumors that my enemy, the Prince Vishnovyetski, has destroyed Pohrebyshch, root and branch; that he is cutting down my good Cossacks, impaling them and boring out their eyes. And, as I am not able to march against him, I have come to you with the request that you will advance with your Tartars against my enemy and yours. If you do not do it, it will not be long before he attacks our camp."
The Murza, who was sitting on a pile of rags that had been stolen in Korsun, or carried away from the houses of the nobles, rocked himself backwards and forwards, closed his eyelids, as if for more careful thought, and finally answered: "Allah! I cannot do it." "Why?" asked Khmyelnitski. "Because I have already lost enough bays and men on your account at Zolta Woda and at Korsun. Why should I sacrifice any more of them? Yeremi is a great warrior. I will march against him if you will come with me, but not alone. I am no fool to lose all that I have heretofore won, in a single battle. I would rather send the Chambuls out after booty and prisoners. I have already done enough for you unbelieving dogs. I will not go myself and will dissuade the Khan. I have said it." "You swore that you would help me." "So I did, but I swore to fight together with you, not instead of you. Take yourself off." "I allowed you to take captives from among my people. I have given up my booty to you, given up the hetmans to you." "If you had not given them up, I would have given you up to them." "I will go to the Khan." "Go away, fool, I tell you." And the Murza's pointed teeth showed between his lips. Khmyelnitski saw that it was dangerous to persist any longer. He rose therefore, and really went to the Khan. But from the Khan he received the same answer. The Tartars had their own ideas, and were seeking their own advantage. Instead of fighting a decisive battle with a leader who was considered unconquerable, they preferred to distribute their forces through the country and to enrich themselves without shedding blood. Raging with anger, Khmyelnitski returned to his quarters, and in his despair stretched out his hand for the bottle, but Vyhovski snatched the bottle away.
"You shall not drink, Hetman, the envoy is waiting. He must be dealt with."
Khmyelnitski flew into a violent rage. "I will have you and the envoy both impaled."
"And I will not give you the gorzalka. Is it not a disgrace for you, whom fate has raised to such an eminence, to fill yourself with vodka like a common Cossack? Fie! Fie! Sir Hetman, you must not do it. The rumor of the arrival of the envoy has already gone abroad. The army and colonels are waiting for a council. Now is not the time for drinking, but you just hammer the iron while it is hot; for now you may conclude peace and demand all that you wish; for let the opportunity pass, and it will be too late, for your head and mine are in the balance. You must send an ambassador immediately to Warsaw and sue the king for peace."
"You have a good head," said Khmyelnitski. "Let the bells ring to call the council, and say to the colonels on the square that I am coming immediately." Vyhovski went out and, immediately afterwards, the council bells sounded, at whose voice the Zaporojians at once began to assemble. The commanders and colonels took their places. The terrible Kshyvonos, Khmyelnitski's right hand, Kshechovski, the sword of the Cossacks; the old and experienced Dziedzial, Colonel Kropyvnitski, Fedor Loboda of Pereyaslav, the terrible Fedorenko, the wild Pushkavenko of Poltova, who commanded only Chabans, Shumeyko from Nish, the fiery Charnota from Hadziats, Yakubovich from Chigrin besides Nosak, Ladki, Adamovich, Gluk, Pulyai, Panich, not all of them, for some were on the road and many of them in the other world where Prince Yeremy had dispatched them. The Tartars were not invited to the council this time. The common people collected by on the square; the thronging crowd were driven away with sticks and straps and some were killed. At length Khmyelnitski appeared, clothed in red, his cap on his head, his baton in his hand. Beside him walked the reverend priest Patronius Lasko, white like a dove, and on the other side Vyhovski with papers in his hand. Khmyelnitski sat down among the officers and remained for a time in silence. Then he removed his cap as a sign that the council was opened, stood up and began to speak. "Gentlemen, officers and atamans, it is well known to you that, on account of the great and undeserved wrongs we have suffered, we have been obliged to take up arms, and with the assistance of the illustrious Czar of the Crimea, have demanded from the lords the reinstatement of the old rights and privileges that have been taken from us, without the consent of His Majesty the King; and God has blessed our undertakings, has sent a terror upon our dishonorable tyrants, such as they have never before known, and has in this manner punished their oppression and their breach of faith. But He has rewarded us with great victories, for which we are bound to praise Him with a grateful heart. As their pride has now been punished, it becomes us to reflect that henceforth no more Christian blood should flow, as God in His mercy and as our holy faith commands. But we cannot lay down the sword until our old rights and privileges are given back to us with the consent of the all-powerful king. The Voyevoda of Bratslav writes to me now that such an event is probable, and I agree with him, for it is not we, but the lords, the Pototskis, the Kalinovskis, the Vishnovyetskis, and the Konyetspolskis who have forfeited their allegiance to the king and to the Commonwealth. As we have punished them, we deserve a just compensation and reward from His Majesty and the States. Therefore I request you, worthy comrades and friends, to read the letter of the Voyevoda of Bratslav, which he has sent me through Father Petronius Lasko, a nobleman of our ancient faith, and to determine wisely that the shedding of blood in Christian countries shall come to an end, and that we should receive indemnity and reward for the fealty and obedience which we have shown to the Commonwealth."
Hmyelnitski did not ask if an end should be put to the war. He demanded a decision, that it should be so. Consequently a murmur of disapproval arose from some, which presently broke into threatening shouts, led, especially, by Charnota of Hadziats. Hmyelnitski spoke not a word. He only looked carefully in the direction whence the protests came and wrote down the names of his opposers in his memory. Meanwhile Vyhovski stood up, holding the letter from Kisiel in his hand. Zorko held up a copy of the letter in the air to read it out to the council. Outside, as well as in the room, there was a deep silence. The Voyevoda began his letter in these words: "Worthy commander of the Zaporojian army of the Commonwealth, my old friend and comrade. Although there are many who take you for an enemy of the Commonwealth, I am not only convinced of your faithful attachment to it, but I am also endeavoring to convince the senators, my colleagues, of the same. There are three things that convince me of this. First, because the army of the Dnieper, although from time immemorial it has sought glory and maintained its freedom, has always remained faithful to the king, to the lords and to the Commonwealth. Secondly, that our people of Russia are so firm in their faith that any one of us would rather give up his life than yield one jot of his faith. And thirdly, when, and more's the pity, as has now happened that blood has been shed in a fraternal strife, we still have a common country, in which we came into the world, in which we enjoy our freedom, and there is not in the whole world another kingdom and another country that possesses such laws and such privileges as ours. Therefore we are all striving to guard the crown of this, our mother. If there is evil, and it cannot be avoided, reason teaches us that it is easier in a free state to adjust all wrongs than, after the loss of such a mother to find another like her in Christendom, or in pagan countries." Loboda of Pereyaslav interrupted the reader. "He speaks the truth," he said in a loud voice. "He speaks the truth," repeated the other colonels.
"It is not true! He lies, dog believer!"
cried Charnota.
"Silence, silence! You are yourself a dog believer."
"You traitors, to death with you!"
"To death with yourself!"
"Silence! Read on! Read! He is our man! Listen! Listen!"
The storm was about to break in earnest, but Vyhovski continued to read and all was quiet again. The Voyevoda went on to say that the Zaporojian army must have confidence in him, for it knew well that he, being of the same blood and faith, would be their friend. He reminded them that in the unfortunate slaughter at Kumeykan and Startsa he had taken no part. Then he demanded of Hmyelnitski to put an end to the war, to send away the Tartars or to turn his arms against them, and to confirm himself in his fealty to the Commonwealth. He closed his letter with the following words:
"I promise you that, as true as I am a son of the Church of God, and as true as my race springs from the people of Russia, I will assist you to do all that is right. You know very well that in this Commonwealth my word, through God's grace, is worth something, and that without me, no war can be declared nor peace be concluded. I am first opposed to the civil war, etc."
There at once rose voices for and against, but taken all together the letter pleased the officers and even the common people. Nevertheless, in the first few moments, one could understand nothing. One could hardly hear a word, on account of the violence with which the dispute raged about the letter. The common people from a distance seemed like a huge whirlpool, in which swarms of men moved back and forth, fermenting and seething. The colonels shook their plumes and sprang towards one another with threatening fists. With angry faces, flashing eyes, and foaming lips, they glared at one another. The partisans of war were led by Erasmus Charnota, who had become perfectly mad with rage. Khmyelnitski himself, seeing it was on the verge of an outbreak and, when such an outbreak took place, all voices were hushed, as at the roaring of a lion but, before this happened, Kshechovski had sprang upon a bench, waved his bunch of plumes and roared with a voice of thunder: "Herding cattle suits you better than holding a council, you heathen dogs!" "Silence! Kshechovski wants to speak," cried Charnota, who hoped that the celebrated colonel would speak in favor of the war. "Silence! Silence!" roared the others. Kshechovski enjoyed extraordinary respect among the Cossacks, on account of his great services that he had rendered, on account of his warlike ability, and, strangely enough, because he was a nobleman. Consequently, all kept silence and awaited eagerly to hear what he might say. Khmyelnitski himself fastened his restless eyes upon him. But Charnota had been mistaken when he expected that the colonel would declare in favor of war. Kshechovski had, with his quick wit, readily understood that he must obtain now or never, from the Commonwealth, the starostaships and dignities of which he dreamed. He understood well that in the event of a peace with the Cossacks he would be the first whom the Commonwealth would seek to win over and pacify. And the Lord of Cracow would then not be able to make any opposition, for he was a prisoner. He therefore spoke as follows: "My business is the sword, not the council; but as a council has been called, I will give you my opinion, for I have deserved your favor as well as, if not better than others. We undertook this war in order to recover our rights and privileges, and the Voyevoda of Bratslav writes that they will be given back to us. Therefore it will either be so or it will not. If this does not happen, let there be war. If we recover them, peace. Why this useless shedding of blood? If they satisfy us, and we satisfy the mob, the war will cease. Our father Hmyelnitski has wisely considered and arranged everything, so that we stand on the side of his majesty, our illustrious king, who will consequently reward us. And if the lords should be opposed to this, perhaps he will permit us to speak a word to them, and we will speak to them. But I would not advise sending away the Tartars, let them make their camp on the Wild Lands and wait until we have one thing or the other." Khmyelnitski's face brightened at these words and the colonels began to call out in increasing numbers that they should give up the war and send ambassadors to Warsaw, and that they should beg the Lord of Bratslav to come in person and negotiate with them. Charnota was still screaming and protesting but the colonel fixed his threatening glance on him and said: "You, Charnota, Colonel of Hadziats, you are shouting for war and slaughter, and when at Korsun Mokovski's soldiers came to attack you, you squeaked like a little pig, 'Brothers, protect me!' and you ran away before your whole regiment." "You lie!" screamed Charnota. "I fear neither the Poles nor you." Kshechovski sprang towards Charnota; some of the others were already clenching their fists against the Colonel of Hadziats. The tumult recommenced. On the public square, the soldiery were bellowing like a herd of aurochs. Then Khmyelnitski stood up. "Worthy gentlemen and colonels," he said, "we have determined to send ambassadors to Warsaw, who will represent our services to the illustrious king, and pray him for a reward; but whoever wishes war may have it, not with the king, not with the Commonwealth, for with these we have never carried on war, but with our greatest enemy, who is now wading in Cossack blood and yet continues to dye his hands in it, in his enmity against the Zaporojian army. I have sent letters and envoys to him and entreated him to give up this enmity and he murdered my envoys most cruelly. He has honored me, your commander, with no answer, and in this manner has shown his contempt for the whole Zaporojian army. He is now marching hither from the other side of the Dnieper. He has destroyed Pohrebyshch to the last man; he has punished innocent men, over whose death I have wept bitter tears; and now, as I heard early this morning, he has gone to Nimirov and has also left no one alive there. As the Tartars do not dare to march against him from fear and terror, it will not be long before he arrives here, in order to murder us, innocent ones, contrary to the will of our illustrious king, and of the whole Commonwealth; for in his pride he cares for no one and in his present rebellious attitude, he is ready to rise against the will of his royal majesty." All was quiet in the council chamber. Khmyelnitski took breath and continued.
God has rewarded us by a victory over the hetmans, but he is worse than the hetmans, worse than all the kinglets, a son of the devil who is the father of lies. If I myself should march against him, he would, through his friends, raise a cry in Warsaw that we did not wish peace and would misrepresent our innocence to his royal majesty. In order that this may not happen, the king and the Commonwealth must be made aware that I do not wish the war, that I am sitting here quietly, and that he is bringing the war to our doors. That is why I cannot move, for I must remain here to negotiate with the Lord Voyevoda of Bratslav. But in order that he, this devil's son, may not break our power, we must offer opposition to him and destroy his army, as we defeated the hetmans at the Zolta Woda and at Korsun. Therefore I entreat that you will march against him as volunteers, and I will write to the king that this has happened without my knowledge, and from the absolute necessity of guarding against Vishnovyetski's enmity and attacks."
A deep silence reigned in the council chamber. Khmyelnitski continued:
"Whoever, therefore, among you, wishes to undertake this expedition, I will give him sufficient forces, brave Cossacks, cannon, and gunners that he may, with God's help, cast down our enemy and obtain a victory over him."
Not one of the colonels stepped forward.
"I will give him 60,000 picked men," said Khmyelnitski.
Silence. Yet these were all fearless warriors whose battle cry had so often rung about the walls of Tsarogrod. Yet perhaps each one feared to lose his laurels in the meeting with the terrible Yeremy. Khmyelnitski let his eyes wander over the colonels and these could not stand his glance, but cast down their eyes. Vyhovski's face took an expression of satanic wickedness.
"I know a Cossack," said Khmyelnitski gloomily, "who would have stepped forward this moment and have dared this expedition, but he is not among us."
"Bohun!"
cried a voice. "It is he. He has already destroyed a regiment of Yeremy's in Vasilov, but he was wounded in this battle and is lying in Cherkass fighting death, and he is not here. I see no one who can take his place. Where is the glory of the Cossacks? Where are the Pavluks, the Nalevaykos, the Lobodas, and the Ostranitsas?"
Then a short fat man with a gloomy face, a fiery red moustache over his thin lips, and green eyes, arose from the bench, and standing before Khmyelnitski, said:
"I will go."
It was Maxim Kshyvonos. Shouts of approval arose from all sides. But he leaned on his staff and spoke in hoarse, disjointed sentences:
"Do not think, Hetman, that I am afraid. I would have offered sooner, but I thought there were better men. But if I must go, I will go. What have you? You have heads and hands. I have no head, only a hand and a sword. Our mother bore us once, but war is my mother and my sister. Vishnovyetski slaughters, so will I. He hangs, so will I. And you, Hetman, give me good Cossacks, for the blacks are worth nothing against Vishnovyetski, and I will go forward, will destroy castles, hew down, slay, and hang. Death to them, the white-handed gentlemen."
Another ataman stepped forward.
"I will go with you, Maxim."
It was Pulyan.
"Charnota of Hadziats and Ladki from Mirgorod and Nozak of Ostrengts will also go with you," said Khmyelnitski.
"Yes, we will go,"
they cried with one voice. Kshyvonos' example had given them courage.
"Against Yeremy! Against Yeremy!"
thundered voices in the crowd.
"Forward! Forward!"
repeated the company, and in a short time the council room was changed into a drinking shop. The regiments who were destined for Kshyvonos drank themselves dead drunk. Were they not going to death? The Cossacks knew that right well, but their hearts were free from fear. "Our mother bore us once," they said with their leader, and therefore they acted as though death was already before them. Khmyelnitski encouraged them and the crowd followed his example. They began to sing, 100,000 voices. They drove the horses about, which tore round the camp, kicked up clouds of dust and caused indescribable confusion. They were chased with screams, with wild noise and laughter. Whole bands of men ran down along the river, even forcing their way into the hetman's quarters, until finally he ordered Yakubovich to disperse them. They came to blows, then a violent storm drove them to the tents and wagons. At evening a hurricane raged, thunder rolled from cloud to cloud, flashes of lightning illumined the whole region, now with white, now with red light. Amid the flashes, Kshyvonos moved out of the camp at the head of 60,000 men, picked warriors and blacks. End of Book 2, Chapter 10. Book 2, Chapter 11 of With Fire and Sword by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Kshyvonos marched from Alazergva, passed through Skvera and Porebish towards Makhnovka, and, wherever he passed the last traces of habitation disappeared. Whoever did not join his forces perished by the knife. The very grain in the ear, the forests and gardens were burned down, and the prince also on his side was doing his best to destroy life. After the slaughter of Porebish and the bloody baptism which Colonel Baranovski has given to Niemierov, the army destroyed several large detachments of Cossacks and pitched camp near Regrod, for they had passed a month in the saddle. They were weakened by fatigue and death and had considerably diminished their ranks. A rest was necessary, for the hands of these reapers were exhausted from their bloody harvest. The prince even hesitated, and considered whether it would not be better to go into a more peaceful land for a time, in order to rest and to increase his forces, and especially on account of the horses, who resembled skeletons of animals rather than living creatures. As for a month they had eaten no corn and had lived only on the down-trodden grass. Here, after a week's halt, news was brought that troops were coming to the assistance of the army. The prince rode to meet them and actually met Colonel Jan Skshetuski, the voyevoda of Kiev, who was at the head of 1,500 brave horsemen, and with him Krzysztof Tyszkiewicz, subaltern judge of Bratslav, young Pan Aksak, almost a boy, but leading a well-armed company of hussars, besides a number of noblemen, among whom were Pans Zhenyutov, Polubinski, Yetnitskis, Jalovikis, Kierdis, Boguslavskis, some with a following, others without, altogether about 2,000 horse not counting the servants. The prince was beside himself with joy, and full of gratitude, he invited the voyevoda into his house, the simplicity and bareness of which astonished him, for the prince, who in Lubni was accustomed to live like a king, in war times allowed himself no comfort, in order to set an example to his soldiers. He was living therefore in a single room, through whose narrow door the voyevoda of Kiev could not pass on account of his enormous girth, and he was obliged to have a servant push him through from behind. The furniture of the room consisted of one table, some wooden benches and a bed of planks covered with horsehide, and besides these only a pallet in the doorway upon which a servant slept, that he might be ready at any moment. This simplicity surprised the voyevoda, who loved comfort and always travelled with a great many rugs and pillows. As he stepped into the room, he looked at the prince in astonishment. He was surprised that such a great mind could live amid such simplicity and discomfort. He had seen the prince at the Diet in Warsaw, and was indeed distantly related to him though he had but slight acquaintance with him. As soon as the prince began to speak, however, he knew at once that he was dealing with an extraordinary man, and he, the old senator, the old jovial soldier and comrade in arms, who was accustomed to slap his brother senators on their shoulders and to call Prince Dominik "my friend," and was even on confidential terms with the king, could not approach Vishnovyetski with such familiarity, although the prince had received him politely and was grateful to him for his timely assistance. "Sir Voyevoda," he said, "God be thanked that you have come with some fresh men, for I am already at my last gasp." "I notice that the soldiers of your Highness are quite worn out, poor fellows, and am not a little sorry to see it, for I have come to your Excellency with the request that you would come to my assistance." "Is there any haste?" "Periculum in mora! Periculum in mora! Some 10,000 vagabonds are approaching. Kshyvonos is leading them, and has been sent against your Highness, I have heard from an informer; but he heard that your Excellency was going to Konstantinov. He turned off in that direction, and on the road he besieged Makhnovka, and has caused such devastation that it cannot be described in words." "I have heard about Kshyvonos, and have been waiting here for him. As, however, he has escaped me, I see that I must go and look for him. Indeed, this matter can stand no delay. How strong is the garrison at Makhnovka?" 200 Germans, very fine soldiers, are in the castle that should yet hold out for some time; but the worst of it is, that a great number of the nobles have swarmed into the town with their families, and as the town is only protected by ramparts and palisades it cannot hold out very long. "Truly, the matter can bear no delay," repeated the prince. Then turning to his boy: "Zelenski," he said, "go at once and call the colonels." The Voyevoda of Kiev in the meantime took his seat upon a bench to take breath. He looked round a little anxiously for signs of supper, for he was hungry and liked good living. The steps of armed men were heard approaching and the prince's officers entered the room. They were swarthy, emaciated, with unshaven beards, sunken eyes, and the traces of unspeakable fatigue in their features. They bowed in silence before the prince and his guest, and waited to hear what he had to say. "Gentlemen," said the prince, "are the horses saddled?"
"They are, your Highness."
"Ready to march?"
"As ever, your Highness."
"Good. In an hour we will set out to find Kshyvonos."
"Eh?"
said the Voyevoda of Kiev, looking in astonishment at Pan Kryshtof, the subaltern judge from Bratslav. The prince, however, continued: "Colonel Poniatovski and Colonel Vyershul will first march out, and with them Colonel Baranovski and the dragoons, and an hour later Vurtzel's cannon will follow them." The colonels bowed and left the room and presently was heard the sounds of trumpets calling to saddle. The Voyevoda of Kiev had not expected such haste; indeed he had not wished it, for he was tired and excited. He had calculated on resting 24 hours with the prince, and thought he would then be in plenty of time, and now, he had to mount his horse without sleeping and without eating.
"My prince," he said, "will your soldiers be able to reach Makhnovka? For I see that they are frightfully fatigued and the road is long."
"Do not let your head ache on that account. They go to battle as to a singing."
"I see it, keen soldiers; but my men are tired from the journey."
"But you said periculum in mora."
"That is true, but we might at least rest for a night. We have come from the vicinity of Hmyelnik."
"Sir Voyevoda, we come from Lubni, from the Dnieper country."
"We have been a whole day on the march."
"We have been a whole month." Then the prince went out in order to superintend personally the order of march. But the Voyevoda stared at young Kryshtof, slapped his knees with both hands and said:
"Now I have found what I want. By God, they let me die of hunger here. They are hot-headed fellows. I came here for help, thinking that, after the great exertions, they would not march out for 2 or 3 days, and here they do not give me time to draw breath. May the devil take them! The strap which that rascal of a servant fastened badly has rubbed my foot. My stomach is growling. May the devil take them! Makhnovka is Makhnovka, but the stomach is a stomach. I also am an old soldier, have seen more wars than these men. But do not go so head over heels. They are devils, not men. They do not sleep, they do not eat, only fight. As true as I love God, they do not eat. Do you notice these colonels, Pan Kryshtof? Did they not look like specters? What?"
"But they have the courage of lions," answered Pan Kryshtof, who was a zealous soldier. "Dear God, what confusion and disorder abound in other camps when it is a question of setting out on the march. How much running hither and thither, how much dragging of wagons back and forth, looking for horses, and here, listen, the companies of infantry are already setting out."
"Yes, yes, so they are, the devil!"
said the Voyevoda. But the young Pan Aksak folded his soft boyish hands. "Oh, he is a great commander," he said with enthusiasm.
"Milksop," said the Voyevoda, "Kuntator was also a great commander. Do you understand me?"
The prince entered. "To horse, gentlemen, we are setting out." The Voyevoda could stand it no longer.
"Your Highness, let them bring me something to eat, for I am hungry," he cried in an outbreak of anger.
"Oh, my dear Voyevoda," said the prince, laughing and taking his arm, "pardon me, pardon me. I apologize with my whole heart, but in war men forget these things."
"What, Pan Kryshtof, did I not say so? They do not eat,"
said the Voyevoda, turning to the subaltern judge from Bratslav. The supper did not last long and, 2 hours later, even the infantry had already left Raygrod. The army took its way through Vinits and Lityn towards Hmyelnik. On the way Vyershul came upon a horde of Tartars in Zavorobka whom he and Volodiyovski slaughtered to the last man, and also freed a couple of hundred prisoners, almost all girls. The devastated region which showed everywhere traces of Kshyvonos' hand began here. Siyavka was burnt down, its inhabitants murdered in the most frightful manner. The unfortunates had evidently offered resistance to Kshyvonos, who, in return, had given them over to the sword and the flames. At the entrance to the village, the Pan Skshetuski himself was hanging on an old oak, and was immediately recognized by Tyshkiewicz's men. He was perfectly naked and wore around his neck an immense necklace of human heads which were threaded on a rope. They were the heads of his 6 children and his wife. In the village itself, which had been burned to ashes, the regiment saw on both sides of the way a long line of Cossack torches, that is to say, men with their hands raised above their heads, who were fastened to posts stuck in the ground, and wound round with straw covered with tar which had been set on fire. The greater number of them had only their hands burned; the rain had evidently prevented the rise of the flames. These corpses, with their drawn faces, with their black stumps of hands raised to heaven, were a terrible sight. All about there was a strong odor of decay. Crows and ravens were hovering above the corpses, and, on the approach of the army, flew away with a loud noise, in order to settle on the more distant posts. Several wolves fled before the approaching soldiers and hid themselves in the thicket. The train moved silently through the dreadful alley of torches, and counted them. There were over 300 odd. At length they passed through the unhappy village and breathed once more the pure air of the steppes, but the traces of devastation continued. It was the early part of July. The wheat was almost ripe and an early harvest was expected, but entire crops were partially burned, partly trodden down, beaten apart, crushed into the ground. It looked as though a hurricane had passed over the land. And indeed a hurricane had passed over it, the most dreadful of all, the hurricane of civil war. The soldiers of the prince had often seen flourishing regions destroyed after Tartar invasions, but such madness of destruction they had never in their life seen. The woods were burned down as well as the grain; where the fire had not destroyed the trees, the tongues of flame had burned off bark and foliage, blackened them with smoke and left the trunks standing like skeletons. The Voyevoda of Kiev saw this spectacle and could hardly trust his eyes. Miedziakov, Zhar, Futor, Sloboda were a heap of ashes. Here and there the peasants had joined Kshyvonos; the women and children, however, had been taken captive by the horde that Vyershul and Volodiyovski had destroyed. On the earth devastation; in the air, flocks of crows, ravens, harvest. The traces of the Cossack army were constantly renewed. Here and there one came across broken wagons, corpses of men and animals that had not yet been given over to decay, broken pots, brass kettles, bags of damp flour, smoking ruins, overthrown new haystacks. The prince urged his company forward to Khmyelnik and did not give them time to draw breath. The old Voyevoda seized his head with both hands and repeated piteously: "My Makhonovka! My Makhonovka! I see that we can never get there in time." Meanwhile, the news had reached Khmyelnik that it was not the old Kshyvonos himself but his son, who was besieging Makhonovka, with several thousand men and that it was he who had commanded this inhuman devastation. The town, it was said, was already taken. The Cossacks had hewn down the nobility and the Jews, taken the noble ladies into their camp, where a worse fate than death awaited them; but the little castle under the command of Colonel Lev was still holding out. The Cossacks stormed it from the Bernardine monastery, in which they had killed the monks. Lev was fighting with the remnants of his garrison and of his gunpowder, but could not hold out much longer than one night more. The prince therefore left the infantry, the cannon and the bulk of the army behind, commanding them to go to Bystshyk, while he with the Voyevoda, Pan Kryshtof and Pan Aksak and 2,000 men hastened to their relief. The old Voyevoda wanted to hold him back, for he had completely lost his head.
"Makhonovka is lost, we shall be too late. Let us give it up and defend the other places and provide them with garrisons," pleaded he.
But the prince would not listen to him. The young sub judge from Bratslav urged an immediate advance, and the army was anxious for war.
"Now that we have come here, we will not go back without shedding blood," said the colonels, and they went forward.
When within a half a mile of Makhonovka, a number of horsemen came riding at full speed to meet them. It was Colonel Lev with his comrades. When the Voyevoda saw him, he guessed at once what had happened.
"The citadel is taken?"
he cried.
"It is,"
answered Lev, and as he spoke, he fell in a dead faint, for he was cut with swords and wounded with bullets and had lost much blood. And the others began to relate what had happened. The Germans had been killed to the last man. They preferred to die rather than to give up. Lev had fought his way through the crowd and through the broken gates, but in the rooms of the tower a number of noblemen were still defending themselves and these must be assisted without delay. The soldiers put spurs to their horses. They soon came in sight of the town and castle, above which a thick cloud of smoke told of the fire that was just beginning. The day was already declining. A gold and purple glow shone in the heavens and the army at first took it for the reflection of a fire. By the bright light, one saw the regiments of the Zaporojians and the close ranks of the "blacks" who swarmed all the more boldly through the gates to meet the prince from the fact that no one in the town had heard anything of his being close at hand. They believed rather that only the Voyevoda of Kiev was coming to raise the siege. Vodka had evidently made them perfectly blind, or else the taking of the citadel had filled them with immense self confidence, for they came boldly down from the hill, and began amid great rejoicing to form in battle order, to the sound of kettle drums and trumpets. At this sight, a cry of joy arose from the Poles, and the Voyevoda of Kiev had an opportunity for the second time to admire the discipline of the prince's troops. They halted at the sight of the Cossacks and placed themselves at once in order of battle, the heavy cavalry in the center, the light cavalry on both wings, so that there was nothing more to do, and they could begin operations at once.
"Pan Kryshtof, what kind of people are those?" said the Voyevoda. "With one move they are in battle order. They could fight a battle without a leader."
The prince, however, as a cautious general, with his baton in his hand flew in and out between the companies, from one wing to another, overseeing everything and giving his last orders. The evening glow was reflected on his silver breastplate and he looked like a bright flame darting hither and thither among the ranks, for he was the only one that glistened among the dark armor. There was drawn up in the center of the front line 3 regiments, one commanded by the Voyevoda of Kiev himself, one commanded by the young Pan Aksak, and the third by Colonel Tyszkiewicz. Behind them, in the second line, the dragoons under Baranovski's command, and last of all, the prince's giant hussars with Pan Skshetuski at their head. The wings were commanded by Vyershul, Kushel and Poniatovski. They had no cannon, for Vurtsel had remained behind in Bystshyk. The prince rode up hastily to the Voyevoda and motioned with his baton. "You may begin first to avenge the insult put upon you." The Voyevoda waved his baton in the air. His men bowed in their saddles and moved forward. One could at once recognize, by the way in which he commanded his company that, although the Voyevoda was unwieldy and a loiterer, and a man on whom years were beginning to tell, he was yet an experienced and valiant soldier. He did not allow his soldiers to dash forward to a violent attack, but led them slowly, in order to spare their strength, increasing the force of his attack, as he gradually approached the enemy. He himself rode in the front rank with his baton in his hand, his attendants carried his long heavy sword though it was not too heavy for his hand. The "blacks" swarmed on foot to meet the company, with scythes and flails in their hands in order to receive the first attack, and thus make it easier for the Zaporojians. They had hardly come within 100 yards of each other, when the mob from Makhnovich recognized the Voyevoda by his enormous bulk and stature and began to shout:
"Hey, gracious Voyevoda, the harvest is at the door. Why do you not command your serfs to go and reap? Your servants, gracious lord, we will pierce your belly."
A shower of bullets fell on the soldiers but did no harm, for they dashed forward like a storm wind. Both sides met with a crash. The clattering of scythes was heard and the rattling of the flails, as they fell on the shields, and from all directions arose cries and groans. The lances made a road through the thickly packed "blacks," through which the horses rushed like a hurricane, overturning, treading down and crushing everyone on their way and, as in a meadow, when a row of reapers sets to work, the luxuriant grass falls beneath their scythes and they move forward, swinging their scythe handles through the air, so did the immense masses of "blacks" grow less. They seemed to melt beneath the shower of blows, they disappeared, and knocked over by the horses, they could no longer stand, and began to waver. Presently the cry was heard: "Save yourselves! Save yourselves!" The entire mob threw down their scythes, flails, hay forks and muskets and started back in wild flight towards the regiments of Zaporojians that they had left in the town. But the Zaporojians feared that the fleeing mob might bring their ranks into confusion, and they placed their lances at rest so that the mob at sight of this reception ran hither and thither with howls of despair. It was not long, however, before Kushel and Poniatovski, who had separated from the 2 wings of the prince's army, scattered them like chaff. The Voyevoda, marching over the corpses of the "blacks," stood face to face with the Zaporojians, dashed forward upon them as they did upon him, for they wished to answer assault with assault, and they dashed into one another, like 2 waves that come from opposite directions and, at their meeting, form a high ridge of foam. Thus did the horses rear opposite one another, the horsemen forming a wall, and the swords above those walls looked like the foam. The Voyevoda soon saw that he had not to deal here with the "blacks" but with the picked, trained forces of the Zaporojians. The two lines pressed against each other and had to bend, as neither could force their way through. Corpses fell thickly about, for each man found his man, each sword its sword. The Voyevoda himself hung his baton at his side, seized his sword, that his attendant was carrying, and worked in the sweat of his brow, puffing like a blacksmith's bellows. Beside him the two Pan Sinyutovs, the Kierdeys, Boguslavskis, Yelovitskis and Polubinskis were moving back and forth. On the side of the Cossacks, Ivan Burdabut was fighting most savagely. He was lieutenant colonel of the Kalmuk regiment, a Cossack of gigantic strength and stature, who was all the more terrible because his horse equalled him as a fighter. Many a man turned his horse aside, so as not to encounter this centaur who spread death and destruction around him. The brothers Sinyutos dashed towards him, but Burdabut's horse seized the young Andriy between his teeth and killed him in a moment. When the older brother Raphael saw this, he slashed his sword across the animal's forehead above the eyes. The horse was wounded but not killed, for the sword struck the brass button on the strap across the forehead. But at this moment Burdabut pierced Raphael in the throat and killed him on the spot. Thus fell the brothers Sinyutos, and lay, with their gilded shields, in the dust beneath the horses' feet. Burdabut, however, darted like a flame into the other ranks, and attacked Prince Polubinski, a youth of 16, whose right arm he cut off. Pan Urbinski saw this and rushed to avenge the death of his relation. He fired his pistol at Burdabut's face but missed it, and only carried away his ear and covered him with blood. Burdabut and his horse were now a frightful sight, both of them black as night, both covered with blood, both with wild eyes and distended nostrils, both raging like a hurricane. Urbinski himself did not escape death at his hands. Like an executioner, Burdabut chopped off his head with one blow. The 80-year-old Jitynski and the two Nikchemnik fell under his hand. The others began to draw back in terror, especially as behind Burdabut gleamed 100 more Zaporojian swords and 100 bloody lances. The wild Zaporojian leader finally perceived the Voyevoda of Kiev, and with a tremendous shout of joy he sprang towards him, overturning horses and riders in his way. The Voyevoda, however, did not retreat. Trusting in his enormous strength, he breathed heavily, like a wounded wild boar, raised his sword above his head, gave his horse the spur, and dashed forward on Burdabut. The Voyevoda's last hour would certainly have come. The fates would have certainly cut the thread of his life with their shears, which they did later at Okshay, if Khmyelnitski, a noble youth, had not sprung like lightning upon the Zaporojian leader, and seized him round the waist before he could cut him with his sword; for while Burdabut was occupied with him, Colonel Kierdey shouted for help for the Voyevoda. In a moment, some 10 men were on the spot, and separated him from the Zaporojian, then a fierce struggle ensued. But the weary regiments of the prince began to waver before the superior strength of the Zaporojians. They retreated, and were getting into confusion when the sub-judge of Bratslav and Aksak advanced with fresh companies. It is true, that at the same moment, new Zaporojian regiments also came into the fray; but, on the other hand, the prince was waiting with Baranovski's dragoons, and Skshetuski's hussars who, up to this, had taken no part in the battle. The bloody slaughter began afresh. Twilight had already fallen but the flames had spread to the farthest house in the town. The glow of the fire lighted up the battlefield, and one could see distinctly both ranks, the Polish and the Cossacks, as they attacked each other at the foot of the hill. One could see the color of the standards and even the faces of the soldiers. Vyershul, Poniatovski and Kushel were also in the thick of the fight, for after they had destroyed the mob, they began to attack the Cossack wings which, beneath their pressure, began to retreat towards the hill. The long line of fighters curved towards the town at both ends, and this curve became still sharper for, as the Polish wings moved forward, the middle ranks overpowered by the Cossacks retreated towards the prince. 3 new Cossack regiments advanced in order to break through the ranks, but at this moment, the prince commanded Pan Baranovski's dragoons to advance, and these reinforced the strength of the wavering ones. The hussars alone remained with the prince. From the distance, they seemed like a thick wood growing straight from the ground, a threatening cluster of iron men, horses, and lances. The evening wind moved the banners above their heads and they waited patiently, not fretting to fight before the word of command. Patiently, for as warriors practiced and experienced in many battles, they knew well that they would have their bloody share. Among them stood the prince in his silver armor, the gold baton in his hand, directing his strained glance on the field of battle. On the left hand Pan Skshetuski, a little sideways near the end of the line. In his capacity of lieutenant, he had turned back his sleeve and waited, holding in his powerful hand, with arm bared to the elbow, a sword instead of a baton, waiting patiently for the word of command. The prince, with his left hand shading his eyes from the firelight, gazed upon the battle. Half of the Polish semicircle retreated slowly towards him overpowered by superior strength, for Baranovski could not hold them any longer, the same Baranovski who had conquered Niemivor. The prince saw how desperately hard was the task of the soldiers. The flash of sabres was seen above the black line of heads, but it soon vanished as the blow fell. Riderless horses plunged out of the crowd of combatants, neighing and running across the plain with floating manes, looking against the background of firelight like monsters of hell. The red flag floating for a time above the crowd suddenly fell, to rise no more. But the glance of the prince flew across the line of fighting men beyond to the town where at the head of 2 picked regiments, young Kshyvonos himself stood awaiting the moment when he could plunge into the center and completely break the wavering ranks of the Poles. At length he darted forward and rushed with a frightful yell upon Baranovski's dragoons. But the prince was waiting for this moment. "Forward!" he cried to Skshetuski. Skshetuski raised his sword and the iron wall advanced. They had not far to ride, for the advancing column had approached considerably. Baranovski's dragoons with the speed of lightning, divided and separated right and left in order to leave the way open for the hussars to reach the Cossacks, and they plunged through the open way with their whole might upon the conquering forces of Kshyvonos. "Yeremi! Yeremi!" shouted the hussars. "Yeremi!" was repeated by the whole army. The dreaded name filled the hearts of the Zaporojians with sudden terror. Now for the first time they learned that it was not the Voyevoda of Kiev but the prince himself who was commanding. Besides they were unable to offer any resistance to the hussars against whom their own energy had thrown them and who like a falling wall crushed all beneath them. The only salvation for them was to make a breach in their ranks by dividing and separating on both sides, so as to allow the hussars to pass through, and then to attack them on both flanks; but the flanks were already protected by the dragoons and by Vyershul, Kushel and Poniatovski's light cavalry, who, after they had driven back the Cossack wings, forced their way to the center. Now the order of the battle was changed, for the light regiments lined up at 2 sides and sort of formed at once a roadway, between which the hussars flew at mad speed, crushing men and horses, forcing their way and scattering everything before them. Plunging forward, bellowing and howling the Cossacks flew towards the hill and the town. If Vyershul's wing had succeeded in uniting with Poniatovski's wing, they would have been surrounded and slain to the very last man. But neither Vyershul nor Poniatovski dared to venture this, for the crowd of fugitives was too great, so they only attacked the flanks till their hands grew weary with wielding the sword. Young Kshyvonos, although brave and rash, lost his head completely when he saw that his brief experience was powerless against such a leader as the prince, and fled at the head of his men toward the town. Vyershul who was standing at the flank spied the fugitive, sprang after him, and gave the young leader a blow in the face with his sword. It did not kill him, for his helmet checked the force of the blow, but he was covered with blood and his courage forsook him completely. But Vyershul nearly paid for this act with his life, for at that moment Burdabut with the remainder of the Khmyelnitski regiment dashed towards him. He had twice opposed the hussars, but twice, as if repulsed by superhuman power, he had been obliged to retreat like the rest. At length he restored order among his men and determined to attack Kushel on the flank and to make his way through the dragoons into the open field. But before he could force the passage through, the way that led to the hill and the town was so closely packed with men that a speedy retreat was impossible. The hussars advanced slowly towards this human throng, broke their lances and began to hack at the crowd with their swords. A confused, disorderly, wild battle began and raged without mercy in the midst of the crowd, amid the glow and the noise, amid the exhalations from men and horses. Corpse fell upon corpse, the hoofs of the horses sank in quivering flesh; at places the crowd was so closely packed that there was not even room to strike with the sword. They fought with clubs, knives, and fists. The horses began to neigh; here and there came cries of "Mercy, Poles!" These cries grew louder, increased and drowned the clash of swords, the sound of breaking bones, the rattling breath and frightful gasp of the dying. "Mercy, mercy, masters!" sounded ever more piteously, but compassion did not exist in that mass of combatants. The fiery flames alone lighted them, as the sun through a storm. Burdabut alone, at the head of his Khmyelnitski's soldiers, did not beg for mercy. He had no room to fight and so, with his knife he cut a path. First he attacked the stout Dziki and thrust him through the body, so that he fell from his horse. "Oh, Jesus!" he cried, and lifted his head no more beneath the horse's hoofs which trampled out his entrails. There was soon room enough, and Burdabut now raised his sword and cut off Zokolski's head, together with his helmet, and then he overthrew Priemanzertovich with their horses. There was more room. Young Zenobuish made a slash at his head, but the sword slipped from his hand and cut through the air, and the Zaporojian gave him a blow in the face and killed him on the spot. The Khmyelnitskis followed him, hewing with their swords and piercing with their daggers. "He is possessed! He is possessed!" cried the hussars. "The sword does not hurt him, the madman!" And he really had foam on his lips and mad fury in his eyes. Presently, he remarked Skshetuski, and, once recognizing him as an officer by his turned up sleeve, he sprang towards him. All held their breath and stopped fighting to look at the encounter between the two dreaded warriors. For Skshetuski had not allowed himself to be alarmed by the cry, "He is possessed!" But anger raged in his breast at the sight of so much carnage. He ground his teeth and charged, snorting with rage, upon the Zaporojian leader. They came upon each other with such force that their horses reared. The swords cut through the air, and suddenly, the sword of the Zaporojian was snapped in two by the stroke of the Polish sword. It seemed as if no power could save Burdabut, when he sprang and seized Skshetuski in such a tight clasp that both seemed to form one body. Then his knife gleamed at the throat of the hussar. Death flashed before Skshetuski's eyes, for he could not strike another blow with his sword; but like lightning, he let fall the sword that hung by a strap at his belt and with his hand, seized the uplifted hand of the Zaporojian leader. For a moment, these two hands struggled convulsively in the air; but Skshetuski's hand must have been of iron, for the Zaporojian howled like a wolf, and the knife fell from his numbed fingers before the eyes of all, like ripe grain from the ear. Then Skshetuski let the crushed hand drop, and seizing him by the neck, forced his head down to the saddle tree; with his left hand he grasped the baton at his side, brought it down once, twice, and the Zaporojian gurgled and fell from his horse. The Khmyelnitski soldiers screamed aloud at this sight and hastened to avenge themselves, but as they did so the hussars fell upon them and cut them to pieces. At the other end of the line of hussars, the battle had never ceased, for the throng was not so great. There might be seen Longin, fighting furiously, cut cowl and adorned with Anna's scarf. On the day after the battle, the knights gazed in astonishment at the scene of action and, as they saw the trunkless arms and hands, heads split open, bodies cut in half, whole paths covered with corpses of men and horses, they said softly to one another: "Look, that is where Longin fought." The prince, himself, looked on these corpses and, although on the following day he was very much worried by news that he received, he marveled for he had never seen such blows in his life. The battle appeared to be coming to an end. The heavy cavalry first moved forward, driving before them the Zaporojian regiments who had sought shelter on the hill in the direction of the town. Kushel's and Poniatovski's regiments cut off the retreat of the fugitives, who were surrounded, but defended themselves with despair until the last man had fallen. But through their death they had saved the others, for when Vyershul, 2 hours later, came into the town with his Tartar guards, he found not a single Cossack left. The enemy, under cover of the darkness the pouring rain had put out the fire had quickly seized the empty wagons in the town and with the speed that is peculiar to Cossacks, made them ready for traveling and fled from the town across the Dnieper, burning all bridges behind them. The first thing Vyershul did, when he got into the town, was to set free a number of noblemen who had defended themselves in the citadel. The prince commanded Vyershul to punish the citizens who had united with the Cossacks, and placed himself at the head of a pursuing party, but he could not take the baggage train without cannon and infantry. The enemy, having gained time by burning the bridges, for one was now obliged to go far along the river to cross, had fled so swiftly that the tired horses of the prince's cavalry could hardly reach them. The Cossacks, however, although celebrated for their defence in the train did not offer as valiant a resistance as usual. The terrible certainty that the prince had followed them had taken away their courage so that they despaired of escape. And their last hour would certainly have come, for Pan Baranovski, after fighting the whole night, had already taken 40 wagons and 2 cannon, had it not been for the Voyevoda of Kiev who opposed further pursuit and withdrew his men. This caused a sharp dispute between him and the prince, which was overheard by many of the colonels. "Why," said the prince, "do you wish to spare the enemy, when you fought against them with such intensity in the battle? Do you wish to lose through indolence this morning the glory that you won last evening?" "Prince," answered the Voyevoda, "I do not know what spirit dwells in you, but I am a man of flesh and blood and need rest after my work, and so do my people. I will ever fight against the enemy as I have fought today, when he stands opposite me, but I will not pursue the defeated, the fugitives." "Hew them down to the last man," cried the prince. "And what then?" asked the Voyevoda. "This slaughter will come to an end? Then old Kshyvonos will come and burn and destroy, and slaughter your men as he has done in Schijav, and the unfortunates must atone for our work." "Oh, I see how it is," cried the prince already furious. "You, together with the chancellor and the regiments belong to the peace party, who wish to put down the rebellion by negotiation; but by the living God nothing will come of it, as long as I grasp a sword." But the Voyevoda answered: "I belong to no party but to God, for I am old and will soon stand before Him, and that I do not wish that too heavy a burden of the blood that is shed in the peasant war should oppress me, should not surprise your Highness. If however your Highness feels hurt to think that the command was not given to you, I say to you that as far as courage is concerned, you would not be fitted for it; and yet, it is perhaps better that you should not have it, for you would drown, not only the rebellion in blood, but with it this unfortunate land." The prince knitted his Jovian brows, his neck swelled, and his eyes shot fire, and all present were alarmed for the Voyevoda, when, suddenly, Skshetuski came up in haste and said: "Your Highness, news from the old Kshyvonos." The prince's thoughts were immediately directed in another channel and his anger against the Voyevoda disappeared. 4 men were led forward who had arrived with news; among them 2 old, reverend priests who, at the sight of the prince, fell on their knees. "Save us, master, save us!" they cried, and stretched out their hands imploringly towards him. "Whence do you come?" asked the prince. "We are from Polonna. Kshyvonos the elder has besieged the castle and the town, and if your sword does not threaten his head we are all dead men." The prince answered: "I know that a number of persons have taken refuge in Polonna, but, as I was told, mostly people of Russia. You are in God's service and are bound not to join the rebellion and have opposed it, standing fast by your mother; and yet I fear treachery from you, such as I experienced at Nimirov." Then the messengers began to swear, by all the saints in heaven, that they had hastened to meet the prince, as a saviour, and that the thought of treachery was quite foreign to them. And they spoke the truth, for Kshyvonos had besieged them with 50,000 men, and sworn that he would put them all to death, simply because, as subjects of Russia, they would not join the rebellion. The prince promised them help but, as his chief strength was in Bystshyk, he was obliged to wait for it. The messengers departed with comfort in their hearts. Then the prince turned to the Voyevoda of Kiev and said: "Pardon me, I see myself that we must let the younger Kshyvonos go, in order to reach the old Kshyvonos. The young man may wait a little longer for the halter. I believe that you will not desert me in this new undertaking." "As I live!" said the Voyevoda. The trumpets now sounded and called the regiments who had gone to the baggage train to return. It was necessary to rest and give the horses a breathing space. Towards evening the whole division came from Bystshyk, and with them Pan Stakhovich, the envoy from the Voyevoda of Bratslav. Pan Kishel wrote a letter to the prince, full of expressions of admiration. He entreated the second Marius to save his country in its dangerous extremity. He depicted the joy that the arrival of the prince from the Trans Dnieper had aroused in all hearts, and congratulated him upon his victory. Only at the close of the letter did it become evident what motive he had for writing. The Lord of Bratslav told the prince that the negotiations had begun; that he himself, with other companions, was going to Byalotserkiev, and that he hoped to soothe and pacify Hmyelnitski. In conclusion, he begged the prince not to deal too severely with the Cossacks, and to give up as much as possible all warlike undertakings until the close of the negotiations. Had one announced to the prince that his whole Dnieper country was devastated, that all the cities had been razed to the ground, it would not have wounded him so deeply as did this letter. Pan Skshetuski, Pan Baranovski, both the Sienkiewiczes and Kierdys witnessed his distress. The prince placed his hand over his eyes, his head fell backwards as though an arrow had pierced his heart.
Dishonor! Dishonor! God in heaven, let me die that I may not witness this thing!
A deep silence reigned among those present, and the prince continued:
I would not live in this Commonwealth, for I should be ashamed. The Cossack blacks, the peasantry have flooded the country with blood, united with the heathen against their own mother. The hetmans are beaten, the armies destroyed, the glory of the nation trampled underfoot. Authority is overcome, the churches burned down, the priests, the nobles slain, the women ravished, and upon these ruins, this dishonor, at sight of which our ancestors would have died, what does the Commonwealth answer? With the traitor, with her despoilers, with the allies of the heathen she enters into negotiations and promises them satisfaction. Oh God, let me die! I repeat, for we can no longer live in the world who feel the dishonor of the mother country and bring our lives to her as a sacrifice.
The Voyevoda of Kiev was silent. Pan Shishtov, however, spoke after a short pause.
Pan Kisiel is not the Commonwealth. The prince answered: "Do not talk to me of Kisiel. I know very well that he has a large party at his back. What he is doing is quite in accord with the views of the primate, the chancellors, Prince Dominik and many noblemen who, today, during the interregnum, have taken the rudder of the Commonwealth in their hands and represent its majesty, or rather through weakness unworthy of a great nation dishonor it. Not with speeches, but with blood must this fire be extinguished, for it is more glorious for a knightly nation to be destroyed than to humiliate itself and bring upon itself the contempt of the whole world."
And once more the prince covered his eyes with his hand. The sight of this sorrow and pain was so overwhelming that the colonels hardly knew how to keep back the tears that came into their eyes.
"My prince," Zatsvilikhovski ventured to say, "let them fight with their tongues. We will continue to fight with our swords."
"So be it," answered the prince. "My heart is breaking at the thought of what we ought now to do. When we heard of the misfortune of our country, did we not march through wild forests, through impassable swamps to reach here? Have we not denied ourselves sleep, food and drink? Have we not sacrificed our last strength to save this, our mother, from downfall, from shame? Our hands fall from weariness, hunger gnaws on us, our wounds are painful. But we despise fatigue if we can only restrain the enemy. You tell me that I am hurt because I did not have the chief command? The world may judge whether those who hold it are worthy, and I call on God and on you as witnesses, that I, like yourself, have not sacrificed my blood for the sake of reward and dignities, but from pure love of our mother country. And, as we are drawing our last breath, what do they announce to us? That these gentlemen of Warsaw, and this Pan Kisiel in Hush are thinking of conciliating the enemy. Dishonor and disgrace? "Kisiel is a traitor!" cried Pan Baranovski. Then Pan Stakhovich, an earnest and quiet man, arose, and turning to Baranovski said: "As a friend of the Voyevoda of Bratslav and serving under him, I cannot suffer that he should be here called a traitor. His beard has grown grey with anxiety, and he serves his country as he thinks best. Mistakenly perhaps, but honorably." The prince did not hear this answer, for he was sunk in sorrow and thought. Baranovski dared say no more in his presence, but he fixed his steely glance upon Stakhovich as though he would say: "I'll settle with you," and laid his hand upon the hilt of his sword. Meanwhile Yeremy had awakened from his brooding thoughts and said gloomily: "We have no other choice than either to disobey, for in the time of interregnum they rule, or to sacrifice the honor of the country, for which we suffered labors and fatigues." "From disobedience came all the evils of this Commonwealth," said the Voyevoda of Kiev very earnestly. Shall we then suffer the disgrace of the Commonwealth? If they should command us tomorrow to go to Tukhay Bey and to Hmyelnitski with a rope around our necks, should we also obey him?"
"Veto!" said Pan Kshyshtof, the sub-judge of Bratslav.
"Veto!" repeated
Kierdey. The prince turned to his colonels.
"Speak, old soldiers," he said.
Zatsvilikhovski spoke first.
"My prince, I am 70 years old. I am an Orthodox Russian. I was a Cossack commissary. Hmyelnitski himself called me father. I ought to counsel negotiations, but if I must decide between disgrace or war, going as I am to the grave, I would say war."
"War!" repeated Skshetuski.
"War! War!"
repeated numerous voices, among them those of Shishtov, the two Kierdeys, Baranovski, and all present.
"War! War!" "It shall be as you say," said the prince with dignity,
and struck his baton on the letter of Pan Kisiel that lay open on the table. End of Book 2, Chapter 11. Book 2, Chapter 12 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A day later, as the army was halting in Ryltsov, the prince called Skshetuski to him and said: "Our fighting strength is weak and exhausted. Kshyvonos, however, has 60,000 men, and his forces increase from day to day, for the ^blacks' are flocking to him. I cannot count on the Voyevoda of Kiev, for at heart he belongs to the peace party, and even if he accompanies me he does so unwillingly. We must in some way or other try and increase our forces, and I have just heard that 2 colonels are stationed not far from Konstantinov, Osinski with the King's Guard, and Korytski. Take for safety 100 of my Semenov guards, go to these men and take them my command, that they should hasten and come to me without delay, for I wish to attack Kshyvonos in a few days. No one can do my commission as well as you, therefore I send you, and the matter is of the greatest importance." Skshetuski bowed and set out the same evening at twilight for Konstantinov, so as to travel without being observed; for here and there might be found Kshyvonos scouts, or swarms of "blacks" who were committing highway robbery in the forests and on the roads, and the prince had advised him to avoid any engagement so that he might not lose time. He therefore went along quietly and, by daybreak, reached the pond of Visovari, where he came upon both the colonels and, at the sight of them, felt very joyful. Osinski had an excellent dragoon regiment trained after foreign fashion, and Germans. Korytski had only German infantry, consisting exclusively of veterans of the 30 Years' War. These dreaded and admired soldiers were so well trained, that they were like a sword in the hands of its commander. Both regiments were remarkably well armed and well provided with ammunition. When they heard that they were to join the prince, they shouted for joy, for they were longing for battle and knew that they would never have such a good chance under any other command. Unfortunately both colonels refused to go, for both belonged to the command of Prince Dominik Zaslavski, and had special orders not to unite with Vishnovyetski. In vain did Skshetuski explain to them what glory they would gain under the leadership of such a general, what services they might render the country; they could not be persuaded and said that obedience was, for soldiers, the first law and the first duty. They said also that they would unite with the prince in case the safety of their regiments demanded it. Skshetuski returned with a heavy heart, for he knew how painful this disappointment would be to the prince, and how weary and exhausted his regiments were from the marches, from the continual encounters with the enemy, from the skirmishing with detached bands and, not least of all, through wakefulness, hunger and exertion. Under such circumstances, it was almost an impossibility to measure their strength with that of the enemy, which was 10 times greater. Skshetuski saw, therefore, quite clearly, that a delay must take place in the expedition against Kshyvonos in order to give the army some rest and to await the influx of fresh nobles to the camp. Occupied with such thoughts, Skshetuski returned at the head of his Semenovs to the prince. He was obliged to go quietly, carefully, and only at night, in order to avoid Kshyvonos' advance guard, and also the numerous detached bands, consisting of Cossacks and "blacks," who at times were very strong. They gathered throughout the whole neighborhood, set fire to the villages, killed the nobles or captured the fugitives upon the highway. Thus he passed through Baklay and came to the thick forests of Mshyniets, that were full of dangerous ravines and clefts. Fortunately, after a rainfall, the weather had cleared and the journey was easy. The July night was glorious, without a moon but lighted by stars. His Semenovs marched on the narrow forest path, guided by the Mshyniets foresters, trusty people who knew their forest thoroughly. A deep silence reigned in the woods, broken only by the crackling of the dry branches beneath the hoofs of the horses, when suddenly a sound as of a distant singing interrupted by shouts came to the ears of Skshetuski and his men.
"Halt!" said Skshetuski softly, stopping his men. "What is that?" An old forester stepped up to him and said:
"Those are crazy people who wander about in the woods and scream. They have lost their reason through the sight of the horrors that have occurred. Yesterday we met a noble lady who wanders about, looks at the pine trees and calls 'Children, children!' It is evident that the peasants have killed her children. And then she stared at us and began to shriek so that our legs trembled. They say that there are many such people in all the forests."
Although Skshetuski was a knight without fear, a shudder went through him from head to foot.
"Perhaps they are wolves that are howling like that. One cannot distinguish it," he said.
"No indeed, sir, there are no wolves in the forests. They have all gone to the villages where there is enough of dead bodies."
"Dreadful times," cried the knight, "when the wolves live in the villages and crazy people howl in the forests. God, oh God!"
For a time there was silence; one heard nothing but the rustling in the tops of the pine trees. But presently the distant voices grew louder and more distinct.
"Hey!" said the forester suddenly, "it seems as if there might be a crowd of men there. Remain standing here or move slowly forward, and I and my companions will go and see what it is."
"Good," said Skshetuski, "we will wait here."
The foresters disappeared and were gone a whole hour. Skshetuski was beginning to grow impatient and even nourished a suspicion that they were plotting some treachery against him when, suddenly, one of them sprang from the darkness.
"It is they, sir,"
said he, approaching Skshetuski.
"Who?"
"The rebel peasants."
"How many of them are there?"
"There may be about 200. I do not know, sir, what we can do for they are in the narrow pass through which we must go. They have lighted a fire. We cannot see it from here, for it is in the valley. They have no sentries. It is possible to come within an arrow shot away."
"Good," said Pan Skshetuski. Turning to his Semenovs, he gave orders to two officers. The train moved quickly forward and only the crackling twigs could betray them. No stirrup struck another, no sword clanked. The horses who were accustomed to stealthy attacks went forward, wolf fashion, without snorting or neighing. When the men came to the spot where the road turned, they noticed at once the fire and the indistinct forms of men. Skshetuski now formed his soldiers into three divisions. One remained here, the other moved along the narrow path, so as to close the opposite entrance. And the third dismounted, crept forward on their hands and knees, and lay on the extreme edge of the pass, immediately above the heads of the peasants. Skshetuski, who was in this division, saw quite clearly, at a distance of from 20 to 30 paces, the whole camp. 10 fires were burning, but they did not flame up, for kettles with food were hanging over them. The smell of steam and of the boiling meat came up to Skshetuski and his soldiers. Around the kettles, stood or lay the peasants drinking and chatting. Some had vodka bottles in their hands, others carried pikes on the end of which were placed trophies, heads of men, women, and children. The reflection of the fire revealed their dead eyes and their gleaming teeth. The same light shone upon the wild, dreadful faces of the peasants. Immediately beneath the wall of rock some lay asleep, snoring loudly, others chatted, others raked the fire till it rose in a column of golden sparks. At the largest fire, with his back to the rocky wall and towards Skshetuski, sat a stout greybeard and twanged his lute, around him about 30 peasants had formed a semicircle. Skshetuski heard distinctly the following words:
"Hey, Dziad, sing about the Cossack Holota."
"No," cried another, "sing of Maruzia (Mary), Boguslavka." "To the devil with Maruzia, sing of the Pan of Potok," cried the greatest number of voices.
The beggar struck the strings of his lute more forcibly, cleared his throat, and began to sing.
Stand and observe round thee, thou rich and noble lord. Soon wilt thou be like the man who possesses nothing. He directs and moves everything, God himself the merciful. All our deeds he weighs in his balance uprightly. Stand and observe round thee, thou who fliest so high. Above the clouds, thou knowest wisdom, wide and deep."
The old man here stopped a moment and sighed, and the peasants sighed with him. The crowd of listeners grew larger. But Skshetuski, although he knew that his people must be ready, gave as yet no signal for the attack. The quiet night, the flickering fire, the wild forms and the unfinished song about Pan Nicholas Pototski, awakened in the knight strange thoughts, emotions, and a longing which he could not explain to himself. The unhealed wounds of his heart opened afresh. He was seized with a deep sorrow for what had lately happened to him, for lost happiness, for those moments of peace and joy. He became plunged in thought and in reflection. The old man, however, continued to sing.
"Stand and observe round thee, thou who makest war, with arrow and bow, with powder ball and sword. For in olden times also lived warriors and knights, who carried the sword and died through the sword. Stand and observe round thee and give up thy pride. Thou, from Potok stridest boldly to Slavuta. The innocent souls hast thou cruelly slain. Thy own counsel art thou in Poland, and bearest thy scepter with boldness and might."
And the Dziad stopped singing again when, suddenly, a stone grazed the elbow of one of the men and fell to the ground. Some of the peasants put their hands over their eyes and looked sharply towards the forest. Then Skshetuski knew that the time had come, and fired his pistol into the crowd. "Strike! Kill!" he cried, and 30 Semenovs fired with precision and aimed at the peasants' faces, and immediately after the shots were fired, they climbed like lightning down the steep wall of the pass, and plunged into the midst of the terrified and confused peasants. "Strike! Kill!" resounded from the entrance to the narrow pass. "Strike!" repeated the wild voices farther back. "Yeremi! Yeremi!" The attack was so sudden, the panic so terrible that, although the peasants were armed, they offered hardly any resistance. It had already been told in the camp of the rebel "blacks" that Yeremi, through the assistance of the evil one, was able to be and strike in several places at the same time, and now his name, which fell so unexpectedly upon the ears of these who thought themselves secure, sounded like the name of the evil one, and their weapons fell from their hands. Besides, the spikes and scythes could not be handled in such a narrow space, for the peasants had run like a crowd of sheep to the opposite side of the ravine, and cut over the heads and faces by the swords of their pursuers, trodden under foot and, in mad fear, stretching their hands towards the merciless steel, they met their death. The quiet wood was filled with the calamitous sound of battle. Some sought to flee across the precipitous wall of the ravine. They climbed up, hurt their hands and fell back upon the points of the swords. Some died peacefully, others bellowed for mercy, others covered their faces with their hands, so as not to see the approach of death. Others, again, threw themselves upon the earth, face downwards, and above the clash of swords and the screams of the dying were drowned by the cry of the assailants: "Yeremi! Yeremi!" A cry that made the peasants' hair stand on end, and rendered the approach of death so much the more terrible. The old singer, however, struck one of the soldiers such a blow in the face with his lute that he fell over and, seizing the others by the hand so as to prevent them from striking him with their swords, he bellowed like an ox in his terror. When the rest of the soldiers saw this, they hastened to the spot to cut him down, but Skshetuski sprang forward. "Take him alive! Take him alive!" he cried. "Stop!" roared the old man. "I am a nobleman, loquor Latine (I speak Latin). I am not a Dziad, stop, I tell you! Robbers! Rascals! Sons of horses!" But the old man had not finished his litany when Skshetuski looked in his face and screamed, so loud that the walls of the ravine re echoed with the sound: "Zagloba!" and suddenly fell upon his neck like a wild animal, clenched his fingers on the old man's arms, pressed his face against his, shook him as if he were a pear tree and cried: "Where is the princess? Where is the princess?" "She is alive, she is well, she is in safety," answered the old man screaming. "Let me alone, you devil, you're shaking my soul out of me." Skshetuski was so overcome at the joyful news that he, whom neither imprisonment nor wounds, pain nor the terrible Burdabut had been able to conquer became suddenly weak. His hands fell at his sides, great drops of sweat started on his brow, and he sank on his knees, covered his face with his hands, leaned his head against the rocky wall and remained thus in silence. One saw that he was giving thanks to God. Meanwhile, the remainder of the unfortunate peasants had been cut down, except some whom they brought bound, in order to give them over to the executioner in the camp, and to extort confessions from them; the others lay stretched out dead. The battle was over, the noise ceased. The soldiers gathered round their leader, and when they saw him on his knees beside the rock, they looked at him uneasily, as if they feared he might have been wounded. But he rose to his feet and his countenance was as bright as though sunrise was dawning in his soul.
"Where is she?" he asked Zagloba. "Is she safe?"
"In Bar. The castle is strong and fears no attack. She is in the castle of Panna Slavoshevska with the nuns."
"Praised be God the Most High," said the knight, and his voice trembled with deep emotion. "Give me your hand. I thank you from the depths of my soul." Suddenly he turned to his men. "How many prisoners have you?"
17,"
answered the soldiers. Then Skshetuski said: "A great happiness has come to me and my soul is filled with compassion. Let them go free." The Semenovs could not believe their ears. That was not the custom in Vishnovyetski's army. Skshetuski slightly frowned. "Let them go free," he repeated. The soldiers moved away, but in a few minutes the oldest sergeant came back and said:
"Lieutenant, you may not believe it, but they do not dare to go away."
"And are they unbound?"
"Yes."
"Then leave them here. Mount your horses."
Half an hour later, the soldiers defiled along the narrow forest path amid absolute silence. The moon had risen and its silver beams pierced through the forest and lighted its dark depths. Pan Zagloba and Skshetuski rode at the head and conversed. "Tell me all you know about her," said the knight. "Then you took her out of Bohun's hands."
"Yes, I tied up his head as a farewell token so that he might not scream for help."
"You did splendidly, as true as I live. But how did you get to Bar?"
"I could tell you a good deal about that, and I will have to tell you some other time. I am frightfully tired and my throat is parched by singing songs for the people. Have you not something to drink?"
"I have a little jug of brandy. Here it is."
Zagloba seized the jug and placed it to his lips and one heard nothing but a gurgling. Skshetuski, however, in his impatience could wait no longer and asked:
"In good health?"
"What?" answered Zagloba. "To a dry throat everything seems healthy."
"But I am asking about the princess."
"The princess, sound as a nut."
"God be praised and thanked. Is she happy in Bar?"
"She could not be better off in heaven. Everyone loves her on account of her beauty. Panna Slavoshevska loves her as her own child, and you could not count on your rosary the number of lads who are in love with her. But she thinks as much of them as I now think of your empty jug, and is constant in her love for you."
"God bless her, the darling," said Skshetuski. "Then she remembers me with love."
"Remembers you? I tell you I never could understand where she found breath for so many sighs. Every one has compassion for her, especially the nuns, whom she completely won over by her gentleness. Has she not also compelled me to all sorts of foolish acts that I have nearly paid for with my life? I was to find you in any case, in order to let her know whether you live and are well. She wanted to send messengers several times, but no one dared undertake it, until I finally took pity on her and set out for the camp. If I had not been disguised I would certainly have lost my head, but the peasants everywhere took me for a beggar, for I sing beautifully."
Skshetuski was speechless with joy. A thousand thoughts and remembrances crowded together in his mind. Helena seemed to stand before his very eyes, just as he had seen her the last time in Rozloga, immediately before his departure for Sich, pretty, slender, blushing, with her velvety black eyes with their irresistible fascination. Now it seemed to him as though he saw her, as though he felt the glow that radiated from her cheeks, as though he heard her sweet voice. He thought of that walk in the cherry wood, he thought of the cry of the cuckoo and of the questions that he had asked it, and of Helena's modesty when the cuckoo prophesied that she would have 12 sons. His soul went out from him, his heart was intoxicated with love and bliss, and all past suffering disappeared, as a drop in the ocean. He did not know himself what this strange feeling was. He wished to cry aloud, to sink on his knees and thank God again.
then to look back into the past, then to ask and ask questions without end. Presently he repeated: "She lives, she is well."
"She lives, she is well,"
answered Zagloba, like an echo.
"And she sent you here?"
"Yes."
"And have you a letter?"
"I have."
"Give it."
"It is sewed up and now it is night. Be satisfied."
"I cannot. You see that, sir, yourself."
"I see it."
Zagloba's answers became ever more laconic. Finally his head nodded once or twice, and he was asleep. Skshetuski saw that there was nothing to be done with him and he gave himself up again to thoughts. They were only interrupted through the tramping of horses, evidently a large division of cavalry that was swiftly approaching. It was Poniatovski with the prince's own Cossacks which the prince had sent to meet Skshetuski, fearing that some harm might have happened to him. End of Book 2, Chapter 12. Book 2, Chapter 13 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. One can easily understand how the prince received the news of Osinski's and Korytski's refusal, which Skshetuski brought him at daybreak. Things had so happened that it needed a great soul like that of the Iron Prince not to collapse, not to despair, not to let his hands fall at his side. In vain did he spend an enormous fortune in maintaining the army, in vain like a caged lion did he hurl himself this way and that. In vain did he chop off one head of the rebellion after another, did he perform prodigies of valor. All in vain. The moment would come in which he would feel his own powerlessness, would retire somewhere into a peaceful country, and become mute witness of all that happened in the Ukraine. And who had condemned him to inaction? Not the sword of the Cossacks, but the apathy of his own people. Had he not justly hoped, when he moved out in May from the other side of the Dnieper country, when like an eagle he swooped down from the height upon the rebels, when, amid the universal fear and confusion, he had raised his sword above his head, that the whole Republic would speedily hasten to help him, and entrust their power to the avenging sword in his hands? The king was dead and, after his death, the command had fallen into other hands. He, the prince, they had ostentatiously forgotten. That was the first concession they had made to Hmyelnitski. But it was not on account of offended dignity that the soul of the prince now suffered. It was at the thought that the downtrodden Commonwealth had already sunk so low that she retreated before the Cossack, and preferred to restrain his daring hand through negotiations. Since the battle at Makhnovka, the news that reached the camp became more and more unfavorable. First the communication respecting the negotiations that were being entered into by Pan Kisiel, then the news that the rebellion had spread over Volhynian Polesia. Finally the refusal of the colonels showed clearly the unfriendly attitude of the commander-in-chief Prince Dominik Zaslavski Ostrogski towards Vishnovyetski, and during Skshetuski's absence Pan Korsh came to the camp with the news that the whole of Ovruts was in flames. The people there were peaceful and had taken no part in the rebellion, but the Cossacks had attacked them and Kshechovski and Polshenyets had compelled the peasants to join his ranks, and then the noblemen's houses and the towns were set on fire, and the nobles who did not flee were cut down, among them old Pan Yalets, a faithful servant and friend of the house of Vishnovyetski. The prince had, therefore, determined, after uniting with Osinski and Korytski, to destroy Kshyvonos and then to march northwards to Ovruch in order to come to an understanding with the hetman of Lithuania and thus place the rebels between two fires. But all these plans were brought to naught through the orders that Prince Dominik had given his two colonels. For, after all his marches, battles and fatigues, Yeremi was not strong enough to measure his forces with those of Kshyvonos, especially as he could not absolutely depend on the Voyevoda of Kiev, Pan Janusz, who really belonged heart and soul to the peace party. He had taken service under the authority and command of Yeremi, and was obliged to accompany him. But the more he saw that authority weakened the more he was inclined to oppose the prince's thirst for battle, as will soon be made evident. Skshetuski gave an account of his expedition and the prince listened to him in silence. All the officers were present at the audience. All faces lowered when he told of the refusal of the two colonels and all eyes were directed to the prince who said: "So Prince Dominik sent them orders forbidding them to come."
"He did. They showed me his writing."
Yeremy leaned his elbows on the table and buried his face in his hands. After a while he said: "This is in truth more than a man can bear. Must I work all alone, and instead of the expected assistance meet only with obstructions? Could I not have gone quietly to Sandomir and remained there peacefully on my property? If I did not do it, it was because I love my country, and this is now my reward for my labors, for the loss of my fortune, for blood." The prince spoke quietly, but so much bitterness, so much pain trembled in his voice that all hearts were filled with sorrow. The old colonels, veterans of Putyvel, Starts, Kumeyka, and the young warriors in the last war, looked at him with inexpressible anxiety in their eyes, for they knew well what a hard struggle this iron man was undergoing. How terribly his pride must suffer from the humiliations that were heaped upon him. He, the prince, by the grace of God, he, the Voyevoda of Russia, the senator of the Commonwealth, must retreat before a Hmyelnitski, before a Kshyvonos; he, almost a king, who a short while before had received the ambassadors of the neighboring rulers, was forced to retreat from the field of honor, in order to shut himself up in some little castle and wait for the result of a war that would be carried on by others, or the conclusion of degrading negotiations. He, chosen for the highest missions, and filled with a consciousness of his ability to fulfill them, must now acknowledge his powerlessness. The sorrows and the fatigues of the past weeks were evident in his appearance. He had become much emaciated; his eyes were sunken; his raven black hair showed streaks of gray; but a tragic calm overspread his countenance, for his pride would not allow him to betray his sorrow. "Let it be as it will," he said. "We will show this ungrateful mother that we cannot only fight for her but die for her. By heavens, I would far rather die a glorious death in some battle than wage a civil war against these peasants, but it cannot be otherwise." "My prince," interrupted the Voyevoda of Kiev, "do not speak of death, for although God hides from our sight what may befall us it may yet be a long time before our death. I respect your warlike genius and your knightly spirit, but I cannot blame the victory, nor the chancellor nor the military officers for endeavoring, through negotiations, to put an end to this civil war, for we are shedding the blood of brothers, and from the most determined obstinacy on both sides. A foreigner alone can reap the benefit." The prince looked long into the eyes of the Voyevoda, and said gravely: "If you show mercy to the conquered they will receive it with gratitude and never forget it; but you will only earn the contempt of the victors. Oh, if this people had never been wronged! But once the rebellion has been set on foot, it must be crushed, not by negotiations, but with blood; otherwise disgrace and ruin will be ours." "Ruin is more certain if we carry on war on our own account," answered the Voyevoda. "Does that mean that you no longer wish to accompany me?" "Your Highness, I call God to witness that I am not acting in bad faith towards you, but my conscience tells me that I must not give my men over to certain destruction, for their life is of value and may yet be of service to the Commonwealth." The prince was silent. After a few moments he turned to his officers. "Old comrades in arms, you will not leave me, will you?" All the officers, as if impelled by the same power, sprang towards the prince; some kissed his robes, others clasped his knees, others raised their hands to heaven and exclaimed: "We will stand by you to our last breath, to the last drop of blood. Lead us, lead us, we will serve you without pay." "My prince, grant that I may also die at your side," exclaimed young Aksak, blushing like a girl. At this sight, even the Voyevoda of Kiev was touched. The prince went from one to the other, putting his hand on each head and thanking them. A tremendous zeal had filled the hearts of young and old. The eyes of the warriors gleamed, their hands clutched their swords. "I will live with you, I will die with you," said the prince. "We will conquer," exclaimed an officer. "On to Kshyvonos! On to Polonna! He who wishes to leave us may do so. We will conquer without assistance. We will share neither glory nor death with anyone." "Gentlemen," said the prince, "my wish is that before we march on Kshyvonos we shall take a short rest to restore our strength. We have now been 3 months in the saddle.
Our bodies are suffering from the labors, fatigues, and the inclemency of the weather. We have no horses, our foot soldiers are barefooted. We will therefore march to Zbaraj, refresh ourselves and rest. Perhaps some new regiments may join us, and then we will go with renewed strength into the battle."
"When does your Highness command us to set out?" asked
Zatsvilikhovski. "Immediately, old comrade." The prince now turned to the Voyevoda. "And where does your Grace intend to go?" "To Gliniana, for I hear that the regiments are collecting there." "Then we will accompany you to a peaceful region, so that no misfortune may happen to you." The Voyevoda answered nothing for he was feeling a little uncomfortable. He was leaving the prince, and yet the prince was thinking only of his welfare and offering to accompany him. Was there irony in the words? The Voyevoda did not know. He was of the opinion, however, that the prince's officers looked at him with increasing distrust, and it was evident that in any other, less well disciplined army, there would have been an outbreak against him. He bowed therefore and went out. The officers scattered, each one going to his regiment, in order to prepare for the march. Skshetuski alone remained with the prince. "What kind of soldiers are in those regiments?" asked the prince.
"You cannot find better ones anywhere. The dragoons are trained after the German fashion and, in the infantry guards, are only veterans from the 30 Years' War. When I saw them I imagined I saw Roman legions before me."
"What's the strength?"
"Two regiments, 3,000 men in all, counting the dragoon."
"'Tis a pity, a pity. One could do great things with such regiments." Sorrow was visible in the features of the prince. After a pause, he said, as though to himself: "The choice of commanders in chief is unfortunate in such a time of necessity. Ostorog would be all right if war could be won with eloquence and Latin. Konyetspolski, my brother-in-law, has the blood of warriors in his veins, but he is a young man, without experience, and Zaslavski is the worst of all. I have known him a long time, a man of small courage and shallow understanding. His business is to sleep during the war, not to command armies. No, I will not say it aloud, or they might accuse me of jealousy, but I do say terrible times are coming, and now, just now, such men have taken the rudder in their hands. God, oh God, spare me this cup. What will become of the country? When I think of it I long for death, for I am very weary and I say to you, I shall not be with you much longer. My soul longs for war, but my body lacks strength."
"Your Highness should take more care of your health, for it is of great importance to the whole country, and one can see that your labors have pulled down your Highness very much."
"The country thinks otherwise, as can be easily seen, or they would not have passed me by. And now they are taking the sword out of my hand."
"God grant that when Prince Charles exchanges his bishop's mitre for a crown, he will know whom to exalt and whom to punish; but your Highness is still powerful enough to ask help from no one."
"I will go my own way."
The prince probably did not notice that, like the other petty kings, he desired to carry out a policy of his own; but even if he had noticed it, he could not have acted in any other manner, for he had only one object in view, that was to save the honor of the Commonwealth. Again there was a long silence, which was at last broken by the neighing of horses, and the sound of the bugles. The regiments were preparing to march. The noise awakened the prince from his reflections. He shook his head as though he would cast off his sorrow and his unpleasant thoughts and then said: "And did you have a quiet journey?"
"I met in the forest of Mshyniets a large band of peasants, about 200 men, whom I destroyed."
"Good. And did you bring back any prisoners, for that is also very important?"
"I had some prisoners, but—"
"But you have killed them? What?"
"No, your Highness, I let them go free."
Yeremy looked at Skshetuski in astonishment. Then he suddenly frowned.
"What does that mean? Do you also belong to the party of peace? What does that mean?"
"Your Highness, I have brought back an informant. Among the peasants, we found a disguised nobleman who had escaped death. I let the others go free because God granted me mercy and comfort. I will willingly bear the penalty. This nobleman is Zagloba, who brought me news of the young princess."
The prince quickly approached Skshetuski. "She lives? She is well?"
"Thank God, she is."
"And where did she find refuge?"
"She is in Bar."
"That is a strong fortress. My boy!"
Here the prince raised his hands and, seizing Skshetuski's head, he kissed him repeatedly upon the forehead.
"I rejoice in your joy, for I love you as a son."
Pan Yan kissed the prince's hand very heartily, and although he would at any time have willingly shed his blood on Yeremy's account, he felt anew that he would be ready to spring into the flames of hell at his command. Thus did the threatening, terrible Yeremy understand how to win the hearts of his knights. "Well, I am not surprised that you let these peasants go. You shall go unpunished. But this nobleman is quite a character. So he brought her from the Trans Dnieper as far as Bar? Thank God! This is a great comfort to me in these sad times. He must be a very knowing fellow. Bring this Zagloba to me." Skshetuski flew to the door which, at this moment, suddenly opened and Vyershul's red face appeared. He had returned with the Tartar bodyguard with whom he had been sent forward.
"My prince," he cried, breathing heavily, "Kshyvonos has taken Polonna, and slaughtered 10,000 men, women, and children."
The officers began to assemble again and crowded about Vyershul. The Voyevoda of Kiev also came up. The prince stood as if turned to stone, for he had not expected such news. "But they were only people of Russia who were there. It cannot be possible."
"Not a soul escaped from the town."
"Do you hear?" said the prince, turning to the Voyevoda. "You want to enter into negotiations with such an enemy, who does not even spare his own countrymen."
"Oh, souls of dogs, if this is so, may the devil take them all! I will go with you, prince."
"Then you shall be my brother," said the prince.
"Long live the Voyevoda of Kiev!"
said old Zatsvilikhovski.
"Long live unity!"
And the prince turned to Vyershul. "Whither are they marching from Polonna? Is nothing known?"
"It seems they are going to Konstantinov."
"God in heaven! Then Osinski's and Korytski's regiments are lost, for they cannot get away in time with the infantry. We must forget the insult and hasten to help them. To horse! To horse!" The face of the prince beamed with joy and a flush overspread his thin cheeks, for the road to glory once more lay open before him. End of Book 2, Chapter 13. Book 2, Chapter 14 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The army passed by Konstantinov and halted in Rozolovtsa. The prince had calculated that when Korytski and Osinski should receive news of the taking of Polonna, they would be obliged to retreat to Rozolovtsa, and if the enemy should follow them, it would unexpectedly fall into the hands of the entire army of the prince as into a trap, and thus suffer most certain defeat. This calculation was fulfilled to a great extent. The army took its stand and waited in readiness for a battle. Larger and smaller advance guards were sent out on all sides from the camp. The prince remained in the village with several regiments and waited. Towards evening Vyershul's Tartars announced that infantry were coming from Konstantinov. The prince stepped out from the door of his quarters surrounded by his officers and with him several special attendants, in order to see the approaching soldiers. Meanwhile the regiments, after they had been heralded by trumpet blasts, halted outside the village, and two colonels hurried at full speed to the prince, in order to offer him their services. It was Osinski and Korytski. When they observed Vishnovyetski and his stately suite of knights, they became confused, as they were uncertain how they would be received. They bowed low and waited in silence for the prince to speak. "The wheel of fortune spins and humbles the proud," said the prince. "You would not accept our invitation, and now you come unsought."
"Your Highness," said Osinski boldly, "from our very soul we desired to serve under you, but the orders were exact. He who gave them must answer for them. We beg for pardon although we are guiltless, for as soldiers we had to obey in silence."
"Then has Prince Dominik recalled his orders?" asked the prince.
"The command has not been recalled," said Osinski, "but it no longer binds us, for the only help and safety for our army lie in your Highness's mercy and, under your command, we will henceforth live, sire, and die."
These manly words and the officer's appearance made the best impression upon the prince and his companions in arms. Osinski was a renowned soldier, and although still young, for he was not more than 40, he was already rich in experience of war, which he had gained in foreign armies. Every soldier's eyes rested with satisfaction upon him. Tall, straight as a pine, with a yellow moustache curving upward and a Swedish beard, he completely reminded one in bearing and appearance of the commanders in the 30 Years' War. Korytski, a Tartar by origin, did not resemble him in the least. Of small stature and not well proportioned, he had a gloomy expression and looked strange in the foreign uniform, which did not suit his oriental features. He commanded a regiment of picked German infantry, and was noted, as much for his courage as for his sullenness, and the iron discipline that he maintained among his soldiers.
"We are waiting for your Highness's commands," said Osinski. "I know that the soldier must obey, and if I sent for you it was because I did not know of the command. From now on we will pass through many good and bad hours in each other's company, but I hope that you will like your new service." "If only your Highness is satisfied with us and our soldiers."
"Good," said the prince. "Is the enemy far behind you?"
"The vanguards are near, but the body of the troops cannot reach here until early tomorrow."
"Good, then we shall have time. Give your regiments orders to march across the square in order that I may see them, and find out what kind of soldiers you have brought me, and if we can do much with them." The colonels returned to their regiments and shortly came into the camp at their head. The soldiers of the prince's own regiments came hurrying along like ants to see their new comrades. At the head were the royal dragoons, under Captain Ciza, in heavy Swedish helmets with high crests. They rode matched Podolian horses. The men, newly rested, dressed in bright, glittering uniforms, were a refreshing contrast to the prince's weary, worn out men, whose uniforms were tattered and faded by sun and rain. Osinski and his regiment followed them and Korytski's brought up the rear. A murmur of praise was heard from the prince's officers at the sight of the deep ranks of the Germans. Their doublets were uniformly red, their muskets glittered on their shoulders. They marched 30 abreast and, as one man, with even, powerful, thundering step. They were all stoutly built, broad-shouldered fellows, experienced soldiers who had been in many countries and many battles; mostly veterans of the 30 Years' War, inured to war, well disciplined and experienced. As they approached the prince, Osinski called out, "Halt!" The regiment stood as if rooted to the spot. The officers raised their staffs in the air, the ensign waved the flag 3 times and then lowered it before the prince. "Forward!" cried Osinski. "Forward!" repeated the officers and the regiment moved forward. In the same manner or even in better form did Korytski lead forward his men, and at the sight of them all the soldiers' hearts rejoiced. Yeremi, who was a judge if anyone was, placed his hands on his sides in satisfaction and looked on smilingly; for he was lacking in infantry, and it was certain that he could find no better ones in the whole world. He felt strengthened and hoped to be able to carry out great military undertakings. The officers discussed various military matters, and different kind of soldiers that might be seen in the world.
"The Zaporojian infantry is good, especially in attacking a fortification," said Sleshinski, "but these fellows carry off the palm, they are better drilled." "Bah! much better," said Migurski. "But they are heavy men," said Vyershul. "If they should attack me I would undertake, with my Tartars, to make them so weary in 2 days, that on the 3rd day I could slaughter them like sheep." "What are you talking about? The Germans are valiant soldiers."
Here Longin broke in his singing Lithuanian voice.
"How God the Lord in His mercy has endowed the different virtues. I have heard that there is nothing in the whole world superior to our cavalry, and again that neither we nor the Hungarian infantry can compare with the Germans." "Because God is just," said Zagloba, "He has given you, for instance, a large fortune, a large sword and a heavy hand; but to make up for it, very little wit." "Oh, he has attacked him like a horseleech," said
Skshetuski, laughing. Pan Podbipyenta blinked his eyes and said with his accustomed good nature:
"That is unpleasant to hear. He gave you, I should say, too long a tongue."
If you think that he has done wrong in giving me such a one as I have, you will go to hell with your chastity, for you are setting yourself up against the will of God."
"Oh, nonsense, no one can talk you down, you chatter and chatter."
"And do you know what distinguishes a man from an animal?"
"Well, what?"
"Reason and speech."
"Ah, he caught it that time," said Colonel Mukurski.
"If you do not understand why the best cavalry are among the Poles and the best foot soldiers among the Germans, I will explain it to you."
"Well, why?" asked several voices.
"See here, when God created the horse, He led it out that men might praise His work. Beside Him stood a German, for they make their way everywhere. God showed him the horse and asked him in German, 'What is that?' and the German answered, 'Pferd.'
"What?" said the Creator, who had heard. "Do you say fey to my work? You slovenly fellow, you shall not ride upon this animal, and if you do, it will be the worse for you." With these words, he gave the horse to the Poles. That is why the Polish cavalry is the best. The Germans then began to hurry along on foot and to beg forgiveness of God, and that is how they have developed such an excellent infantry." "You related that very artistically," said Podbipyenta.
The conversation was interrupted here by a guest, who came with the announcement that some forces were approaching the camp; that they could not be Cossacks, for they did not come from Konstantinov, but from an entirely different direction, from the river Zbrucha. 2 hours later, these same companies approached, with such a blast of trumpets and beating of drums, that the prince was annoyed, and sent word to them to keep quiet, as the enemy was in the vicinity. It proved to be a royal cavalry regiment commander, Samuel Lashch, a celebrated adventurer, a lawbreaker, a companion of gypsies and a bully, but a valiant soldier. He was at the head of 800 men of the same sort as himself, some of them nobles, some Cossacks, who all would have to hang if justice were done. But Prince Yeremy did not let himself be frightened by the unruliness of the soldiers, for he hoped that, in his hands, they would be transformed into meek lambs, and compensate by their courage and bravery for all that they lacked otherwise. It was therefore a lucky day. Only yesterday, through the dissatisfaction of the Voyevoda of Kiev, the prince had determined to defer the war until troops should come to his assistance, and to retreat into a quieter district in order to rest. And today, he stood at the head of 12,000 men, and although Kshyvonos counted 5 times as many, yet, as they consisted for the greater part of "blacks," their armies might be considered of equal strength. The prince thought no longer of rest; he shut himself up with Lashch, the Voyevoda of Kiev, Zatsvilikhovski, Hmyelnitski, and Osinski, and they took counsel regarding the continuation of the war. It was resolved to give battle to Kshyvonos on the following morning, and if he should not advance, to go and meet him. It was already dark, but since the last rainfall which had annoyed the army so dreadfully, at Makhnovka, the weather had been continuously fine. The golden stars shone in the dark vault of heaven, the moon gleamed and shone on the roofs of Rosolovski. In the camp no one thought of sleeping. All were looking forward to the coming battle and preparing themselves for it by singing, according to old custom, soldiers' songs and promising themselves great happiness. The officers and the more distinguished guests were in the happiest mood. They had gathered round a large campfire and were carousing to their hearts' content. "Speak on," they called to Zagloba. "What did you do when you were on the other side of the Dnieper, and how did you manage to get to Bar?" Pan Zagloba emptied a goblet of mead and said:
"Sed iam nox humida coela praecipita, suadentque sidera cadentia somnos, sed si tantas amor casas cognoscere nostros incipiam." My worthy sirs, if I should relate to you all, from the beginning, and enter into details, 10 nights would not be sufficient to do it in, and certainly the mead would not hold out, for an old throat, like an old wagon, has to be greased. Enough if I tell you that I went to Korsun, into the very camp of Hmyelnitski, with the princess, and have succeeded in leading her safely out of that hell."
"Jesus Maria! You must have enchanted them," cried Volodiyovski.
"Well, yes, I did bewitch them," answered Zagloba, "for I learned the black art in my young days from a witch in Asia, who fell in love with me and divulged to me all the mysteries of witchcraft, but I could not bewitch all of them for I found my master. Magicians and witches were swarming around Hmyelnitski. He has got so many devils in his service that he goes about among them as if they were peasants. If he goes to sleep, a devil takes off his boots. Are his garments dusty, the devils beat them with their tails and he, when he is drunk, knocks the teeth down the throat of one or the other because, he says, you have served me badly."
The pious Longin crossed himself and said:
"The powers of hell are with him, with us the powers of heaven." "The ^blacks' would have even betrayed to Bogdan who I was and whence I came, but I conjured them in such a manner that they kept their mouths shut. I feared also that Hmyelnitski would recognize me, for I was with him in Chigrin a year ago. We were twice at Dopula's together. There were also several other officers whom I recognized, but I had grown thin, my beard had grown to my waist, my hair fell over my shoulders, the disguise changed me so that no one knew me." "Then you saw Hmyelnitski and spoke to him?" "Did I see Hmyelnitski? Exactly as I see you. Did he not send me as a spy to Podol that I might on the way read his manifesto to the peasants? He gave me a safe conduct as a protection against the hordes so that I could travel anywhere from Korsun without being molested. If I came across peasants or Nijovs I held the safe conduct under their noses and said, 'Smell that, children, and go to the devil.' I made them give me something good to eat and drink everywhere I went, and I got it too, and also a carriage and pair, and I was very glad of that, for I was thinking continually of the poor princess who needed a rest after her long fatigue. I tell you, sirs, before we reached Bar, she looked so fresh again that the people in Bar could not take their eyes off her. There were many pretty girls there, for the nobility has collected them from all quarters, but in comparison with her they are like owls to a jay. People love her too, and you would do so also if you should learn to know her."
"Certainly it could not be otherwise," said the little Volodiyovski. "But why did you go as far as Bar?" asked Migurski.
"Because I said to myself that I would not halt until I had found a safe place. I did not trust the small castles because I was afraid that the rebellion would come to their doors. But if it got as far as Bar it would knock its head against the wall for Andrew Poniatovski has garrisoned the walls very strongly and cares as much for Hmyelnitski as I would for an empty glass. What do you say, gentlemen, have I done well in remaining so far from the fight? Otherwise Bohun would certainly have followed me, and if he had caught me, I tell you, sirs, he would have made me into mincemeat for his dogs. You do not know him, but I know him, the devil take him. I shall have no peace until he is hanged. May God grant him such a happy ending. Amen. He has certainly not inscribed anyone so deeply in his black book as he has me. When I think of it, a cold shudder runs over me. That is why I take a glass or two more often than I did, although by nature I do not care to drink."
"What's that you say?"
asked Pan Podbipyenta.
"Why, little brother, you drink like a well bucket."
"Do not look into the well, for you will see nothing wise, the reflection of a donkey. But let that pass. Well, when I set out with the safe conduct and the manifesto from Hmyelnitski, I did not find any great difficulty anywhere. When I reached Vinnits I found the company of Pan Aksak, who is here in camp, but I did not lay off my beggar's disguise, because I feared the peasants, but I threw away the manifesto. There is a strap maker who is called Suhak who acts as a spy for the Zaporojians and who sends news to Hmyelnitski. I sent the manifesto back by this man, and I wrote upon it such sentences that I am sure Hmyelnitski will flay him when he reads them. But in Bar itself I committed an indiscretion which nearly ruined me." "What was it? Tell us." "I met some drunken soldiers, wild people, who heard me call the princess Panna, for I was no longer so cautious, as we were in the neighborhood of our friends. 'What,' said they, 'what kind of beggar is this? What an extraordinary boy to whom one says Panna!' They looked at the princess, she was as beautiful as a picture. 'Give her to us,' they said. Well, the fight began. I put the poor girl into a corner, placed myself before her and seized my sword."
"That is remarkable," answered Volodiyovski, "that you should carry a sword when you were dressed as a beggar."
"Eh?" said Zagloba. "Did I have a sword? Who told you that I had one? I had none. I seized one belonging to the soldiers that lay upon the table, for the quarrel was in the inn at Shipintsa. In the twinkling of an eye I had laid out two of my assailants. They seized their daggers. 'Halt!' I cried. 'Dogs, I am a nobleman!' They, however, cried, 'Stop! Stop! Advance guards are coming!' But we soon saw that it was not advance guards, but Panna Slavoshyska with her train, whom her son was accompanying with 50 horsemen, a young fellow. They stopped in front of the soldiers and I spoke to the lady. She was so moved that the floodgates of her eyes were opened. She took the princess into her carriage and we got to Bar. But do you think, sirs, that that was the end of it? Why—"
Suddenly Slezinski interrupted the narrative.
"Look yonder, sirs," said he. "Is that the sunrise or what?"
"It cannot be," answered Skshetuski. "It is still too early in the day. That comes from Konstantinov."
"Look there, it is getting brighter. It must actually be a fire."
All faces became earnest. The story was forgotten, all jumped to their feet. "The light of a fire! The light of a fire!" several voices repeated.
"Kshyvonos is coming here from Polonna. Kshyvonos with his whole army. The advance guard has probably set fire to the town or the surrounding villages."
The trumpets gave the alarm quietly and at the same moment old Zatsvilikhovski appeared with other officers.
"Gentlemen," said he, "the scouts have brought news that the enemy is in sight. We must set out. To your regiments! To your regiments!"
The officers hastened as quickly as they could to their regiments, the servants put out the fires and soon complete darkness reigned in the camp. But in the distance, in the direction of Konstantinov the sky became redder and redder, until the stars were finally extinguished by the glow and again the trumpets sounded softly. The call to mount was sounded from the mouthpiece. The indistinct masses of men and horses were set in motion. In the darkness was heard the tramping of horses, the measured tread of the foot soldiers, and finally the heavy rolling of Vurtzel's gun carriages. From time to time the clatter of muskets or the sound of command was heard. It seemed ominous. Uncanny to march thus under the shadow of the darkness to the sound of whispering voices, the clatter of swords, the gleam of weapons. The regiments moved along the road to Konstantinov and turned in the direction whence the fire glow came, that looked like a gigantic dragon or serpent creeping along in the darkness. But the glorious July night was coming to a close. In Rosolovtsa the cocks were beginning to crow and to call and answer each other all over the town. Rosolovtsa was only a mile from Konstantinov and, before the army in their slow march had made more than half of their way, a pale morning gleam arose behind the fire glow and filled with light the woods, the forests, the white strip of highway and the marching army, which had been hidden by the darkness. One could now see clearly men, horses, and dense ranks of infantry. A cool morning wind was blowing, and waving the flags above the heads of the knights. Vyershul's Tartars took the lead, then came Poniatovski's Cossacks, then the dragoons, Vurtzel's cannon, the infantry, and in the rear, the hussars. Zagloba rode beside Skshetuski, but he was bent over in his saddle. It was evident that he was filled with apprehension at the prospect of the approaching battle.
"Pan Skshetuski,"
he said gently, as though he feared someone was listening.
"What is it?"
"Will the hussars attack first?"
"You say you are an old soldier and you do not know that the hussars will be reserved till the battle is about to be decided? Until the moment when the enemy puts forth their utmost strength."
"I know well, I know, but I wanted to assure myself of it." They were silent a while, then Zagloba, in a still lower voice asked: "Is it Kshyvonos with his whole army?"
"It is he."
"And how many men does he command?"
"Counting the blacks, 60,000 men."
"Oh, the devil!" said Zagloba. Skshetuski smiled. "Do not think, sir, that I am afraid," whispered Zagloba, "but I have short breath and do not like a crowd. It makes me warm, and when it is warm I am a lost man. Yes, in a duel, then one can at least make use of craft, but here, what good will craft do? It is not the head but the hand that fights. Here I am a fool compared with Longin. I have here in my belt the 12 gold pieces which the prince gave me, but believe me I would rather my body was somewhere else. Fie, fie, I do not like these great battles. Plague take them."
"Nothing will happen to you. Take courage."
"Courage! That is just what I am afraid of, that my courage may conquer my common sense. I am too hot headed and I've already had a bad omen. As we sat by the watch fire, 2 stars fell from heaven. Who can tell, perhaps one of them is mine."
"For your good deeds, God will reward you and keep you safe and sound."
"If he only does not make out my pay too soon."
"Why did you not stay with the baggage wagons?"
"I thought I would be safer with the army."
"So you are. You will see, it will not be much. We are accustomed to it, and custom is second nature."
"See, here we are at the Sluch and the Vishova pond." Indeed, the waters of the Vishova Stav separated from the Sluch by a long dike shone from the distance. The whole army halted along the line. "All ready?" asked Zagloba.
"The prince is going to form the ranks," answered Skshetuski.
"I do not like a crowd, I tell you, I do not like a crowd." "The hussars to the right wing!" sounded the voice of the aide whom the prince had sent to Skshetuski. It was bright daylight. The glow of the fire had paled in the light of the rising sun. Its golden beams played on the tips of the hussars' lances, and looked as though 1,000 flames were gleaming above the heads of the knights. When the ranks were formed, the army, no longer hidden, sang in chorus: "Hail, O ye portals of salvation!" The mighty sound resounded across the dewy fields, was thrown back by the pine forests, and its echo rose to heaven. At length on the opposite bank of the ditch, a black swarm of Cossacks appeared, stretching as far as the eye could reach. Regiment after regiment of Zaporojians on horseback armed with long lances, the infantry with muskets, and the mass of the peasantry with scythes, flails, and hay forks in their hands. Behind them lay in the mist the gigantic baggage train exactly like a town in motion. The creaking of thousands of carriages and the neighing of horses reached even the ears of the prince's soldiers. The Cossacks, however, moved on without their accustomed noise, and without shouting, on the other bank of the ditch. The two opposing powers observed each other for a long time, in silence. Zagloba, who kept close to Skshetuski, looked at this sea of men and murmured: "Jesus Christ, why hast thou created such a number of these ragamuffins?" "That must be Hmyelnitski himself with the ^blacks' and their lice. Is not that simple madness? Tell me, they will cover us with their caps. It was formerly so beautiful in the Ukraine. How they surge on and on. May the devil take them! May they be surged into hell! And all those who are against us, may they die of the rot!"
"Do not curse, it is Sunday."
"Truly, today is Sunday. It will be better to think about God. Pater noster qui est in coelis. One cannot expect any respect from this pack. Sanctificator nomen tuum. What will happen in this ditch? Adveniat regnum tuum. My breath is going. Fiat voluntas tua. May you die, you man killers. Look over there, what is that?"
A division of some 100 men had separated from the black mass and were moving in disorder towards the moat.
"That is the artillery," said Skshetuski. "Soon our men will go to meet them."
"Will the battle begin then?"
"As certain as God is in heaven."
"May the devil take them!"
Zagloba's dissatisfaction here knew no bounds.
"And you are looking at it just as if it was a theatre in Lent," cried he angrily to Skshetuski, "not as if your life was in danger."
"As I told you, we are accustomed to it."
"And are you going forward also to the carnage?"
"It is not suitable for the knights of high rank to fight hand to hand with such an enemy, and no one does it who values his dignity. But in these times one does not think of his dignity."
"Ours are already going forward,"
cried Zagloba as he saw a long line of Volodiyovski's dragoons galloping toward the moat. Some volunteers from each regiment followed him, among others, the Red Vyershul, Kushel, Poniatovski, and the two Karvyshovs, and from the hussars, Longin Podbipyenta. The space between the two divisions became considerably less.
"You'll witness some fine things," said Skshetuski to Zagloba. "Observe particularly Volodiyovski and Longin. Those are famous knights. Do you see them?"
"Certainly I do."
"Then look, you too will long for it."
End of Book 2, Chapter 14. Book 2, Chapter 15 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Binyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. But when the fighters had come closer to one another, they reined in their horses and began to attack each other with words.
"Come on! Come on! We shall soon feed the dogs on your carrion!" cried the prince's soldiers. "Yours is not good enough for the dogs! You will rot in this fish pond, contemptible knaves! Whoever is ordained to rot here will do so, the fish will immediately eat you. To the dung heap with your pitchforks, peasant fools! They suit you better than the sword does. If we are common peasants, our sons will be nobles, for they will be brought into the world by your daughters."
A Cossack, evidently from the Dnieper country, stepped forward and held his hands to his mouth and cried in a powerful voice:
"The prince has 2 nieces! Tell him to send them to Kshyvonos!"
Volodiyovski became almost blind with rage when he heard this insult, and he dashed towards the Zaporojians on his horse. Skshetuski recognized him in the distance, from where he stood, at the right wing of the hussars, and cried to Zagloba:
"Look! Look! Volodiyovski is running! Volodiyovski is running! There! There!"
"I see," cried Zagloba, "he has already reached them. Now they are struggling, 1, 2, it is all over with them. I see distinctly. Ho! That is a fighter, may the devil catch me."
At the second blow the insulting fellow had been struck to the ground like lightning. His head was turned to his own companions, as if for an evil omen. A second sprang forward, dressed in a red Kontush that he had stolen from a nobleman. He attacked Volodiyovski from the side, but his horse stumbled just at the moment when he was going to strike a blow. Volodiyovski turned towards him and now could be recognized the master. He moved his hand with an easy, hardly perceptible motion, and the sword of the Zaporojian flew into the air. Volodiyovski grabbed him by the neck and dragged him and his horse over alongside his own horse. "Brothers, save me!" cried the prisoner, but the man did not offer any resistance for he knew that, should he attempt it, he would be pierced by the sword. He put spurs to his horse in order to escape, and so Volodiyovski dragged him off, as a wolf might drag a kid. At this sight, some tens of warriors began the attack on either side. There was hardly room for more men beside the wide moat. They attacked each other in single combat, man struggled with man, horse with horse, sword with sword, and it was a wonderful sight, this row of men in single combat, upon which both armies gazed with eager eyes and prophesied through their success the farther consequences of the war. The morning sun lighted up the combatants, and the air was so clear that one could almost distinguish the faces on both sides. In the distance, one might have thought it was a tournament or a pastime, but from time to time a corpse fell into the gleaming surface of the water that splashed in golden sparks and then formed little waves which moved farther and farther away. The courage and eagerness for war increased in both armies when they saw the bravery of their knights. They each sent wishes and good luck to their own side. Suddenly Skshetuski clapped his hands so that his gauntlet rang and cried: "Vyershul is lost! He and his horse have fallen! Look! He has fallen to the ground, he was sitting on that white one." But Vyershul was not lost although he had fallen, together with his horse, for the giant Pulyan, a former Cossack in Prince Yeremy's army, and today second in command to Kshyvonos, had overthrown him. He was a renowned skirmisher and always took part in a fight. He was so strong that he could break two horseshoes at once with the greatest ease, and was considered invincible in single combat. After he had overthrown Vyershul he sprang through the crowd, towards the brave officer Slakysyts and cut him fearfully close to the saddle. The rest drew back frightened. When Longin saw this he turned his Lithuanian mare towards Pulyan. "You will find your fate," cried Pulyan looking at the venturesome man.
"What is to be done?"
said Longin and raised his sword for the stroke. He, however, had not his cowl trencher with him for he had reserved it for a higher purpose than single combat. He had left it in the care of a servant who had remained behind with the rear guard. He had only a slender sword with a bluish blade ornamented with gold tracery. Pulyan stood the first blow, although he saw that he had to deal with a remarkable opponent, and his sword trembled in his hand; but he stood the second and the third stroke. Then, however, whether it was that he recognized the greater ability of his opponent, or that he wished to show off his enormous strength before his friends and his enemies, or whether, being forced to the edge of the ditch, he feared to be pushed into the water by Longin's enormous steed, whatever was the motive, after he had received the last blow he closed with his assailant and put his powerful arm around him, and they hugged each other like two bears who are contending for a female. They intertwined like two fir trees growing from a single trunk, whose branches blend and form a single tree. Everyone held his breath and looked in silence at the combat of these two warriors, each of whom was considered by his own men to be the more powerful wrestler. They appeared to have been transformed into one man, for they remained for a long time immovable; but their faces grew red, and it was only by the veins which swelled out on their foreheads, and by the bowed backs like bows that one could recognize the enormous, superhuman strength of the arms that were holding each other in this iron embrace. Finally, both began to gasp, but gradually, Longin's face became redder and the face of the Cossack leader assumed a blue tint. Only a little while longer. The impatience of the onlookers increased. Finally, a dull, muffled tone broke the silence.
"Let go." "No, little brother,"
answered the other voice. A moment longer, then there was a horrible rattling, a sigh rose in the air, as though it came from beneath the earth. A stream of blood flowed from Pulyan's mouth and his head fell on his shoulder. Longin lifted him out of the saddle and, before the onlookers had time to reflect on what had happened, he threw him across his own horse and galloped back to his men. "Viva!" shouted Vishnovyetski's soldiers. "Death to him!" answered the Zaporojians. The death of their leader did not throw the Zaporojians into confusion. They attacked their opponents only the more fiercely. Now began the fight between the masses, a fight that was all the more furious on account of the space in which they had to fight, and, in spite of their courage, the Cossacks would have been at the mercy of the better military training of their opponents if a trumpet blast from Kshyvonos' camp had not recalled them. They at once returned to their camp. Their opponents remained a moment on the spot in order to show that they were the victors and then returned to their own quarters. The ditch was deserted. There only remained behind dead bodies of men and horses, as a prophecy of that which was to happen. This path of death lay dark and gloomy between the two armies. A light wind ruffled the smooth surface of the lake and moaned complainingly through the foliage of the willows, which stood here and there along the banks of the lake. Meanwhile Kshyvonos' regiments advanced like innumerable flocks of crows and ravens. In the first rank were the "blacks," then the disciplined Zaporojian infantry, the cavalry, the Tartar volunteers, the Cossack artillery, and all without any special order. One regiment crowded another, they advanced head over heels, for they wished by force of numbers to storm the moat, and then to turn the water into it and drown the prince's army. The wild Kshyvonos believed in fists and swords, not in the art of war. Therefore he pushed forward with all his might to the attack, and commanded the hindmost regiments to press forward on the others, so that they might be forced to advance, even against their will. The cannon balls hissed and plashed in the water like strange waterfowl, without however doing any harm to the prince's forces, who were stationed at some distance on the other side of the lake, in the form of a chessboard. The flood of men streamed across the ditch and went steadily forward. A portion of them had reached the river and sought to find means of crossing it but, as they could not do so, they returned to the dike, and were packed so closely that, as Osinski expressed it later, one could have ridden over their heads; and they covered the whole dike so that not an inch of room was to be seen. Yeremy was looking on from the high bank. He knitted his brows and shot fiery glances at the crowd. When he saw the disorder and the wild crowding of Kshyvonos' regiments, he said to Colonel Hmyelnitski: "How the peasants go for the enemy, leaving all military art out of consideration. They look as if they were going hunting, but will not catch us." Meanwhile, however, as if to challenge his words, they had reached halfway to the ditch and they halted, astonished and uneasy, at the inaction of the prince's army. But, just at this moment, there was a movement in the army, and they drew back and left a broad empty semicircle, which was to be the field of battle. Then Korytski's infantry separated in two divisions and exposed Vurtzel's cannon which was directed towards the ditch, and in the angle formed by the river and the ditch gleamed among the reeds on the bank, the muskets of the Germans under Osinski. It was at once evident to a soldier, upon which side the victory must incline, and only a mad leader of the bands, like Kshyvonos, would undertake a battle under such circumstances. With all the strength he possessed he could not have forced a passage if Vishnovyetski had desired to hinder him. But the prince had intentionally resolved to let a portion of his forces cross the ditch, in order to surround them and destroy them. The great leader made use of the blindness of his opponent, who seemed to pay no attention to the fact that if his own men wished to fight on the other bank, he would not be able to hasten to their assistance, except across a very narrow path, on which it would be impossible to lead any considerable number of troops. Therefore men experienced in war beheld with astonishment this move of Kshyvonos, whom nothing obliged to take this mad step. Nothing but ambition and thirst for blood obliged him. The Cossack leader had learned that Hmyelnitski was anxious about the result of the battle with Yeremy, in spite of the superiority of the forces that Kshyvonos commanded, and that he was coming with his forces to their assistance. Kshyvonos had received orders not to undertake a battle but, just for that reason, he resolved to fight one, and made all the more haste to do so. After he had taken Polon, he had acquired a taste for bloodshed and wished to carry on his work alone. This was why he was in such a hurry. Even if he did sacrifice half his men, what did that matter? With what remained, he could overpower the small forces of the prince and cut them down to the last man. He would take Yeremy's head as a present to Hmyelnitski. Meanwhile, the mass of the "blacks" had reached the end of the dike which they passed, and flooded the semicircle which Yeremy's army had cleared. But at this moment, Osinski's concealed infantry fired on their flank. A long stream of smoke came from Vurtzel's cannon, the earth shook with thunder and the fight began along the whole line. Smoke hid the bank of the Sluch, the pond, dike and the battlefield itself, so that one could see nothing; only at times the red uniforms of the dragoons gleamed through the mist, or the crests of the helmets, amid the surging terrible crowd. All the bells in the town were ringing and their tones mingled with the heavy roar of the cannon. Fresh regiments poured from the camp towards the ditch. Those however who had crossed it and reached the other side of the lake stretched out in a moment and formed a long line which attacked the prince's forces in a fury of rage. The battle was raging from one end of the lake to the bend of the river, and to the marshy meadowlands which were under water this wet summer. The "blacks" and the Nij must conquer or die, for they had at their backs the water, towards which the attack of the infantry and of the prince's cavalry crowded them. As the hussars drove forward, Zagloba, in spite of his short breath and his dislike for crowds, rode with the rest; for he could not do otherwise unless he wished to expose himself to the danger of being trampled under foot. He dashed forward, therefore, with his eyes closed, and thoughts flew through his head lightning like, the thought: "Artifice is of no use, it is of no use! The fool wins, the wise man loses." Then he was seized with a rage against war, against the Cossacks, against the hussars, against everything in the world. He began to curse and pray. The wind whistled in his ears, stopped his breath. Suddenly his horse stumbled against something. He noticed the resistance, opened his eyes and what did he see? Scythes, swords, flails, a mass of flushed faces, eyes, moustaches — all was indistinct. He did not know to whom they belonged; they were all trembling, twitching, raging; he was seized with a terrible hatred for the enemy because they had not all gone to the devil; because they just appeared under his eyes and obliged him to fight.
"Whether you wish it or not, you shall have it!"
And he began to hack round him on all sides. Now he cut the air with his sword, now he felt that it cut through something soft. At the same time he was aware that he yet lived; that gave him unusual courage.
"Fight! Kill!"
He bellowed like a bison. Presently the angry faces disappeared from his sight and he saw a crowd of backs, caps, and the noise nearly deafened him.
"They are retreating," suddenly came to his mind. "Yes, so it is."
Then he grew perfectly furious.
"Thieves!" he cried, "do you dare oppose the nobles?"
And he dashed among the fugitives, passed many of them, mingled among the dense crowd and began, with great presence of mind, to set to work. Meanwhile his companions had forced the Nij people towards the bank of the Sluch, which had thickly grown with trees, and had driven them along the bank to the ditch without taking one of them prisoner. They had no time for that. Suddenly Zagloba remarked that his horse was quaking under him, and at the same moment, some heavy object fell on him and covered his entire head, so that it grew perfectly dark around him.
"Help!"
cried he, digging his heels into his horse; but the horse only grunted beneath the weight of his rider and remained perfectly still. Zagloba heard a noise, the cries of the cavalry dashing past him; then the storm seemed to be lulled and all was silent. Again thoughts darted through his mind with the speed of a Tartar arrow.
"What is it? What has happened? Jesus Maria, I have been made prisoner!"
Great drops of sweat started out on his forehead. Evidently his head had been wrapped up, just as he had once wrapped up Bohun's. The weight that he felt on his arm was the hand of a Cossack; but why did they not take him away? Why did they not kill him? Why did he remain standing in one spot?
"Let go, villain!"
he cried in a choked voice. All was silent.
"Let go, villain, I will give you your life."
There was no answer. Once more Zagloba dug his spurs into his horse, but again without any result. The frightened animal spread his legs apart and stood more firmly on the same spot. Then the unhappy horseman became furiously angry. He pulled his knife from the sheath which hung at his belt and made several thrusts in the air around him. But the dagger cut only the air. Then Zagloba dragged with both hands at the cloth that was over his head, and tore it away in a moment.
"What does it mean?"
The Cossacks are not there. The place around him is deserted. Only in the distance could be seen through the smoke the red uniform of Volodiyovski's dragoons as they dash along, and 100 paces beyond them, the armor of the hussars who were following those that remained and were forcing them from the field into the water. But at Zagloba's feet lay the regimental colors of the Zaporojians. Evidently the fleeing Cossacks had thrown them away, so that the staff struck Zagloba's shoulder, and the bunting coiled about his head. When he saw this and understood it clearly Zagloba came to himself again.
"Aha!" he said, "have I not captured the flag? I really did take it. If justice is not defeated in this battle, I am sure of a reward in any case. Oh, you peasant fools, it was fortunate for you that my horse stumbled. I did not know myself when I believed that I could accomplish more with cunning than with courage. I can be of some better use in the army than in eating biscuits. Oh my God, there comes a band of Cossacks! Not this way, you dogs! Not this way! May the wolves devour the horses! Fight! Kill!"
A fresh band of Cossacks were indeed coming towards Zagloba, and bellowing with unearthly voices; and close at their heels were Poniatovski's heavy cavalry. Zagloba would certainly have met his death beneath the hoofs of their horses, if Skshetuski's hussars, having forced the fugitives into the water and drowned them, had not just then returned in order to attack the approaching divisions on both flanks. When the Zaporojians saw them, they plunged into the water to escape the sword, and found their death in the marshes and deep lagoons. Others who had sunk to their knees and were entreating for mercy, died from sword thrusts. A horrible slaughter ensued, most horrible in the dike. All the divisions which had succeeded in reaching the other side had been destroyed in the semicircle which the prince's army had formed. Those who had not yet crossed, fell beneath the continuous fire of Vurtzel's cannon and the volleys of the German infantry. They could neither advance nor retreat for Kshyvonos was continually sending forward fresh regiments, who crowded those before them and thus blocked the only way for flight. One might have thought that Kshyvonos had made a vow to drive his own people to destruction. They crowded each other, stifled each other, fell over one another, sprang on all sides into the water and were drowned. On one end was a black crowd of fugitives, on the other an advancing crowd. In the midst of mounds and piles of corpses, groans, cries, unearthly sounds, terror, madness, chaos. The whole lake was filled with bodies of men and horses. The water overflowed the banks. From time to time the cannon were silent. Then from the embankment, as from the mouth of a cannon, crowds of Zaporojians and of peasants poured forth and ran in all directions and right on the swords of the cavalry who were charging towards them. Vurtzel began his game afresh, and covered the embankment with a hail of iron and lead, thus repulsing the troops that were hastening to the rescue. Whole hours passed in this bloody struggle. Kshyvonos raged and foamed, but did not count the battle lost as yet, and drove thousands of his men into the jaws of death. On the other bank stood Yeremy in his silver armor, erect on his horse on the high hill which in those days was called Kruja Mogila, and looked down. His face was peaceful, his eyes took in the whole dike, the lake, the banks, the smoky distance, the banks of the Sluch, and wandered in the direction where wrapped in blue mist stood the huge camp train of Kshyvonos. The eyes of the prince did not move from the crowd of wagons. Presently he turned to the fat Voyevoda of Kiev and said: "We will not take the Tabor to day."
"What? Your Highness wishes to?"
"Time passes rapidly, it is too late. The evening is almost here." The battle from the time that the skirmishers had begun it, through Kshyvonos' obstinacy, had lasted so long that the sun had had time to travel through the whole arch of heaven, and was now about to set. Light summer clouds that betokened a clear day were scattered like white fleeces over the sky, and began to be tinged with red, and to disappear in masses from the horizon. The stream of Cossacks towards the embankment gradually ceased and the regiments who had already reached it, fled in fright and disorder. The battle had come to an end because the angry crowds had finally attacked Kshyvonos, howling in despair and rage: "Traitor! You are destroying us! Bloodhound, we ourselves will bind and give you over to Yeremy for having sold our lives thus. Death to you, not to us!" "Tomorrow I will give you the prince and his whole army or I will die myself," answered Kshyvonos. But this expected morrow had yet to come, and the present day was a day of defeat, of calamity. Many thousands of the bravest Nij Cossacks, not counting the peasantry, lay stretched on the field of battle or were drowned in the pond or in the river. Nearly 2,000 were taken prisoners. 14 colonels had fallen, 100 captains, esauls, and other leaders. The second in command to Kshyvonos, Pulyan, had fallen into the hands of the enemy alive, but with his ribs broken.
"Tomorrow we will kill them all," repeated Kshyvonos. "I will take neither gorzalka nor food in my mouth till that time comes."
Meanwhile, in the opposite camp, the captured flags were being laid at the feet of the terrible prince. Each soldier who had taken one threw it down, so that there was a whole heap of them, as many as 40; and as it came to Zagloba's turn he threw his down with such force and such a noise that the pole broke. When the prince saw this, he detained him and asked: "Did you capture this standard with your own hands?" "At your service, your Excellency." "I see then that you are not only Ulysses but also Achilles." "I am a common warrior, but I serve under Alexander of Macedon." "As you receive no pay, the treasurer shall give you 200 gold pieces for your praiseworthy act." Zagloba clasped the prince's knees and said: "Your Highness, this favor is greater than my courage, which prefers to hide itself behind its own modesty." A hardly perceptible smile played over Skshetuski's dark face, but the knight was silent and never told anyone, either the prince or any of the rest, about Zagloba's uneasiness before the battle. But Zagloba strode away with such a determined air that the soldiers of the other regiments, as they saw him, pointed him out to their comrades and said: "He is the one who did the best service to day." Night had come. On both sides of the river and of the lake, 1,000 watchfires flamed and clouds of smoke rose like columns in the sky. The weary soldiers refreshed themselves with food and gorzalka, or, through the recital of the day's deeds, inspired themselves with courage for the battle on the following day. The most talkative of all was Zagloba, who was glorifying himself for what he had done, and on account of what he might have done if his horse had not stumbled. "I tell you, sirs," he said, turning to the prince's officers and to the noblemen of Tyshkiewicz's company, "great battles are nothing to me. I have witnessed many of them in Moldavia and in Turkey. If I sometimes held back, it was because I feared not the enemy. Who would fear the peasants? But my own ardor, which was apt to lead me too far." "So it led you too far?" "How did it? Ask Pan Skshetuski. As soon as I saw Pan Vyershul fall from his horse, I wanted immediately to rush to his assistance. My comrades held me back with difficulty."
"That is true," said Skshetuski, "we had to hold you by the arm."
"But," interrupted Karvich, "where is Vyershul?"
"He has already gone forward with the scouts. He doesn't know what rest is."
"Observe, gentlemen," said Zagloba, annoyed at having his story interrupted, "how I captured this flag."
"Then Vyershul is not wounded?" asked Karvich again.
"It is not the first that I have taken in my life, but no other cost me so much trouble."
"He is not wounded, but bruised," answered Azulevich, a Tartar,
"and drank water, for he fell head foremost into the pond." "I am only surprised that the fish did not die," said Zagloba angrily, "for such a fiery head must have made the water boil."
"But he is a great knight."
"Not such a great warrior, a Pulyan (half a John) was enough for him." "Pshaw! One cannot talk in peace to these men. You might have learned from me how to capture an enemy's flag."
Young Pan Aksak, who at this moment approached the campfire, interrupted his speech. "I bring news," he said, with his ringing boyish voice.
"The nurse has not washed his swaddling clothes, the cat has drunk his milk and broken the saucer," grunted Zagloba.
But Pan Aksak did not trouble himself about these reflections on his youth, and said: "They are roasting Pulyan at the fire."
"Then the dogs will have roast meat," interrupted Zagloba.
"And he is making confessions. The negotiations are broken off. The Lord of Bratslav is beside himself. Hmyelnitski is coming to the help of Kshyvonos with his whole army."
"Khmyel! What Khmyel? Who cares anything for Khmyel here? We laugh at Khmyel," gabbled Zagloba, letting his eyes wander threateningly and proudly over the company.
"So Khmyel is coming. But Kshyvonos did not wait for him and therefore lost the battle."
"The fool has played and played till he has lost."
6,000 Cossacks are in Makhnovka already. Bohun is at their head."
Who?"
asked Zagloba with a complete change of tone.
"Bohun." "Impossible."
"So Pulyan confesses."
"There you will have the confirmation," cried Zagloba plaintively. "Will they be here soon?"
"In 3 days. As they are coming to begin a battle, however, they will not hurry too much, so as not to exhaust the horses."
"But I will hurry," grunted Zagloba. "Oh, angel of God, save me from this rascal. I would willingly give back my captured flag if this villain would only break his neck before he reached here. I hope that we shall not have to wait here long. We have shown Kshyvonos what we can do and now we ought to take a little rest. I hate this Bohun so intensely that I cannot hear his devilish name without horror. I did a fine thing. Why could I not have remained in Bar? The devil brought me here."
"Do not be afraid," whispered Skshetuski to him, "it is a shame, there is no danger with us."
"No danger? You do not know him. Perhaps he is already creeping between the watchfires to attack us." Here Zagloba looked around him uneasily. "And he is just as eager to catch you as to catch me."
"God grant that I may meet him," said Skshetuski.
"If that is a favor, I would rather not experience it. As a Christian, I will willingly forgive him all his injuries, but only on one condition, that he shall be hanged 2 days beforehand. I am not afraid of him, but you cannot imagine what an extreme disgust takes possession of me. I like to know with whom I have to deal. With a nobleman, as with a nobleman; with a peasant as with a peasant; but he is the very devil himself, with whom one does not know how to act. I dared to do a great many things to him, but what eyes he made at me when I tied up his head! I cannot begin to describe it to you. I shall think of him even at the hour of my death. I do not want to wake the devil when he is asleep, once is enough for me. I will only tell you one thing, that you are ungrateful and do not trouble yourself about a poor fellow like me."
"Why, how's that?"
"Because," said Zagloba, pulling the knight away from the watchfire, "you give yourself up to your warlike moods and your imaginations and fight, while she is wasting away in tears, day by day, and is waiting in vain for your answer. No other man would act like that. He would have sent me to her long ago if he really had true love in his heart and compassion for her anxiety."
"Then do you think of going back to Bar?"
"I would like to go to day, for I am sorry for her."
Pan Yan raised his eyes, full of longing, to the stars, and said to Zagloba:
"Do not blame me for inconstancy. God is my witness that I never put a morsel of bread in my mouth, never allow my tired body any rest without thinking of her; and no one can be more constantly in my thoughts than she is. I did not send you with an answer, for the simple reason that I expected to go there myself, to give myself up to my love, and to unite myself to her forever, without delay. There is not in the whole world a pair of wings such as I would desire to have, in order to fly to my little one."
"Why do you not fly?"
"Because it would not be honorable to go before the battle takes place. I am a soldier and a nobleman, and must consider my honor."
"But today is after the battle, ergo, we can go away, even at this very moment."
Pan Yan sighed.
"Tomorrow we will attack Kshyvonos."
"See here, I do not understand this. You have beaten young Kshyvonos, when along comes old Kshyvonos. Now you will beat old Kshyvonos and then comes young — I will not open my mouth to speak the word — Bohun. Then you will beat him and then comes Hmyelnitski. What the devil! If it goes on like this much longer, you had better unite with Pan Podbipyenta. There would be a fool with his chastity, plus Pan Skshetuski; in sum, 2 fools with chastity. Give us peace, sir, by God! I will be the first to tamper with the princess and when Pan Audrey Pototski spies her, he distends his nostrils and neighs like a horse. Pshaw, the devil! If a young boy, who had never fought a battle and wished to earn his first fame said that to me, I might understand it; but not you who have drunk your blood like a wolf and, as is related, killed a devilish dragon or man eater at Makhnovka. I swear by this heavenly moon, you are not sincere, or you have got so thirsty for blood that you prefer it to your bride."
Skshetuski looked up involuntarily at the moon, which was sailing like a silver boat in the high starry heavens above the camp.
"You are mistaken," he said after a pause. "I have no pleasure in blood and I am not anxious for glory, but it does not become me to leave my comrades in a dire strait, in which the regiment, without exception, must do battle. Knightly honor demands it, it is a sacred matter. As regards the war, however, it will certainly continue, for the rebel "blacks" have increased enormously. Meanwhile if Hmyelnitski comes to Kshyvonos' assistance, there will be an interruption. We shall either conquer Kshyvonos tomorrow or we shall not. If we conquer him, he will, with God's help, be disciplined, and then we shall have to move into a more peaceful country, in order to get a little breath. 2 moons have passed and we have not slept or eaten, but fight, fight! No roof over our heads, day or night, and exposed to all the inclemencies of the weather. The prince is a great commander, but he is also cautious. He will not attack Hmyelnitski with a few thousand men against hundreds of thousands. I know also that he is going to march to Zbaraj. There he will gather new forces, collect fresh soldiers, the nobility will come to him from all over the Commonwealth, and only then shall we fight a decisive battle. Tomorrow then will be the last day of work, and the day after tomorrow I can go with you to Bar with a clean conscience. And I will tell you this for your comfort, that Bohun cannot be here tomorrow to take part in the battle. But should he do so, I hope that his peasant's star will pale, not only beside that of the prince but also beside mine."
"He is Beelzebub himself. I told you I did not like crowds, but he is worse than a crowd. Although I repeat I do not feel fear for him so much as an aversion, which I cannot overcome. But, well, no more of that. Tomorrow we will tan the peasants' hides and then hurrah to Bar. Oh, how those pretty eyes will laugh at sight of you! Oh, how those little cheeks will glow! I must tell you, sir, that I am longing to see her too, for I love her as a father, and is it any wonder? Legitime natos I have none. My property is far away. In Turkey, where the heathen agents have stolen everything from me. I live like an orphan in the world, and in my old age, I shall be obliged to go to Pan Podbipyenta, to his home at Myshykishek."
"That shall not be. Do not let your head ache on that account. For what you have done for us, I can never show enough gratitude." The conversation was here interrupted by an officer, who asked as he rode by: "Who stands there?" "Vyershul," cried Skshetuski, recognizing his voice, "do you come from the scouting party?"
"Yes, and now have just come from the prince."
"What news is there?"
"Tomorrow there is to be a battle. The enemy is working on the embankment, building bridges across the Sluch, and insists on coming over to us."
"And what does the prince say to that?"
"The prince says good."
"Nothing more?"
"Nothing. He gave orders that they should not be hindered, and the axes are working over there. They will work until tomorrow."
"Did you get any news?"
"I took 7 prisoners. They all said that they had heard that Hmyelnitski was advancing, that he was not far away. What a night!"
"Bright as day. How do you feel after your fall?"
"My bones ache. I will just go and thank our Hercules and then I will go to sleep, for I am tired. If one could only sleep 2 hours. Good night."
"Good night." "You go too," said Pan Skshetuski. "It is getting late and tomorrow we shall have to work."
"And the day after tomorrow we shall ride away," Zagloba reminded him.
They moved away, said the Paternoster, and lay down beside the watchfire. Presently the fires one by one went out. The camp was wrapped in darkness. Only the silver beams of the moon shone down and showed fresh groups of sleepers. The silence was broken only by loud snoring and by the calls of the sentries who guarded the camp. But sleep did not long hold the heavy lids of the soldiers. The first ray of morning had hardly chased the shadows of night when, on all sides of the camp, the trumpets sounded the reveille. An hour later the prince, to the great astonishment of his knights, retreated with all his forces. End of Book 2, Chapter 15. Book 2, Chapter 16 of With Fire and Sword, by Henryk SIENKIEWICZ, translated by Samuel A. Benyon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. But the retreat was that of a lion who wants room for a spring. The prince intentionally allowed Kshyvonos to advance in order to prepare for him a more complete defeat. In the beginning of the battle, he whipped his horse and pretended he was taking to flight, and when the Nij and the "blacks" saw that, they broke their ranks in order to follow him and surround him, but the prince suddenly turned round and attacked him with his whole cavalry, in such an overwhelming manner that they were unable to offer a moment's resistance. They were chased for a mile beyond to the crossing, then beyond the bridge, dike, and to within half a mile of the rear train. They were hewn down without mercy, and the hero of this day was the 16-year-old Pan Aksak, who made the first attack and inspired the first panic. Only with such experienced soldiers, old and experienced, could the prince have dared to employ such craft, and to feign flight. In any other army it might really have changed into a flight. But this second day ended with a still more heavy defeat for Kshyvonos. All the field artillery were taken, many standards, among them many royal flags, which the Zaporojians had plundered at Korsun. If Korytski's infantry, Osinski's cavalry, and Vurtzel's cannon had been able to keep up with the cavalry, they would have taken the camp with one stroke. But, before they arrived there, it was night and the enemy had already moved to a considerable distance, so it was impossible to overtake them. Zatsvilikhovski meanwhile captured half the camp and an enormous supply of weapons and rations. The "blacks" seized Kshyvonos twice in order to take him to the prince, and he barely succeeded in escaping from their hands by a promise to return without delay to Hmyelnitski. He fled, therefore, with the remaining half of his camp train, decimated, beaten, reduced to despair, and did not halt until he reached Makhonovka. When he arrived here, Hmyelnitski, in his first moment of anger, commanded that Kshyvonos should be chained to a cannon. It was not until his first anger had passed that the Zaporojian hetman remembered that the unfortunate Kshyvonos had flooded the whole of Volhynia with blood, that he had taken Polonna, had sent 1,000 noble souls into the other world, had left their bodies without burial and had everywhere been victorious, until he met with Yeremy. In consideration of these services, the Zaporojian hetman took pity on him, and commanded that he should not only be released from the cannon, but he placed him again in command, and sent him to Podol to commit new slaughter and booty. During this time, the prince gave his men notice that they might take the long wished for rest. During the last battle they had experienced considerable losses, especially in the attack of the cavalry on the baggage camp, behind which the Cossacks defended themselves obstinately and adroitly. 500 men had fallen in this attack. Colonel Mokrski was very severely wounded, and shortly after gave up the ghost. Pan Kushel, also, had a shot wound, but it was not dangerous. Palanovski and young Aksak were also wounded, and Zagloba, who had become accustomed to the crowd, and had valiantly held his ground with the rest, had been hit 3 times with a flail, and was suffering from backache so that he could hardly move, and lay as if he were dead in a small wagon of Skshetuski's. Thus had fate thwarted their plan of traveling to Bar, for they could not get away; and more particularly, as the prince had sent Skshetuski at the head of several companies to Laslav, to suppress the swarms of "blacks" that were gathered there. The knight went off without saying a word about Bar to the prince, and for 5 days he burned and slaughtered and killed until the whole region was cleaned out. At last his men were exhausted from uninterrupted fighting, from the long marches, assaults and watching, and he resolved to return to the prince, whom, he had heard, was going to Tarnopol. The night before his return, Skshetuski halted in Sukhojints on the banks of the Khomo, stationed his companies in the village and took up his own quarters for the night in a peasant's cabin; and as it was very late and he was exhausted from his labors, he soon fell asleep, and slept like a stone the whole night through. Next morning, before he was fully awake, he began to dream and to see visions. Strange pictures passed before the eyes of his soul. First it seemed to him as though he were in Lubni, as though he had never left it, as though he were sleeping in his room in the armory and as though Jendzian, as usual in the morning, was setting out his clothes and making preparations for his master when he should awake. Gradually, however, daylight began to dissipate his dreams. He came to the consciousness that he was in Sukhojints, not in Lubni. The form of the boy alone did not vanish and Skshetuski saw him still sitting at the window in a wooden chair, busied in oiling the straps of the armor which had become dry and stiff from the heat. He still thought that a vision of sleep haunted him, and therefore he shut his eyes again. Presently he opened them, but Jendzian still sat at the window.
"Jendzian," cried Skshetuski, "is it you or your ghost?"
The boy, startled by the sudden cry, let the armor fall with a clatter upon the ground, raised his hands and said: "For God's sake, sir, why do you speak so? What are you thinking of, a ghost? It is I, myself, safe and sound."
"And have you come back?"
"Did you not drive me away?"
"Come here to me that I may embrace you."
The young boy hastened to his master and clasped his knees. Skshetuski kissed him on the forehead, full of joy, and repeated:
"You're alive! You're alive!"
"Oh, my master, I cannot speak for joy that I now see you in perfect health. For God's sake, but you cried so, sir, that I let the breastplate fall; the straps got stiff. They say you had no easy task. Praised be thou, oh God! Praised be thou, oh my beloved master!"
"When did you come?"
"This very night."
"And why did you not wake me?"
"Why should I wake you? I came here in the morning in order to fetch the things."
"Where did you come from?"
"From Hushch."
"What did you hear there? How did you get along? Speak, tell me."
"Well, sir, the Cossacks came to Hushch to plunder the Voyevoda of Bratslav and to set his house on fire, and I had got there before them, for I had gone there with Father Petronius Lasko, who took me to Hmyelnitski at Hushch, for the Voyevoda had sent him with a letter to Hmyelnitski, so I went back with him and, this time, the Cossacks had burned down Hushch and killed Father Petronius, because he loved us. And the same thing would have happened to the Voyevoda if he had been there, although he is their great blessed benefactor."
"Speak plainly and do not mix up things so. I cannot understand you. You were then with the Cossacks, with Hmyelnitski? How is that?"
"Certainly I was with the Cossacks, for when they caught me in Chigrin they took me for one of their own, and would not let me go. But dress yourself, sir. Dear God, and the things are so destroyed that one can hardly hold them in his hand. May God... Do not get angry any more, master, because I did not deliver the letter in Rozloga that you wrote in Kudak. That thief Bohun took it away from me. If the fat nobleman had not been there it would have been all up with me."
"I know all about it, I know. It is not thy fault. This fat nobleman is in the camp. He has told me everything, just as it happened. He also took the princess away from Bohun, and she is being well taken care of in Bar."
"Oh, thank God! I knew that Bohun had not got her. Then the wedding will soon take place?"
"Certainly, certainly. From here we are commanded to ride at once to Tarnopol and from thence to Bar."
"Thanks be to God, the just! Bohun will hang himself yet. A witch prophesied to him that he would never get the one of whom he thinks, and that a Pole would get her; and this Pole is you, sir."
"How did you find out all that?"
"I heard it. I must tell you all the truth. But dress yourself meanwhile, sir, for they are already preparing breakfast for us. Listen, when I was leaving Kudak in the boat, we rowed a frightfully long time against the stream and, besides this, the boat went to pieces and we had to mend it. We rowed therefore, my master, we rowed."
"You rowed?"
interrupted Skshetuski impatiently, "and arrived in Chigrin. What happened there you already know."
"I know all about it."
"I was lying in the stable then and could not see God's beautiful world. Along came Hmyelnitski, immediately after Bohun's departure, with an immense force of Zaporojians and, as the chief hetman had punished the people of Chigrin before for their fealty to the Zaporojians, and many in the town were killed and wounded, they thought that I must belong to them too, and so they did not kill me, but gave me instead all comfort and care, and would not allow the Tartars to take me with them, although they allowed them everything else. When I came to myself I thought, what should I do? And this villain had meanwhile gone to Korsun and had beaten the hetmans there. Oh, master, what my eyes saw there, cannot be described in words. They concealed nothing and knew no shame, as they took me for one of their own. And I thought, shall I fly or shall I not fly? And I thought it was safer to wait for a better opportunity. When they began to bring in from Korsun silver chests, jewels, ah me, master, my heart came near breaking, and my eyes protruded from the sockets. And those rascally thieves, they sold 6 silver spoons for 1 ruble, yes, even for a quart of vodka. And one could with a golden button or a buckle, or a strap of a cap get a pint. I thought to myself, why should I sit here doing nothing? I will take advantage of my opportunities. With God's help, I will some time go back to Zhinjani in Podlasia, where my parents live. I will go to them, for they have a lawsuit there with the Yavorski, which has already lasted 50 years, and they have no means with which to carry it on. And, master, I bought all sorts of treasures, enough to load 2 horses, and that was my only comfort in my sadness, for I was dreadfully homesick to see you, sir."
"You are the same old Jendzian, always seeking to turn everything to your own advantage."
"May God bless me, there is no harm in that. I do not steal, and if you gave me a purse to take on my way to Rozloga, here it is. I think it is right to give it back for I did not get to Rozloga." Then he loosened his belt, drew forth a purse and laid it down before the knight. Skshetuski, however, smiled and said:
"If you have had such good luck, you are undoubtedly richer than I am; but keep this little purse."
"I thank you most humbly, sir. I have already collected some property, thank God. My parents will be glad of it, and also my grandfather, who is 90 years old; and the Yavorskis will spend their last penny in the lawsuit, and will wander about at last with a beggar's sack. And you, sir, will also reap some advantage, for I will not ask again for the colored belt that you promised me in Kudak, although I did take a great fancy to it."
"Because you have already asked for it. Oh, what a rogue you are! You are truly an insatiable wolf. I do not know where the belt is, but whatever I promised you, you shall have." If it is not that one, then another."
"I thank you most humbly," said the boy, clasping his master's knees.
"Well, enough of that. Go on telling me what happened to you."
"Well, God helped me to get my share among the robbers. The only thing that troubled me was that I did not know what had happened to you, and I feared that Bohun had got the young lady. I heard that he was in Cherkass and that he could hardly breathe, because the princes had wounded him severely, so I went to Cherkass. As you know, sir, I understand putting on plasters and binding up wounds. Everyone had found that out, so the Colonel Donits sent me to him and he came with me himself, so that I might bind up the rascal. Now for the first time a load fell from my heart, for I learned that our young lady had escaped with that nobleman, so I went to Bohun. I thought to myself, will he recognize me? Will he not recognize me? But he lay in a fever and at first he did not recognize me at all. Later on, however, he knew me and said to me, 'Did you not ride with the letter to Rozloga?' I said, 'Yes,' and he said, 'And I hit you with an axe in Chigrin?' 'You did, sir.' 'You are in the service of Skshetuski,' he said, and I, who would not dare to tell you a lie, said, 'I am in no one's service, sir. I have got more evil than good in that service. That is why I preferred to live in freedom with the Cossacks. And I have been attending you, sir, for 10 days and I will make you well.' He now began to believe what I said and became very confidential. I heard from him that Rozloga was burned down, that he had killed the 2 princes and that the others when they heard it, wanted at first to go to our prince; but as they could not do that, they fled to the Lithuanian army. But the worst was when I mentioned the fat nobleman. Then he would gnash his teeth just as if he was cracking nuts."
"Was he ill long?"
"A very long time, for the wounds healed up and then broke open again, because he would not take care of himself at first. I sat by him a good many nights, the devil take him, as I would by a good man; but you must know, sir, that I have sworn, by my soul's salvation, that I will pay him back for the injuries he has done me; and I will keep it, sir, if it should take me my whole life to find him. For he treated me, an innocent fellow, as if I were a dog and disgraced me, and I am no vagabond. He will fall by my hand if somebody does not kill him before then. I tell you, sir, I have had the opportunity 100 times, for I was often enough alone with him, but I thought to myself, shall I stab him or not? And I was ashamed to kill him as he lay in bed."
"That is praiseworthy of you that you did not kill him upon his sick bed. That would have been a peasant's trick, not worthy of a nobleman."
"That is what I thought, sir. It also occurred to me that when my parents sent me away from home, my grandfather said to me at parting, 'Remember, my boy, that you are a nobleman and have honor to preserve. Serve faithfully, but never take a bribe.' He also said that when a nobleman acts like a peasant, the Lord Jesus weeps, and I have remembered the lesson and follow it. So I had to let that opportunity go by, and we became more and more confidential. Once he asked me, 'How shall I reward you?' and I answered, 'As you please,' and I cannot complain. He provided handsomely for me and I took it, for I thought, why should it remain in the hands of a bandit? And the others gave me presents on his account, for I tell you, master, no one is so beloved as he by the peasantry and the people of Nij, although, in the whole Commonwealth, there is not a nobleman who has had such contempt for the "blacks" as he has." Here Jendzian shook his head as though he were trying to remember something or was in pain, and after a pause, he continued speaking. "He is a strange man, and it must be owned that he has the courage of a nobleman in everything. And the young lady, how he loves her! How he loves her! Mighty God! When he began to recover, a girl came to him from Dontsov to tell his fortune, and she prophesied nothing good. A contemptible giantess, she is in communication with the devil. But a jolly girl. When she laughed you could have sworn that a mare was whinnying in the meadow. She showed her white teeth and they were so strong that they could have torn a coat of armor, and when she walked the floor trembled beneath her steps. And through God's providence it was obvious that she liked me. She never passed me without seizing me by the head or by the hand, or knocking up against me. Sometimes she said to me, 'Come along,' but I was afraid that the black beauty might twist my neck somewhere in the solitude, and then I should have lost all that I had gathered together. I answered her therefore, 'Are there not enough of others?' And she said, 'You please me, although you are only a boy, you please me, come along. Be off with you, girl,' but she answered, 'You please me, you please me.'"
"And did you see her when she was fortune telling, performing witchcraft?"
I saw her and heard her. Clouds of smoke, hissing, whistling, shadows, so that I shook for fear. But she stood in the midst, knitting her black eyebrows and repeated: "The Pole is with her! The Pole is with her! Kailu, huku, Kailu! The Pole is with her!" Then she gathered wheat into a sieve and looked at it, and the grains crept hither and thither like worms, and she cried: "Kailu, huku, Kailu! The Pole is with her!" Ah, sir, if he had not been such a robber, one's heart would have bled at the sight of his despair after each prophecy. He grew pale as a sheet, fell upon his back, wrung his hands despairingly above his head, and cried and whimpered and implored the young lady's forgiveness for having come to Rozloga with force, for having killed her cousins. "Where art thou, little cuckoo, where art thou, only one," he said. "I will carry thee in my arms, I cannot live without thee. I will not touch thee," he said, "with my hands, I will be thy slave, if only my eyes might behold thee." Then he would remember Zagloba and gnash his teeth and bite his bed, until sleep overcame him, but even in his sleep he sighed and groaned.
But did she never tell him anything good?
What happened after that I do not know, for he recovered his health and I got away from him. Father Lasko came, and he persuaded Bohun to let me go with him to Hushch. The thievish mob there knew that I had all sorts of property with me. I also made no secret of it, that I was going home to help my parents.
And they did not plunder you?
Perhaps they would have done so but, fortunately there were no Tartars there, and the Cossacks would not dare for fear of Bohun. Besides, they took me for one of their own people. Hmyelnitski told me to listen and tell what went on at the house of the Voyevoda of Bratslav when the leaders should come together. May the devil light him home! So I came to Hushch, and one day the advance guard of Kshyvonos arrived and killed Father Lasko, so I buried half of my goods I had gained by bargaining, while I fled hither with the other half, and I heard that my master was fighting the enemy near Zaslav. Thanks be to Almighty God on high that I found you, my master, in good health and good spirits, and that you will soon have a wedding. Thus all bad things will come to an end. I said to the rascals who were marching against our prince, that they would never return. Now they've got it, perhaps the war will come to an end."
What do you say? The prince is only beginning and is about to attack Khmyelnitski himself.
"And after your wedding you will go back to fight?"
Do you think that my wedding would transform me into a coward?
"No, I did not believe that. I know very well, if anyone was a coward it would not be you. I was only asking, for when I have taken home what I have collected to my parents, I would like to go with you. Perhaps God would help me to pay back Bohun for what he did to me as I cannot do it by treachery. Where should I find him but in the field? He will not be able to hide himself."
How determined a fellow you are.
"Let each one carry out what he has undertaken. As I have undertaken to do so, I will follow him even to Turkey. It cannot be otherwise. Now, I will go with you to Tarnopol, then to the wedding. But why do you go to Bar by way of Tarnopol? That does not lie in your way."
I must lead my regiments."
"I understand, my master."
And now bring me something to eat," said Skshetuski.
"I was thinking already that the stomach was the chief thing."
"We will set out immediately after breakfast."
"Well, thank God, although my nag is frightfully worn out."
"I will give you a pack horse upon which you may ride from now on."
"I thank you most humbly," said Jendzian, and smiled contentedly at the thought, that counting the purse and the girdle, he had already received a third present. End of Book 2, Chapter 16